Fang clan had a long history. As a superforce in Western Desert, Fang clan was famous in the world for the Gu house business. It had its own unique wisdom path inheritance. Because both mortal and immortal Gu houses were essentially immortal killer moves, they were made from countless Gu worms, being comprehensive in both offense and defense. Fang clan researched Gu houses and designed new Gu houses. They were deducing new immortal killer moves. They could not do that without deep wisdom path attainment. One could say that Fang clan's wisdom path inheritance was incredible. After generations of research, even Fang Yuan, who obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, could learn much from it. Of course, even though the wisdom path inheritance was superb, the inheritor needed to be of a certain caliber. In the current generation, not only was Fang Dichang compatible with it, he even made Fang clan's wisdom path inheritance prosper, becoming a great grandmaster. He did not use any dream realms to become great grandmaster after all. He had reached it through hard work and research, step by step. Fang clan had wisdom path inheritors through each generation, but for the last 1,000 years, Fang Dichang was the only great grandmaster that emerged. To reach this attainment level, immense talent was needed. Resources alone could not produce such a genius. Fang Dichang and Fang Yuan negotiated. The two fought with words. It was like two sword experts fighting in an enclosed space. Fang Yuan was suppressed gradually. It was a troublesome opponent. As expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster, impressive. Fang Yuan could make Fang Huasheng completely helpless in a contest of words, but Fang Dichang resolved them without any problem. Nothing that Fang Yuan said had any effect. Fang Dichang had a clear head and memory. His logic was smooth and reasonable. Fang Yuan could not confuse him. When people spoke, it was like a game of chess, thinking 3 moves ahead. Some things did not need to be said, while some were crucial to the conversation to prevent twisting of one's words. When Wisdom Path Gu immortals talked, they were not 3 steps ahead, they were hundreds or even 1,000 steps ahead. Fang Yuan negotiated with Fang Dichang not just regarding his own benefits. They even did analysis of the situation, discussing the matters of Divine Bean Palace, Fang clan's current state, and even the entire trend of Western Desert. It was simply a debate. These things could not be understood by the human brain. They needed to use wisdom path methods and create countless thoughts to deduce while debating. Fang Yun and Fang Lung were completely dazed while listening to them, thinking that these two were monsters with incredible cognition speed. They could speak without any thinking time. Their words were sharp like swords. Listening to them made one feel extremely stupid. My wisdom path Dao marks are insufficient. Even though I have immortal Gu, they were obtained recently. And they are not a complete set either. Compared to the other party, my foundation is too weak. In the future, if I fight against Fang clan, I need to find a way and kill this person first. In terms of wisdom path methods, Fang Dichang surpassed Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, far superior to Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang thought, this person's wisdom path cultivation is truly amazing. If he could be recruited into Fang clan, it would be their blessing. He felt an urge to recruit this talented individual. If he knew Fang Yuan's true identity and the fact that Fang Yuan was planning to kill him, how would he feel? Ha ha ha. While debating, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. Fang clan's Gu immortals were confused. Why was he laughing for no reason? Fang Yuan bowed to Fang Dichang. I have heard of Senior's name long ago. It seems you truly live up to your reputation. I have learned a lot. Fang Yuan's sudden change of attitude made everyone feel surprised. They could not understand why Fang Yuan took the initiative to lower his requests. Earlier, I was merely finding trouble with your clan. Now that you have greater skills, how could I continue acting like so? Fang Yuan had a cold expression. Even when he apologized, he had an arrogant look. Oh? I understand now, this person is prideful. I have finally gained his admiration. Earlier, he was just trying to retaliate. But now that he saw my strength, he has been impressed. Fang Dichang's gaze flickered. He felt a deep emotion. With this personality and ability, he is not blindly arrogant. There is great benefit in getting him to join Fang clan. But now, Divine Bean Palace is most important. His matter can wait first. Since Fang Yuan took a step back, both sides did not need to argue further. They quickly set a new agreement. This alliance agreement was very strict. There were no loopholes in it. Even Fang Yuan frowned secretly. All of the conditions were clearly listed. Even the use of self-cleansing could violate it. It would not be easy to get free from this restriction. He would need to prepare in advance and expend a lot of manpower and resources. Of course, Fang clan was equally bound by this agreement. Since the alliance agreement was made, both sides became closer. Fang Yun, Fang Lung, and the rest looked at Fang Yuan in a warmer light. The matter of obtaining Divine Bean Palace is of paramount importance. Getting friend Swan Bujin's help is our blessing. I hope you will come to Inquiry Dock with me. We need your help. Fang Dichong invited. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes in his mind. This Fang Dichong was not trusting of him after the alliance agreement. He wanted to keep Fang Yuan by his side. A wisdom path great grandmaster is truly a troublesome person. But Fang Yuan's confidence was in his battle strength. He was not afraid of Fang clan. In fact, he wanted Fang clan to attack him, that way he could execute the clause in the alliance agreement. If any side plots against the other party would be able to retaliate without breaking the alliance agreement. After settling Fang Yuan's matter, Fang Dichong went on to repair Immortal Gu House Fallen Flower Hall, while getting more reinforcements. Half a day later, Fang clan's Gu Immortals worked together and repaired Fallen Flower Hall completely. If the Immortal Gu House was damaged, repairing would be hard. Fang clan had such efficiency, they were truly the #1 superforce in expertise of Gu houses within Western Desert, and perhaps even the world. Not long after, Fang clan's reinforcements came, 2 rank 7 and 1 rank 6. After stabilizing Fang and Lei's injuries, she was sent back to Fang clan's headquarters by Fang Chun in an unconscious state. One of the 2 rank 7 reinforcements replaced Fang and Lei to control Fallen Flower Hall. This way, Fang clan had more than 10 Gu Immortals in Green Ghost Desert, with half of them being rank 7. Among them, there was Fang clan's 2nd Supreme Elder Fang Dichong and 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Hua Sheng. They were both strong experts famous in Western Desert. There were also rank 6 elites like Fang Yun and Fang Ling. This was a huge lineup. One could say that Fang clan had mobilized most of their Gu Immortals in this expedition. They were truly adamant on getting Divine Bean Palace. After all, super forces had a lot of territory. They needed Gu Immortals to guard their resource points. Like Wu clan, even as the #1 southern border super force, it could not easily relocate Gu Immortals. Wu Yong was kept busy because of this matter. Fang clan brought out so many Gu Immortals now. They must have been planning this for so long. They should already be guarding their territories by appearing to make their forces deployed elsewhere, or making secret alliances. This was very risky for Fang clan. If anything went wrong and they fell for the other super forces' schemes, Fang clan would be severely weakened. They would suffer huge losses. They might even face extermination. But for the sake of getting rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, this risk is worth it. Fang Yuan nodded in his mind. He approved of this action. After resting for a while, Fang clan's Gu Immortals moved out. The 3 Immortal Gu houses flew together. Within Inquiry Dock, Fang Yuan was standing beside Fang Dichong. Unexpectedly, Fang Dichong actually let him participate in controlling Inquiry Dock. The control of the Immortal Gu House was led by Fang Dichong and several other Fang clan Gu Immortals. Letting an outsider like Fang Yuan take part in it was the same as exposing Inquiry Dock's secrets to him. If Fang Yuan could learn the profundities of Inquiry Dock now, it would be much easier to deal with it in the future. Sensing Fang Yuan's expression, Fang Dichong smiled. "Friend, you wonder why I trust you so much? Actually, it is not a problem for us even if you learn about Inquiry Dock's profundities. Firstly, we have an alliance agreement, and secondly, some things are easier said in theory, and thirdly, the design of our Inquiry Dock does not stay stagnant over time. The truth is, our Immortal Gu houses develop as our clan progresses. They continuously get stronger." Fang Yuan was moved. "I have learned about Fang clan's style of doing things today." Fang Dichong laughed loudly. "Come to speak of it, I am not sure about your situation. Have you been cultivating in Green Ghost Desert all this time?" Fang Yuan did not panic when he was asked. He had prepared for this long ago. He answered appropriately, and even Fang Dichong could not sense anything weird. The two continued to talk while the other Gu immortals in Inquiry Dock focused on controlling the immortal Gu house. It seems that this Fang Dichong wants to recruit me. Fang Yuan could sense it from the other party's tone and expression, feeling a little amused internally. But he did not expose this, he pacified Fang Dichong as much as he could. We have arrived. This is it. After another while of flying, Fang Dichang suddenly fixed his gaze as he ordered the 3 immortal Gu houses to stop. This was still in Green Ghost Desert, but below the 3 immortal Gu houses, there was an ordinary desert with no outstanding features. Fang Dichang squinted his eyes. This divine bean palace is indeed deeply concealed. Set up the formation now. Immortal battlefield killer move. Peach blossom maze. At once, the surrounding 1,000 li turned into a peach forest. The trees were extremely tall and the branches were extremely dense. There were no leaves or flowers, not to mention fruits. They were completely bare. Amazing! Fang Yuan's heart couldn't help but shake. This immortal battlefield killer move could trap even rank 8 Gu immortals. It was very impressive. After all, this could only be created by combining the effects of 3 rank 7 immortal Gu houses. Oh, they are here. Deep underground. Chun Yi's heart also jumped. At this moment, he had actually infiltrated Divine Bean Palace. Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus sect was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. During his era, this sect was the #1 sect in Central Continent without doubt. But now it was reduced to mid-tier among the 10 great ancient sections. Times changed, be it organizations or people, they would not remain constant. There were no force that stayed strong forever, nor would they stay weak constantly. As the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, Chun Yi had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. He had the ability to greatly interfere with Divine Bean Palace and influence it. Fairy Ziwei was adept at deploying people efficiently. She did not send anyone else to help Chun Yi. He could single-handedly take over Divine Bean Palace and eliminate the legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Chou. It was highly likely that he could succeed. But something happened along the way. Because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this Qing Chou was formed in Divine Bean Palace. It has some of the powers of Karma Divine Tree. Thus, it can sense anyone closely related to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If I can capture it, I will be able to research and increase my own understanding of Karma Divine Tree. I can even use it to find the remaining Shadow Sect members. Chen Yi was moved. It was not hard to take over Divine Bean Palace and kill Qing Chou. It was originally quite troublesome, but now that Qing Chou was weakened, it was completely suppressed by Divine Bean Palace. Chun Yi was a rank 8 Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He had incredible strength. Using Divine Bean Palace, he could easily get rid of Qing Chou. However, Chun Yi had deeper considerations. He was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He had the highest status there. Once this matter was settled, he would go to Heavenly Court. By then, he would no longer be the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. His status would fall greatly. Heavenly Court was the strongest organization in the world. After Chun Yi joins, he would be a newcomer. He would have the lowest status. Chun Yi had been the first supreme elder for so long. He had been used to the benefits of authority at the top. He would not feel comfortable with this fall in status. He would want to change this and elevate his status if possible. And to raise one's status in Heavenly Court, it could be hard or easy depending on the situation. The method was always the same. One had to make contributions. If I can control Qing Chou, it would help in hunting down Shadow Sect. I would be very important in Heavenly Court. I would be able to make contributions and raise my status and strength rapidly. I would no longer be in this awkward spot of being a newcomer. Ancestor Genesis Lotus had Karma Divine Tree, but this move was wood path after all. He might not have predicted today's situation. If he knew about the situation now, he would surely understand and acknowledge why I am doing this. Chun Yi made up his mind. After infiltrating Divine Bean Palace, he cooperated with it in suppressing Qing Chou, while trying to subdue this legendary immemorial soul beast. But just as he was still in the process of doing so, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals arrived and set up the Immortal Battlefield Killer Move Peach Blossom Maze. Once it was set up, Chun Yi immediately sensed it. They came after all. Chun Yi had a calm expression. He was not flustered. He had already expected Fang Clan's arrival. Go! Chan Yi stood within the palace, facing Ching Cho. He waved his sleeves and ordered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. In such a short time he had already subdued them. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine wanted to resist, but after knowing Chun Yi's cultivation level and identity, along with Chun Yi's control over Divine Bean Palace that suppressed their master, these two immediately defected and became Chun Yi's lackeys. Howl! Howl! The entrance of Divine Bean Palace opened. A large number of soul beasts charged out. Over at the other end, at Fong Clan's side, as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster and the second Supreme Elder, Fong Dichong was the leader of this expedition without doubt. He ordered as several Gu Immortals flew out of the 3 immortal Gu houses, converging towards the Divine Bean Palace at the center. This peach blossom maze is truly profound. In reality, this Divine Bean Palace should be hidden deep down below the desert. But after the peach blossom maze was set up, it became exposed here in entirety. Fong Yuan was still inside Inquiry Dock. His eyes were shining as he praised Peach Blossom Maze in his mind. Immortal battlefield killer moves could create an environment that benefited the user. The Peach Blossom Maze killer move was extremely amazing. It directly changed the terrain of the desert, forcing the hidden Divine Bean Palace to be exposed. Fong Yuan could not understand the mechanics behind this. He could only make some guesses. Fong Clan's 3 immortal Gu houses were concealed now. They were the cores that sustained the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. The Gu Immortals inside them were constantly expending immortal essence. This huge battlefield was filled with peach trees. At the center of this peach tree forest, there was a majestic immortal Gu house, Divine Bean Palace. At this moment, Divine Bean Palace's entrance opened. A larger number of soul beasts emerged. Countless desolate level and ancient desolate level soul beasts, along with 3 immemorial soul beasts. These 3 immemorial soul beasts were naturally the ones that Fong Enlai and Fong Yuan had fought before. The winged black python, bull-body leopard tail, and single-eyed giant. Meanwhile, Fong Clan had 6 Gu Immortals, 2 rank 6, 4 rank 7, Fong Lung, Fong Yun and Fong Chan were included, while 3rd Supreme Elder Fong Huasheng was the person in charge. When the soul beasts came out of Divine Bean Palace, they did not charge at Fong Clan. Instead, they surrounded Divine Bean Palace and stood quietly in a circular formation, encircling it. Boom, boom, boom. When both sides fought, Fong Clan's Gu Immortals were deeply shocked. The attacks that they unleashed on the Soul Beast army had great power. But when the commotion ended, these soul beasts suffered little injuries, and their injuries were even healing rapidly. What is happening? These soul beasts seem to be in a peculiar formation. Their locations are specially arranged. While feeling suspicion, Chan Yi suddenly shouted in Divine Bean Palace. The entire place shined in green light, while also emerging from the deepest part of these soul beasts. Crack, crack. With a series of crisp sounds, these green lights formed into wooden armor that attached to these soul beasts, shielding them from head to toe. Fong Yuan did not understand, but within Inquiry Dock, Fong Dichang's expression changed as he exclaimed, "This is Divine Bean Palace's immortal killer move, Green Armor Vegetable Garden." Green Armor Vegetable Garden? Fong Yuan asked. Fong Dichang looked at him and smiled bitterly. This is all the information Fong Clan has. We merely know the name and appearance. We do not know its exact effect. Fong Yuan showed deep interest in his eyes. He looked at the battlefield. This move has to do with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It must not be simple. Let's probe it first. Fong Dichang nodded. Indeed, Fong Clan continued to send out immortal killer moves that landed on the Soul Beast army. The scene was like a field of colorful fireworks. Light shined on the Fong Clan Gu Immortals' faces, but they had ugly expressions. Even though there are some soul beasts killed, there is little effect overall. Their green armor can actually be linked together and split the damage evenly. That is amazing. The 6 Gu Immortals from Fong Clan could not make an impact. At this time, a purple-clothed female immortal flew out of Immortal Gu House chicken dog coop. "Let me try," she shouted as she used the immortal killer move that she had already prepared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At once, Poisonous clouds appeared in the sky. The huge poisonous clouds casted their shadows downwards and shrouded Divine Bean Palace as well as the soul beasts. Within the clouds, countless sparrows flew out like arrows, moving rapidly and agilely. They were formed from the Immortal Killer move. Tens of millions of sparrows flew into the soul beast army. It was a chaotic mess. But soon, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals developed grim expressions. The killer move had quite a grand entrance, but its effect was low. Even Fang Ji's poisonous cloud arrow sparrow is useless. Poison path does not have an effect. It seems this green armor vegetable garden has no weaknesses. Within Inquiry Dock, Fang Dichong frowned tightly. He turned his head towards Fang Yuan. I wonder if friend Swan Bujin has any ideas? Fang Yuan shook his head. I cannot find any weaknesses either. But in my humble opinion, this Divine Bean Palace is acting differently from before. It is much more reactive now. Green armor vegetable garden is one aspect, but these soul beasts are also moving in sync and cooperating. They are defending Divine Bean Palace perfectly. The difference is too great now. Fang Dichong nodded. He knew that Fang Enlei and Fang Yuan had fought against Divine Bean Palace earlier. It could only charge around earlier and could not use killer moves like a brute. But now, this Divine Bean Palace was unmoving like a mountain. It was like a general in the battlefield, defending its formation and making Fang Clan unable to advance. The difference in performance was huge. The reason behind it was worrying Fang Dichong. I set up Peach Blossom Maze, but Divine Bean Palace has not reacted to it. It is merely defending. Is it unable to move? Or is it stalling for time? Fang Dichong was worried about the final possibility. If they were stalling, there had to be a reason. Because of this, Fang Dichong made up his mind and told the Fang Clan Gu Immortals who were fighting, "Come back. We will use Peach Blossom Maze to attack." Peach Blossom Maze was an immortal battlefield killer move. It could trap rank 8 Gu Immortals. It was not simple at all. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals returned to the immortal Gu houses as Peach Blossom Maze started to grow. The empty branches started to bud as green color spread. In the blink of an eye, a lush forest had appeared. An intense wind started to blow. There was rustling among the trees. Jade light waves started to develop. These waves crashed towards Divine Bean Palace. The Soul Beast army was forced to retreat. The desolate and ancient desolate level soul beasts at the periphery were all sent flying by the jade light waves. Peach Blossom Maze suddenly changed as it became extremely offensive. The soul beast army could not resist it. These soul beasts were roaring, but the jade light waves could not resist it by these individual beasts. Chani frowned within Divine Bean Palace. This Peach Blossom Maze is quite something. At this moment, he was still suppressing Ching Cho. He could not free himself to control Divine Bean Palace personally. Divine Bean Palace burst out with profound light, enveloping all of the remaining soul beasts. These lights enveloped most of the soul beasts and gathered them into the bodies of the 3 immemorial soul beasts. The 3 immemorial soul beasts seemed to have gotten a huge boost. Their bodies expanded. They became gigantic monsters. The 3 monsters were like mountains that blocked the jade light waves entirely. Peach Blossom Maze transformed again. The jade light waves faded as the greenery condensed into a red halo. Next, countless red halos emerged like stars in the night sky. They were blooming peach blossoms. The peach blossoms were extremely vibrant. Due to the intense winds, countless petals were flying around. The petals slowly gathered as they formed into human figures in the sky. This killer move is called Flowery Wind Warriors. Friend, I would like to trouble you to control a part of them, Fang Dichong said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. After getting the authorization, he could also control the human-shaped flowers. As for the quantity, at Fang Yuan's first attempt, he controlled 12 Flowery Wind Warriors. Oh! Fang Yuan's eyes shined with surprise. Every Flowery Wind Warrior can be instilled with a killer move that would be unleashed upon self-detonating them when ready. You are very perceptive. This is the use of Flowery Wind Warriors. Fang Dichong smiled as he said. Fang Yuan tried to use Immortal Killer move Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immediately, he controlled a Flowery Wind Warrior as it flew towards the top of Divine Bean Palace, self-detonating by itself. After detonating, Waves of thought rocks crashed towards the ground. Divine Bean Palace did not move, but the three immemorial soul beasts were ignited with the flames of thoughts as their bodies shook. Fong Yuan's eyes shined. He praised in amazement. The killer moves are unleashed almost as quickly as by ourselves. It not only fixes an immortal goo house's weakness, it allows us to use the advantage of numbers without fear of expenditure. Many tactics need to be done carefully, but this move allows us to act rashly without consequences. While he said that, Fong Yuan moved a flowery wind warrior and rushed down, arriving at an immemorial soul beast. Immortal killer move 180 slaves. Once he used this move, the immemorial soul beast's body froze. It was attacked by a formless force. At the same time, another 3 flowery wind warriors descended, self-detonating into 3 immortal killer moves that blasted it into oblivion. But at the next moment, Divine Bean Palace flashed with green light. The immemorial soul beast that was injured rapidly healed as its injuries were not heavy to begin with. Difficult fight. Even with a unique move like Flowery Wind Warriors, Divine Bean Palace was too sturdy and firm in defense. The 3 immemorial soul beasts were like tough shields. Regardless of their attacks, the fortress was unmovable and did not shake. Fong Yuan had a lot of methods and used. He did not use his true trump cards. But Fong Clan's Gu Immortals did not do anything significant either. The situation went into another deadlock. Fong Di Chang's brows were furrowed. Peach Blossom Maze only had 3 variations. They had already used the second move, but there was no change in the situation. Divine Bean Palace's defense was too strong. Right when Fong Di Chang was about to use the third move, Fong Yuan made his move. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. 3 flowery wind warriors exploded. Fong Yuan had instilled enslavement path killer move 180 slaves into all of them. All 3 moves exploded and landed on the winged black python immemorial soul beast. This immemorial soul beast was stiff like a statue. After a while, Fong Yuan shouted and it broke free from the enemy's control. It had been enslaved by Fong Yuan. The second immemorial soul beast was obtained. At once, both the enemy leader Chen Yi as well as Fong Dichang were shocked. Divine Bean Palace was supporting these immemorial soul beasts with green armor. They had strong defenses and could heal instantly. It was hard for Fong Clan to advance. But Fong Yuan ignored all these and directly took away the immemorial soul beast's control. Friend, you have an amazing method, so enslavement path is the weakness of green armor vegetable garden. I hope you can continue to use the move. Fong Di Chang changed his tone after pausing. We will definitely compensate you heavily. Chan Yi snorted coldly. He actually made use of this weakness. It is a pity that they are not the Divine Bean soldiers produced in Divine Bean Palace. We can only use the Soul Beast army for now. If I was using the Divine Bean soldiers, how could they enslave it so easily? Inside Inquiry Dock, Fong Yuan smiled bitterly. I was just lucky. Earlier, I already used it to suppress 1 immemorial soul beast. This is the second one. I have reached my limits. To use it again, there will be a huge price to pay. I wonder, what compensation is Second Supreme Elder referring to? Fong Di Chang's eyes drooped. He tried to conceal the sharp light in his eyes as he became furious. This Swanbu Jin dares to extort me the moment he gets a chance. Pay a huge price? He means that he can use it again, but that will depend on the compensation that we give him. We have an alliance agreement. He cannot lie on this matter. But to think that we would be extorted by an outsider because our Fong clan lacks a strong enslavement path expert. Even though Fong Di Chang was furious, Divine Bean Palace was right in front of them. This was their goal for generations. They could not fail. And Fong Yuan's enslavement method was the best way to break the stalemate after all. Fong Di Chang smiled. What compensation do you want, friend? As long as you tell me, we will do our best to fulfill it. Fong Yuan asked for what compensation he would get. But Fong Di Chang flipped the question back at him. Fong Yuan laughed. Lord Fong is very straightforward. I am not greedy. I only want 1 rank 7 immortal goo. Fong Yuan said this as he slowed down. His gaze flickered like he was embarrassed. Rank 7 immortal goo. Fong Di Chang's heart jumped. He got more angry, but his expression became sincere-looking as he smiled. With your ability to suppress all the immemorial soul beasts, the contribution is enough for a rank 7 immortal goo. If my clan can obtain Divine Bean Palace in the end, we will promise you another rank 7 immortal goo. Fong Di-chong not only agreed to Fong Yuan's request, he even added in more temptation. I am ashamed. Fong Yuan sighed deeply. I need to get this rank 7 immortal goo now, otherwise, I cannot make up my mind to pay that huge price and subdue the remaining immemorial soul beast. How can you be so impatient? You don't trust my Fong clan? A Fong clan goo immortal could not control himself, he shouted loudly. Fong Yuan cupped his fists. Everyone, the price that I have to pay is too huge. My foundation will be heavily damaged. I can only make up my mind after getting the rank 7 immortal goo. Fine, my inquiry doc has a method to communicate with the outside world. I will send over a rank 7 immortal goo from our headquarters. This is our rank 7 treasury. Pick one. Fong Di-chong said as an information path goo worm flew out of his sleeve. It was a rank 7 information path immortal goo. It was rare to see such immortal goo, Fong Yuan thought. It is hard for me to acquire information. An information path immortal goo can help me gather information and find out many secrets. During rebirth, my past life's memories were tampered by heaven's will. There are traps in them. I cannot rely on these memories. During this period, I have been using shadow sex inheritance for information, but these things would become obsolete over time. This rank 7 information path immortal goo is quite useful for me. Fong Yuan received the information path immortal goo and inspected it. There were 6 rank 7 immortal goo listed in it. Fong clan has such deep foundations. They definitely have more than 6 rank 7 immortal goo. Fong Di-chong just hid those that he did not want me to take. Just these 6 immortal goo made Fong Yuan feel dazzled. He was interested in each of these immortal goo, because he had shadow sex true inheritance. Any immortal goo could be put to good use in his hands. But soon, when Fong Yuan saw one of the immortal goo, his heart shook. He made up his mind and chose it. Rank 7 Great Thief Goo? Fong Di-chong heard Fong Yuan's choice and was quite surprised. This was a Theft Path Immortal Goo, but Swan Bujin was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Fong Yuan did not explain, he did not need to. Fong Di-chong displayed these rank 7 Immortal Goo. It meant that they were disposable to him. In the current situation, Fong clan was in a rush for time, not Fong Yuan. If they wanted to stall for time and not give him the goo, Fong Yuan would just do nothing. Or, is he afraid I will use this chance to stall him, so he purposely gave me a random answer? When I reject him, he will give it up immediately. Fong Di-chong guessed, Wisdom Path Goo Immortals simply had too many thoughts in their minds. Friend, you really want this immortal goo? Fong Di-chong confirmed again. Fong Yuan hesitated before answering, yes, this goo. Fong Di-chong nodded. All right, I will accept this request. Saying so, he used a killer move and retrieved this rank 7 immortal goo from Fong clan's headquarters, transporting it into Inquiry Dock. The process was very fast. Fong Yuan soon obtained this great thief goo. With Fong Di-chang's help, he easily refined it. This great thief immortal goo was like a beetle with a flat head and long horn. It was the size of an adult. Its black exoskeleton had a metallic luster, giving off a tough feeling. Fong Yuan obtained this immortal goo and felt secretly excited. My gains are simply too great. I am a Theft Path Great Grandmaster now. I lack Theft Path Immortal Goo. To think that it would come to me now, this great thief Immortal Goo came at such great timing. Not only can it display my superiority in Theft Path, I can even start making use of ghostly concealment now. Fong Yuan had the Theft Path attainment level. It was very easy to create Theft Path Immortal Killer moves. And the most important one was ghostly concealment. This immortal killer move was created by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable himself. It was a rank 9 killer move with incredible power. But all along, it had been relatively useless to Fong Yuan. Why? Even though it could protect Fong Yuan from the detection of ghosts and soul beasts, whenever he tried to use an immortal killer move, he would be exposed. Nobody could see a firecracker buried underground. But when it is ignited and explodes, people would sense it. Furthermore, ghostly concealment had been interfering with Ghost Soldier Garment, weakening it and limiting its effect. Ghostly concealment did not expend immortal essence, it operated on its own. That was the ability of a Theft Path Supreme Grandmaster. Only Supreme Grandmasters could surpass the limits and restrictions of this world to a certain extent. Fong Yuan was a Theft Path Great Grandmaster, but he could not activate ghostly concealment himself. Even though he had a deeper understanding of it now, he still had many questions. But these questions could not stop him from making use of the active ghostly concealment. As for the way to use ghostly concealment, this rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo was the key to solving the problem. As long as I add in some mortal goo and spend some time, I will be able to draw out and use a portion of ghostly concealment's power. Bright light flashed across Fong Yuan's eyes. But now, I need to get rid of the immemorial soul beasts. Fong Clan's patience is dwindling. Fong Yuan wanted to establish a relationship with Fong Clan in order to develop in Green Ghost Desert. He did not want to become enemies with them. Thus, within the sovereign immortal aperture, he killed the 2 immemorial soul beasts that he had just subdued. These 2 immemorial soul beasts were hard to kill, but Fong Yuan had control over them. Not only would they not resist him, they would cooperate with him in their suicide. After dying, Fong Yuan obtained 2 huge soul cores. Rank 8 Immortal Materials, Immemorial Soul Cores. This was very rare. If he was not in this situation, Fong Yuan would not have killed the 2 immemorial soul beasts. But there was no choice. 180 slaves relied on a huge number of soul beasts to work. Fong Yuan had a vast number of soul beasts, including desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, but they could only help Fong Yuan control 2 immemorial desolate beasts. That was the limit. Now that Fong Yuan wanted to control more immemorial soul beasts, it was impossible. He had no choice but to kill these 2 immemorial soul beasts. This was the huge price that Fong Yuan had mentioned to Fong Dichong. He was not lying, it was the truth. Killing 2 rank 8 battle strength existences. Was it not a huge price? However, after doing this, Fong Yuan used attitude goo and made himself shake as his face turned pale. Blood started flowing out of his mouth and nose. It seems that Swan Bujin was not lying. The method has a huge price to pay. At once, the Fong Clan Gu immortals who saw this felt better psychologically. Even though this is not good, the situation is very urgent, friend. I hope you can do your best. Fong Dichong urged. Of course I will do my best. Fong Yuan shouted, seemingly gathering his focus as he used 180 slaves on the flowery wind warriors again. After 3 tries, Fong Yuan succeeded in subduing the bull-body leopard-tail immemorial soul beast like what he did before. Guh. Fong Yuan opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. His body could not stand firm. His face was pale as paper, devoid of any color. He almost fainted on the spot. Swan Bujin, be careful. Mind your health. We still need your help for the final immemorial soul beast. How are your injuries? I can heal you. Fong Clan's immortals spoke one after another. Don't worry, don't worry. Fong Yuan waved his hand. There was nothing to be worried about. He was acting. Fong Clan's Gu immortals heard his words as their anger dissipated. Next, Fong Yuan tried again and subdued the final immemorial soul beast. The truth was, he needed to thank Flowery Wind Warriors. If not for its ability to store killer moves and use multiple of them at once, how could Fong Yuan obtain the immemorial soul beasts? Thanks to Fong Yuan's skillful actions, the 2 final immemorial soul beasts guarding Divine Bean Palace were taken away and enslaved. The sovereign immortal aperture lost 2 immemorial soul beasts, but 2 more came in. One had a bull body and leopard tail, while the other was a one-eyed giant. This Swan Bujin is truly a wisdom path Gu immortal. Our Fong clan has been plotting for generations, but now, this outsider has gained huge benefits while we have yet to obtain Divine Bean Palace. Not only did he get a rank 7 immortal goo from us, he even subdued 2 immemorial soul beasts, obtaining rank 8 battle strength. Fong Clan's Gu immortals had varying expressions. Fong Yuan's gains were too huge. Even the 3rd Supreme Elder Fong Huaxing felt a little envious, not to mention the rest of the Gu immortals. But this was normal mentality. Fong Clan put in the most effort, but now, Fong Yuan the outsider had the biggest gains, while Fong Clan continued to invest in this. It was no wonder that Fong Clan's Gu immortals felt envious towards him. This Swan Bujin is very capable. He had a method to subdue immemorial soul beasts. But it is not a surprise, he was able to roam Green Ghost Desert and gather a soul beast army after all. But why does he want Great Thief Immortal Gu? Does he have a theft path inheritance? This Great Thief Immortal Gu is one of the core Immortal Gu of Theft Path. It was created by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally. An ancestor of Fong Clan had obtained it from a lone immortal by chance. Humph! How can our Fong Clan's Immortal Gu be so easy to obtain? How can we stop until we work this Swan Bu Jin to the bones? Fong Clan's second supreme elder Fong Dichong thought. He was about to speak but saw that after subduing the two immemorial soul beasts, Fong Yuan shut his eyes and sat down, pretending that he was gravely injured and needed to attend to his injuries. Friend Swan Bu Jin, Fong Dichong called out. Fong Yuan was silent. Friend Swan Bu Jin, how are your injuries? Fong Dichang's eyes shined with cold light. Fong Yuan was silent. It seems that you are gravely injured. Why don't I help to heal you? Fong Dichong continued to pursue. Fong Yuan opened his eyes at this point, speaking in a hoarse and fatigued voice. No need to worry, friend. I am fine. I can suppress these two immemorial soul beasts. The important thing now is to take down Divine Bean Palace. This Divine Bean Palace has transformed drastically. It is stalling for time now. There must be a good reason. If you allow time to be wasted, something might happen. Since it is trapped in our peach blossom maze, what could possibly happen? A Fong Clan Gu immortal snorted in disdain. Fong Dichang's eyes shone with cold light as he gazed at Fong Yuan. But Fong Yuan gradually closed his eyes. This Swan Bujin is so shameless. I wanted to get him to attack Divine Bean Palace and probe for danger, but he actually acted like this. It is a pity that the alliance agreement did not give me the right to command him. The big picture is more important now. This Divine Bean Palace has been our goal for generations. We cannot lose it. Even as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fong Dichong had to ignore him for now. He continued to give orders as the three immortal Gu houses expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Countless flower petals flew out like a storm. Within the rain of flowers, a large number of flowery wind warriors formed, controlled by Fong Clan's Gu immortals as they attacked Divine Bean Palace. Go and prove your loyalty now. Within Divine Bean Palace, Chun-Yi had a cold expression as he commanded Eagle Concubine and Old Ghost by June. The two looked at each other with great worry and difficulty. Eagle Concubine said grimly, "With our strength, going out to fight will kill us. Please reconsider it, Lord Chun-Yi." Chun-Yi chuckled with a cold gaze. "If you defy my orders, you will die now. If you go out, I will reinforce you. There is a hope of survival. As long as I subdue this legendary immemorial soul beast in time, I will reward you. You know who I am, I will not lie. Make your decision in 3 breaths of time." Chun-Yi was very forceful. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine had to obey his orders and go out of Divine Bean Palace, facing the flowery wind warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides fought near Divine Bean Palace heatedly. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were rank 7 Gu immortals. They were smarter than immemorial soul beasts. Especially when they were experienced demonic cultivators, they had been pursued by righteous path members before and were very skilled at preserving their lives. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were suppressed, but they were very resilient. They managed to restrain these flowery wind warriors. However, as time passed, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine got more injured as the situation became dangerous. Chan-Yi was multitasking, reinforcing Divine Bean Palace while suppressing Ching Cho, and also observing the battle, he praised internally. This move is amazing. It can store multiple immortal killer moves, allowing the immortal Gu house to utilize countless methods, becoming as flexible as an ancient battle formation. It is not simple. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand as Divine Bean Palace shook. 2 rays of profound light landed on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The profound lights moved quickly and entered both of their bodies. The two of them were shocked. They inspected their bodies but did not find anything peculiar. At this time, Fang clan attacked again. They had no time to check, they had to fight again. But during the fight, something different happened. Whenever they got injured, profound light would shine on their bodies. The damage would be shifted away from them. This is Divine Bean Palace's method. Immortal Killer Move Graft Wood. It allows all of the attacks you receive to be taken by Divine Bean Palace instead. At this time, Chun Yi's voice resounded in their heads. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were joyful and surprised. Joyful that they still had value and were not cannon fodder for Chen Yi. Now that he helped them, they could last much longer. Surprised that Chen Yi had already gained control of Divine Bean Palace to use a second move after arriving here for such a short time. It seemed like Divine Bean Palace was already falling into his hands. Fang Dichang soon sensed this change. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were safe and sound regardless of any killer moves that hit them. Profound light would flash on their bodies. What move is this? It is so mysterious. Not just attacks, even time path and space path supplementary killer moves cannot affect them. Fang Dichang gradually developed a heavy mood. He ordered Fang Clan's Gu Immortals. Go use a killer move to heal them. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals were stunned. How could they help their enemies? But Fang Dichang had high reputation. Nobody questioned him. They quickly got to work. Healing methods landed on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine but had no effect. Oh? It seems that there is a capable person in charge of Fang Clan. Chen Yi's eyes flashed brightly. He could tell that Fang Dichang was probing the effect of graft wood. Even healing killer moves are useless. Fang Dichang soon used his method to make deductions before ordering. Ignore them. Target Divine Bean Palace instead. The Immortals acted as commanded. Flowery Wind Warriors self-detonated as a large number of killer moves with varying effects, either in power or specialty, landed on Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was shaking from the impact, but its core was untouched. Only a large number of mortal goo were destroyed. Chun Yi nodded to himself. Fang Dichang's tactic was very wise. He had deduced the relationship of Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Divine Bean Palace. The two Gu Immortals might dodge or defend against any attacks on them, but Divine Bean Palace could not. It was only passively receiving hits. And Fang Clan's killer moves were unleashed via Flowery Wind Warriors. The effect was amplified by Peach Blossom Maze itself. If that was not the case, Divine Bean Palace would not have been affected. Channy frowned slightly. He could only influence Divine Bean Palace now. He did not have control yet. In some ways, he could not even compare to Ching Cho. Ching Cho could influence Divine Bean Palace and manipulate this immortal goo house to fly around. But this authority was currently in Ching Cho's hands. Chun Yi could not make it move, therefore it remained stationary. Chun Yi could kill Ching Cho and take away this authority. He would be able to make Divine Bean Palace fly in that case. But this way, Ching Cho would die. Chun Yi's own plans would be greatly disrupted. Therefore, Chun Yi was trying to get Ching Cho to surrender now. If he succeeded, not only would he gain Ching Cho's help, he could also make Divine Bean Palace fly away. He would not be in a passive state. Fang Clan changed its tactic and gained the upper hand. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine became ignored. These two had their own objectives too. They were forced out by Chen Yi to begin with. Now that Fang Clan ignored them, they were happy with that. They reserved strength and did not go all out to interfere with their actions. Divine Bean Palace took the attacks of Fang Clan for several minutes, before Chun Yi's brows suddenly relaxed. After some time, he gained deeper control of Divine Bean Palace. He could use another method now. Too bad it isn't a defensive method, but if I use this, it can change the situation too. Chen Yi thought. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Life Spring Lightning. At the next moment, Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. Countless sparks that resembled dragons or snakes coiled around the palace. Lightning gathered into beads of jade-green lightning balls as they exploded around the palace. Rumble. After a series of explosions, only a few Flowery Wind Warriors escaped. The rest were destroyed. This killer move. Fang Dichang's gaze concentrated as his expression turned grim for the first time. This spring lightning did not just destroy the flowery wind warriors. It also landed on the ground and destroyed countless peach trees. These peach trees were formed from immortal battlefield killer move peach blossom maize. Normally speaking, they could regenerate rapidly. But the places where these spring lightning balls exploded turned into jade-green grasslands. Pine trees grew and took the place of the peach trees, becoming deeply rooted. Every spring lightning ball created one pine tree. Gradually, a sparse forest was created. Even though this tiny forest could not compare to peach blossom maize, it was like a rocky reef by the sea, adamantly resisting the regeneration of the peach blossom maize. What an amazing killer move! Life and death is interlinked, destruction and creation are gathered into one move. Peach blossom maize is the trump card of our Fang clan. It was actually resisted by this move. If this goes on, the entire battlefield killer move will break apart. Fang Dichang was secretly shocked. Once the battlefield killer move was broken, all three immortal Gu houses would suffer backlash. They would receive huge damage. Fang Dichang was originally confident in Peach Blossom Maize's power, but now, he saw a chance of it getting broken. Worthy of the rank 8 immortal Gu house Divine Bean Palace. Fang Dichang sighed deeply. His determination to obtain the immortal Gu house became firmer. The stronger Divine Bean Palace was, the greater the fighting spirit of the Fang clan Gu immortals. We will use the third variation. Fang Dichang changed his mind as he ordered. Fang clan's Gu immortals obeyed. The remaining flowery wind warriors self-detonated. The entire peach forest had falling petals that disintegrated into nothingness. The green leaves wilted and became yellow. The branches became barren once more. But different from before, peaches started to grow at the tip of these branches. When myriad life spring lightning landed on these peach forests, most of the energy was absorbed by the forest and turned into nutrients that nurtured all these peaches. Oh, this variation move. Chan Yi's eyes shined. Myriad life spring lightning's attack quickly became slower. Very soon he noticed something. This third variation move of Peach Blossom Maize stored most of the power inside Myriad Life Spring Lightning and prevented it from unleashing its might. Even though it could not resolve the issue, Myriad Life Spring Lightning could not display its effect immediately either. It was a stalling method, but in this situation it was effective. Because the forest was huge, it was hard to reach its maximum capacity, especially when Chen Yi was busy and could not focus on retaliating. After using this move, Fang Clan's plan was to stall and reduce the effects of Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Chen Yi could influence Divine Bean Palace to use 3 methods. They were Green Armor Vegetable Garden, Graftwood, and Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Now, these 3 moves had all been countered by Fang Clan. Chen Yi could not do anything. Oh no! Qing Chou is still resisting. I need to increase my influence and use the 4th method in Divine Bean Palace, but that needs a lot of time. Fang Clan will definitely increase their firepower. They will not give me the chance. Chen Yi's heart tightened. He felt a bit anxious now. He was multitasking now, subduing Qing Chou while controlling Divine Bean Palace and facing the attacks of Fang Clan. He was within Divine Bean Palace now and could not freely attack. Most of his methods conflicted with this rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Thus, all of his abilities were practically sealed. Fang Clan made use of the opportunity indeed. At this point, the Peach Blossom Maze could no longer summon flowery wind warriors. To play safe, Fang Dichang did not send Fang Clan's Gu Immortals to fight. He directly used the 3 Immortal Gu houses to attack Divine Bean Palace from 3 directions. Boom, boom, boom. 3 Immortal Gu houses were floating in the air, sending attacks towards Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. Mortal Gu were continuously destroyed. Soon, even Immortal Gu were damaged. At this point, Fang Dichang had gone all out. The 3 Immortal Gu houses in Peach Blossom Maze attacked without holding back. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were pale with fright. They did not dare to resist. Chen Yi knew about their mentality and summoned these 2 back into Divine Bean Palace again. The 2 of them could not resist the attacks of the Immortal Gu houses with their bare bodies. It was pointless to sacrifice them now. They would be useful later when Divine Bean Palace was broken into. When the Fang Clan Gu Immortals arrive, they could stall them for a moment. Time. Chen Yi needed time now. If he had enough time, he could control Divine Bean Palace and subdue Qing Chou. turning the situation around. If this was an ordinary opponent, they might fall into Chun Yi's trap, but he was facing the Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fang Dichong. He had deduced Chun Yi's plan and attacked fiercely. Chan Yi sighed bitterly in his mind. Even though he resisted for so long, Fang clan's leader was very perceptive. His plan could not continue. But even in this situation, this Heavenly Lotus Sect First Supreme Elder did not become dejected. He continued with his plan. Because he had one method left. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, Chun Yi's eyes widened as he burst out with an overwhelming aura. Green smoke appeared from his head and shoulders. The green smoke rose above Chun Yi's head and formed into a huge Karma Divine Tree. Once this tree appeared, the entire Divine Being Palace started trembling, like it was welcoming Chun Yi's presence. At the same time, Chun Yi's influence in Divine Being Palace grew rapidly. The pressure he emitted on Qingqiu also became denser. Qingqiu had a bad feeling. It raised its head, but that Karma Divine Tree had a threatening aura, especially when a huge bad effect fruit had ripened within its lush leaves. This bad effect fruit had covered by dark smoke that slowly turned into Qingqiu's appearance. Qingqiu was created with a trace of Karma Divine Tree's power. It had a feeling when it saw this. Once this bad effect fruit's smoke stops moving and turns into its appearance entirely, it would be completely subdued by Chen Yi without any way of retaliating. How could it allow that to happen? How could it? Roar! Qingqiu roared furiously. Its head that was suppressed on the ground with barely any strength rose up now. Its four limbs supported its heavy body. The scales on its neck protruded. Its human hair was dancing in the air. Its eyes were bloodshot and stared at Chan Yi furiously. Its mouth opened and its tongue broke. Its roar was like an impending tsunami. Incredible! As expected of a legendary soul beast. This Qingqiu had been preserving strength all along earlier. Now that I used Karma Divine Tree, it has no choice but to retaliate. Chen Yi was shocked. This Qingqiu actually had the strength to scheme and try to turn the situation around. Chun Yi quickly suppressed it. Qingqiu's body immediately shook. Its limbs bent. Its tortoise shell had just lifted off the ground, but it sank rapidly again. But next, countless goo worm auras emerged from its body. It used an immortal killer move. It was formed from the remnant souls of humans. It could cultivate and use immortal killer moves. Earlier against Fang Yuan, it had lost its reasoning. It was in a state of madness. It did not use any battle tactics. But against Chen Yi, it was logical and used the most appropriate method. Qingqiu resisted. Chen Yi breathed in deeply. His face turned green as he gritted his teeth. His upper body was shaking as he exerted himself to use Karma Divine Tree. The Karma Divine Tree above his head became larger by 30%. Qingqiu felt a deep pressure. It growled and used its second immortal killer move, continuing to fight. Like this, both sides continued to increase the use of their methods. They were still in a deadlock, while their excessive strength had all been utilized. You want to enslave me? You are dreaming. Qingqiu breathed in deeply, using all its strength to unleash the final move. Rank 8 Soul Beast Token was the core of the move as an intense light spread out. This move's name was unknown. The ripples of light penetrated Divine Being Palace, through Peach Blossom Maze, and into the entire Green Ghost Desert. The light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it spread around the whole of Green Ghost Desert. The whole of Green Ghost Desert turned silent before the ground started to shake. Next, Soul Path Dao marks burst out and manifested. Countless marks lit up the entirety of Green Ghost Desert. Roar, roar, roar. Next, all the soul beasts felt a summoning as they went to reinforce Qingqiu. The expressions of Fang Clan's Goo Immortals changed. Oh no, what is this move? The whole of Green Ghost Desert was affected. Green Ghost Desert has an uncountable number of soul beasts, but this move actually made all of them respond. Peach Blossom Maze is a battlefield killer move. It should isolate it from the outside world, but this move could not be blocked. At once, Fang Clan's morale plummeted. Everyone was worried. I know! Fang Dichong expended his own lifespan to make the swift deduction. Soon, he opened his eyes. The immemorial soul beast inside Divine Being Palace was formed from the remnant souls of Qing clan in the past. It is not simple. It has human wisdom. It is a legendary immemorial soul beast. And this green ghost desert was created after spectral soul demon Venerable slaughtered the entirety of Qing clan. The soul path Dao marks left behind created this environment. If we see Green Ghost Desert as an incomplete battlefield killer move, this legendary immemorial soul beast is the owner of this move. It is using a method now to activate all the Dao marks in Green Ghost Desert, creating this terrifying move. Countless soul beasts are going to attack us. Peach Blossom Maze will be corroded by these soul path Dao marks and eventually collapse. Fong Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster indeed. He found the truth after some deductions. He immediately ordered everyone to attack. They could not hold back anymore. Fong clan was racing against time. Fong clan needed to break into Divine Being Palace and kill Qing Cho to resolve this move and obtain victory. Chen Yi needed to resist Fong clan while suppressing Qing Cho and gaining control of Divine Being Palace. He was also fighting against time. Qing Cho did not want to be enslaved. It resisted, but its most powerful move used Soul Beast Token Immortal Goo as the core. The effect was not immediate. At once, all three sides fell into a deadlock. Any side could win or fail. This battle involving Divine Being Palace was at its climax. Who would emerge victorious? Boom! With a loud explosion, Divine Being Palace's entrance was finally smashed apart. Charge! Opportunity flashed as Fong Dichang shouted uncontrollably. Multiple Fong clan rank 7 experts entered. Once they went in, they were slightly stunned. Chen Yi, Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Qing Cho were undoubtedly present. There was no doubt that relationship between these four was quite complex. Especially Chen Yi, he was emanating rank 8 aura, it was shocking. Chen Yi laughed. He looked at the Fong clan immortals in disdain. You are here to die. Fong Dichang stayed behind them and easily exposed Chen Yi's bluff. He snorted and ordered, "Kill! This person is multitasking. He cannot do anything against us." Fong clan's Gu immortals immediately charged. Eagle Concubine and Old Ghost by June had no choice but to block them. But Fong clan diverted more people to target Chen Yi. Of course they had to get rid of this rank 8 existence first. Take this. Even a rank 8 will die. Accept your death. With Fong Hua Shang at the lead, multiple Fong clan Gu immortals unleashed their strongest moves ever. Chen Yi stood on the spot, he could not move. All of the rank 7 killer moves landed on him. Boom, boom, boom. Fong clan's rank 7 Gu immortal experts unleashed their might and attacked Chen Yi. At once, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Piercing light shined in the whole of Divine Being Palace. Air currents moved rapidly, but Chen Yi remained standing, unmoving. He was covered in layers of shining light. They were thick and old, like old tree bark. Fong clan's Gu immortals attacked together, but the tree bark light blocked them all. They had no effect. What defensive method is this? Not only did the rank 7 Gu immortals take a deep breath of shock, even Fong Dichang's pupils shrunk. Not only is he a rank 8 Gu immortal, he is an expert among rank 8s. We'll attack again. Fong clan's Gu immortals were not dejected. Fong Huasheng shouted as he led an attack again. Boom, boom, boom. Fong clan's Gu immortals unleashed more attacks, but Chen Yi could not dodge or move away. He was hit by them all. After the explosions faded, his body was still covered by the tree bark light, and it was even thicker than before. Fong Dichang's gaze flickered. He finally recognized Chen Yi. So you are Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Chen Yi. No wonder you have such an incredible defensive method. Chen Yi, the first Supreme Elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects in Central Continent. Even though the Fong clan Gu immortals lived in Western Desert, they had some information about Gu immortals of other regions. When they heard Chen Yi's identity from Fong Dichang, their hearts sank. Pressure. A person's reputation created pressure. Just the title of Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder demoralized all of Fong clan's Gu immortals. Divine Being Palace originates from Ancestor Genesis Lotus. Your Fong clan wants to obtain it. You are simply disregarding Central Continent. Chun-Yi spoke casually. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortals looked at each other. They were stunned by his attitude. Humph, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left Divine Bean Palace in Western Desert. This means that it belongs to Western Desert. You are merely a descendant. How dare you distort your ancestors' decision? Fang Dichong snickered. He was very skilled at arguments as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. He would not lose in such a fight. Chani laughed. It is useless. My defensive killer move is called Thickening Wood Armor. The more you attack it, the tougher it becomes. It is weak when I first use it, but unless you destroy it in one hit, it will only become stronger. Chani said he seemed to be exposing his move, but he was using words to reduce the fighting spirit of his enemies. Right at this time, a change occurred. An old and hoarse voice resounded. Then let this old man try. As he said this, a rank 7 Gu immortal took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Chani. His appearance rapidly changed, from a young rank 7 Gu immortal into a muscular old man with white beard and hair. This old man had bulging muscles that resembled rocks. He raised his huge fist that aimed at Chun-Yi's face. This fist quickly filled Chun-Yi's vision. Before it landed, Chun-Yi's heart was already pounding. He felt an immeasurable amount of strength path Dao marks slamming towards him. Chun-Yi's expression changed. He could not dodge this move, he had to take it. The fist landed on Chun-Yi's face. Chun-Yi instantly felt that a terrifying force crashed into his face like a colliding mountain. At once, he was sent flying like a cannonball with a loud sound. He crashed into Divine Bean Palace's walls. He did not fall to the ground, he was fixed onto the wall. Puff! Chun-Yi's 7 orifices were bleeding. His head was almost smashed. His bones were definitely broken, but jade light soon shined on his body as he healed himself. As for his defensive killer move, it was smashed by this old man in one punch. Fang Gong, as the first Supreme Elder of Fang Clan, a rank 8 great expert, you actually used a sneak attack. How shameless are you? Chani shouted, his anger was spewing out like fire. He exposed this old man's identity immediately. He was Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fang Gong. This Fang Gong is indeed a strength path cultivator, among the rank 8 Gu immortals in the 5 regions. He is a rare one that cultivates strength path. This person concealed himself so deeply. He had been following us the entire time. Fang Clan is too determined this time. They even brought a rank 8 existence here. Earlier, the 2 rounds of attacks by the rank 7 Gu immortals were just a cover. They were setting up for Fang Gong's attack. This must be Fang Dichang's plan. Fang Yuan had been watching the battle, he was quite shocked. The Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, first Supreme Elder of Fang Clan, actually concealed his identity and used a sneak attack. This was more shameless than a government official stealing a chicken. If news spread, his righteous path reputation would be ruined. But precisely so, Fang Gong's sneak attack was extremely effective. The situation was turned around with Chani sent flying. The stalemate had been broken. Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong forced away Chen Yi. He had the upper hand now. Fang Clan could control the situation. Chani fell for the scheme and was forced back. His accumulated control over Divine Bean Palace had been lost by half. He felt horrible, because his objective was heavily interrupted. But he still had a chance, his injuries were not severe. Chun Yi's defensive method was broken, but he had the killer move graft would earlier to protect Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. He naturally used it on himself too. Thus, Chun Yi's injuries were sustained by Divine Bean Palace instead. Crack crack. Divine Bean Palace took the damage for Chan Yi. Cracks appeared on the walls of the palace. At the same time, the cracks spread to the roof and the tall pillars. Crack crack. Several large pillars shattered into piles of Gu worm corpses. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He thought, Fang Gong's attack must have taken all his effort. Even though that punch was very simple, it had actually concealed all of its aura. Therefore, after breaking Chun Yi's defense, the remaining force still caused such great damage to Divine Bean Palace. But Fang Yuan added in his mind, of course, this is because rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace did not use any defensive methods and was taking the hit normally, and because the attack was dealt internally, the damage was this great. Roar! As Divine Bean Palace's huge pillars collapsed, Qing Chao's roars also reverberated the area. Divine Bean Palace was heavily damaged. The suppression it felt also reduced. Qing Chou benefited from it. It raised its head and tried to hold up its body. It shattered the spears of light stabbing its body. It was about to rise up again. Noisy! Fang Gong frowned and leaped towards Qing Chou. Qing Chou roared and faced Fang Gong. Boom! Both sides collided. Qing Chou cried out in pain as its mountain-like body was sent flying by the ant-like Fang Gong. Fang Gong landed on the ground as he snorted, touching his fist as he jumped forward again. Qing Chou was a legendary immemorial soul beast, but it actually lost to Fang Gong in a physical brawl. Who is the immemorial desolate beast here? Fang Yuan was dazed. Qianyi frowned deeply, thinking, Fang Gong is very powerful. I cannot allow him to gain an advantage and obtain control over the situation. You have already attacked. Now it is time to face my move as well. Qianyi joined the battle, reinforcing Qing Chou. Fang Gong had been suppressing Qing Chou, but due to Qianyi's interference, that advantage vanished. If Qianyi worked together with Qing Chou, Fang Gong would not be able to match both of them, and because they had a common enemy they could work together now, although barely. Fang Gong cultivates strength path. His power is deeply embedded in his body. He has a huge advantage in this battlefield. As for me, I can only unleash 60% of my methods. Qianyi had a bitter and indescribable feeling. Divine Bean Palace was something all of them wanted. In this rank 8 battle, all of the people were suppressing their attacks and refused to use wide-ranged methods. The 3 rank 8 existences were fighting within Divine Bean Palace, while Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals had all left. Staying here was courting death after all. The difference between rank 7 and 8 was huge. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals attacked Qianyi and could not even penetrate his defenses. It was truly futile. Even though these Fang Clan Gu Immortals retreated, they did not return to the 3 immortal Gu houses. They fought in Peach Blossom Maze. On one hand, they were fighting Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. On the other hand, a large number of soul beasts had already entered Peach Blossom Maze. They needed to be dealt with. This is really bad. Fang Dichong had an ugly expression. Green Ghost Desert's Dao marks are penetrating in here. The Peach Blossom Maze battlefield has already been corroded. It cannot last much longer. Countless soul beasts are rushing in here. There are too many to kill. But First Supreme Elder is still fighting in there. Unable to finish matters, what should we do? Even as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fang Dichong was only rank 7. He could not solve the problem. And as time passed, Fang Dichang's analysis came true. Peach Blossom Maze got weaker and weaker. Loopholes started to appear in some areas. The desert outside could be seen. And the view was terrifying. Outside Peach Blossom Maze were countless soul beasts. They were all summoned by Soul Beast Token, gathered into a sea of them. Every moment, countless soul beasts entered Peach Blossom Maze. There was no way to kill them all. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine felt a fall in pressure. They worked together and did not dare to leave. They could only focus on protecting themselves. The crucial thing now is within Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He slowly stood up, having a clear understanding of the situation. Within Divine Bean Palace, 3 rank 8 existences were still fighting. Qing Chou was roaring. Fang Gong was solemn, while Qianyi was bitter. They all had ugly expressions, because even though they held themselves back, their attacks still affected Divine Bean Palace. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was about to break apart. If Divine Bean Palace gets destroyed, what would be the entire purpose of this fight? They only wanted Divine Bean Palace. And if this continued, this battle to fight for ownership of Divine Bean Palace was going to be the reason for its destruction. I can help your Fang clan obtain this immortal Gu house. At this moment, Fang Yuan spoke to Fang Dichong. Fang Dichong was stunned. Fang Yuan was Swan Bujin at the moment as a rank 7 Gu immortal. How could he resolve the problem? But Fang Dichong quickly reacted, smiling brightly. Go ahead and say your request, friend. What do you need in order to help us now? He was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster after all. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan had a plan, he had to try. and Fang Yuan said this on purpose to negotiate his compensation. Fang Yuan smiled too. This situation is urgent, we cannot talk slowly. But Divine Bean Palace is a rank 8 immortal goo house. If I help you obtain it, what sort of compensation can match my contribution? Fang Dichang did not hesitate. He bowed to Fang Yuan as he said earnestly, "Friend, I can guarantee on my reputation that Fang clan will give an appropriate compensation for your contribution. All right, then we will set an agreement, giving me a compensation worthy of my contribution." Fang Yuan clapped. Both sides made an agreement. "Please open inquiry doc. I will go out personally," Fang Yuan said again. Fang Dichang was surprised. He thought that Fang Yuan had found some weakness because he was a wisdom path goo immortal. But to think that he was going to act personally. So be it if he was making a move, but he wanted to leave Immortal Goo House inquiry doc. Once he left, the outside world would be very dangerous. Especially that Divine Bean Palace, 3 rank 8 existences were fighting in it. The difference between rank 7 and 8 was huge. There was a chance of dying if he got involved. Fang Dichang hesitated. "It is not safe outside. Why don't I use Peach Blossom Maze's variation move and summon flowery wind warriors for you to unleash your methods instead?" Fang Yuan laughed. "I need to use this method personally. Don't worry, I will not harm Fang clan's interests." Fang Dichang was not worried about this, be it the alliance agreement earlier or their new one, there were related rules. Once Fang Yuan did anything against the interest of Fang clan, he would be breaking the agreement. He would face a fierce backlash. But since Fang Yuan said this, Fang Dichang could not stop him. He opened inquiry doc. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, getting into Peach Blossom Maze. Fang Dichang did not blink. He was focusing on Fang Yuan's actions. He wanted to see what method Fang Yuan had to help Fang clan obtain Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace. At the next moment, Fang Dichang's eyes widened. Fang Yuan actually charged into Divine Bean Palace. Is he trying to die? At once, Fang clan's Goo Immortals could only think of this possibility. But Fang Yuan came prepared. Immortal Killer Move. Yama. He activated the Immortal Killer move that he had just created inside Inquiry Doc earlier. Once he used this move, the thin layer of silk clothing on the surface of his soul shined with a profound light. This profound light interacted with the soul coat, which was his Ghost Official Garment. Ghost Official Garment expanded rapidly, covering Fang Yuan's body and forming a huge imperial robe that was brown in color with pale green in it. The robe had wide sleeves and a jade belt on his waist. The left and right side of the robe was laced with golden threads that formed the images of ghostly monsters. He also wore a royal crown that had hanging beads at the front and back. Once this move was used, Fang Yuan's aura changed completely. He became eerie, dark, and unfathomable. What is this person doing here? Chun-Yi squinted as cold light flashed in his eyes. That rank 7 wisdom path Goo Immortal? Fang Gong recognized him, but did not understand why he was here. But both parties were cautious, they did not attack yet. Fang Gong was informed by Fang Dichang while Chun-Yi decided to observe the situation first. If he attacked now, Fang Gong might find a chance to attack him. Fang Yuan officially entered Divine Bean Palace. The 3 rank 8 existences had been fighting. Their battle strength and concentration were mostly kept among themselves. Chan-Yi did not attack. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He increased his speed and flew towards Qing Chou. Seeing Fang Yuan's action, Chun-Yi and Fang Gong's attacks became slower. What is he trying to do? Fang clan's Goo Immortals were all watching Fang Yuan. A wisdom path Goo Immortal approaching the legendary immemorial soul beast. Seeing Fang Yuan's rash action, many Fang clan Goo Immortals were lost for words. Qing Chou roared, pounced towards Fang Gong. It roared again, pounced at Chen-Yi. Fang Yuan came directly to it, but it completely ignored him, it did not sense him at all. This was the effect of the killer move Yama. This move was very special, its core was the immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. All along, Fang Yuan had not been able to use Ghostly Concealment well, because he could not pair it with his other moves. Qing Chou could detect Fang Yuan earlier because he used killer moves to fight. He had exposed himself. But it was different now. After gaining Theft Path Great Grandmaster Attainment, even though Fang Yuan could not decipher all the profundities of ghostly concealment, he had enough ability to make use of this rank 9 killer move. Yama was one of his deduction results. It combined ghostly concealment and ghost official garment. The two were no longer separate and did not conflict anymore. After Fang Yuan used the killer move Yama, no matter what he did, Qing Chou could not detect him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was on Qing Chou's tortoise shell, be it Fang Clan or the two rank 8 Gu Immortals, they were stunned. What happened? He got close to Qing Chou so easily? This Qing Chou is a legendary immemorial beast that has an immortal aperture. It is able to cultivate. Many Fang Clan Gu Immortals could not believe it. But next, what Fang Yuan did almost made their eyeballs pop out. Immortal killer move. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan directly stood on Qing Chou's back as he grabbed at it with his right arm. He was merely rank 7, but he dared to provoke a rank 8 existence like this. Many Fang Clan Gu Immortals had two thoughts. The first thought was, is this person trying to die? The second thought was, even though he was rash, one had no choice but to admire his courage. Qing Chou roared, pounced towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong. Again, Qing Chou roared. It attacked Chen Yi. Chen Yi. You idiot. There is someone on your back. Chen Yi felt something amiss. Ever since Fang Yuan appeared, everything had been too strange. Therefore, he reminded Qing Chou. Qing Chou was still able to think. It wanted to turn around, but Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand had already activated. A huge black eerie hand entered Qing Chou's body. Qing Chou turned around to look at his back. Fang Yuan was there, but it could not see him. But soon, it roared as it pounced at Chen Yi after feeling angry from being deceived. Chen Yi was furious too. He screamed, "You idiot! Stop!" Fang Gong was also moved. He thought, this Swan Bu Jin is amazing. He is right there, but Qing Chou cannot detect him no matter what. What method is this? And he is currently on Qing Chou's back. His objective is definitely not simple. What does he want? At the next moment, Fang Gong's questions were answered. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he pulled out the ghost hand that had entered Qing Chou's body. When the ghost hand flew in, the 5 fingers were opened like a fan. But now it was extremely fast and clenched, like it was holding on to something. I got it. Fang Yuan was very happy. He opened his immortal aperture as the ghost hand went inside. Qing Chou's huge body suddenly shook. His entire body cracked as the tortoise shell was on the verge of breaking apart on the spot. It was a soul beast. It could not spit out blood. But this scene showed that it was heavily injured. Rage. Anger. Qing Chou roared as it raised its head. Its furious voice turned into sound waves that reverberated Divine Bean Palace. The entire place was starting to shake. What is going on? What did Swan Bu Jin do? That fellow seemed to have taken something. Fang Gong and Chen Yi were both uncertain and suspicious. Chen Yi squinted and wanted to attack Fang Yuan, but Fang Gong blocked him and defended against the attack. Boom! At the next moment, Qing Chou came crashing over. Fang Gong and Chen Yi quickly dodged. Qing Chou roared. Who is it? Which one of you two stole my soul beast token? What? Upon hearing Qing Chou's words, all of the Gu Immortals present felt their hearts shook intensely. He actually has a way to steal the rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. No wonder he wanted to take Great Thief Immortal Gu earlier. He had this method. Fang Dichang's eyes were wide open. Shock was all over his face. This person is not simple. He concealed himself so deeply. Qing Chou has an immortal aperture. He could actually steal the Immortal Gu from it, and it is rank 8. At once, Chen Yi thought of a famous person in history, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Did this person obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance? Chen Yi thought while shouting, Qing Chou, you idiot. I reminded you already that someone is on your back. We did not steal it, that fellow did. He is at the door. Qing Chou turned to look. Fang Yuan was flying towards the outside of the palace. But Qing Chou could not see anything. Qing Chou used an investigative immortal killer move, but also found nothing. The investigative killer move managed to detect Fang Yuan, but Ching Cho could not perceive it at all. Ching Cho was even angrier than before. It aimed at Chan Yi as he roared, "You coward! I am sure you are the one! You idiot!" Chan Yi was furious and felt maligned. He retaliated. Both sides fought with greater intensity now. Fang Gong could tell that this was bad. Earlier, the three parties restrained themselves, but now, after losing a rank 8 Immortal Gu, Ching Cho was going mad. It was filled with anger. Why would it hold back? Fang Gong persuaded them, but it was useless. Not only so, Chen Yi did not want to face Ching Chao's rage alone. He flew towards Fang Gong and the three rank 8 existences fought once more. But now was different than before. The three sides did not hold back. They started to use killer moves. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a fan-like dark eerie ghost hand was flying around in the sky. Its fingers were clenched. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token was struggling inside, trying to escape. The dark eerie ghost hand was met with the Soul Beast token's rampage. There were protrusions on the ghost hand as the 5 fingers trembled. It was about to give way. However, even if Soul Beast token escaped from the ghost hand, it was inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It had nowhere to run. It would merely go from a tiny cage to a bigger cage. Fang Yuan thought, this immortal killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand that I conceptualized uses rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment as the core with rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu and others as the supplement. Therefore it could even steal a rank 8 Immortal Gu like Soul Beast token. However, this move cannot last long. It does not have any sealing properties. I need to work hard to refine this Soul Beast token myself. While he was thinking, Great Thief Ghost Hand was increasingly weakening as Soul Beast token Immortal Gu did its best to escape from the restraint. However, Fang Yuan's goal had already been met at this point. Heaven Sealing Mountain. This was originally used to seal his immortal zombie body's heaven's will. But now, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body had his split soul. It was a rank 6 time path clone now. Heaven Sealing Mountain was empty as a result. Go! Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the cave inside Heaven Sealing Mountain and into the Gu formation. Fang Yuan activated the Gu formation. Great Thief Ghost Hand stopped trembling. The Soul Beast token Immortal Gu inside was temporarily suppressed. Even though it still struggled, it was already far less than before. I cannot constantly suppress Soul Beast token like this. The urgent matter now is to find a place to refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan thought about this. His speed did not fall after getting out of Divine Bean Palace. He went out of Peach Blossom Maze's loophole and left the battlefield directly. He left. Fang Yuan's action made all the Gu immortals feel surprised. Chan Yi gritted his teeth in hatred. He could not do anything about it. He was facing the attacks of Ching Cho and Fang Gong. Such resolution. Fang Dichong praised as he sighed deeply, watching Fang Yuan's figure that gradually became smaller. After Fang Yuan left, he met with countless soul beasts. There were an uncountable number of soul beasts. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. But he had a thought and controlled himself. He did not kill them to harvest soul cores. He needed to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token now. As for the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, those 3 rank 8 existences could continue to fight for it. Fang Yuan understood his own abilities clearly. Even with reverse flow protection seal, he was only able to fight rank 8 and have rank 8 battle strength. If he interfered in the battle of the 3 rank 8 existences now, and competed to obtain Divine Bean Palace, there was little hope and a high chance for mishaps. Once he exposes reverse flow protection seal, he would also expose his identity. He might even face Fang Clan's attacks. This was not worth it for Fang Yuan. He wanted to have a working relationship with Fang Clan and use Green Ghost Desert to cultivate Soul Path. His alliance agreement with Fang Clan was also a factor. It was not easy to get rid of it. He needed time to prepare. Even though Fang Yuan took away Soul Beast token, the Soul Path Dao marks in Green Ghost Desert still continued to corrode Peach Blossom Maze. There was a sea of soul beasts around the entire battlefield. But Fang Yuan left easily. He had Yama Killer move. He could use Ghostly Concealment's effect. Even Ching Cho could not find him. not to mention these mere soul beasts. He flew rapidly and left Green Ghost Desert without looking back. After confirming his safety and the lack of people in the proximity, Fang Yuan landed on an ordinary desert. Fang Yuan went underground and set up a temporary goo formation, eliminating all of his aura and traces. After that, he focused his mind to deal with rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. Soul Beast token had been refined by Qingqiu, its will was inside. Fang Yuan had a lot of difficulty refining it. This was the most basic part of goo refinement, single refinement. The single refinement of an existing goo worm. The essence of it was to use one's own will to replace the original will of the goo worm inside. Goo masters use primeval essence to refine mortal goo because the primeval essence belonged to them and contained their will. When goo immortals use immortal essence to refine immortal goo, the same logic followed. Wild goo worms contained wild wills and were hard to tame. They were difficult to refine. But man is the spirit of living beings. Trying to take away someone else's immortal goo was even harder. Fang Yuan had been planning in Inquiry Dock for a long time. He was not unprepared. Rank 7 Immortal Goo, Affection and Self-Love. Fang Yuan first took out these 2 Immortal Goo as he activated Self-Love Immortal Goo on Soul Beast token. The will of Qingqiu inside Soul Beast token was quickly affected. It started to love and treasure itself. No matter what Fang Yuan did from now on, this will would not take a risk and self-detonate Soul Beast token. Next, Fang Yuan used Affection Immortal Goo, sending its will into the Soul Beast token. Both wills interacted and started to compete. Affection was not a will that specialized in offense. It was quickly destroyed by Qingqiu's will. But there was lingering affection will that scattered in Soul Beast token. It was not completely decimated. This was the specialty of affection will. It allowed affection immortal goo's effect to linger. But as time passes, the lingering affection will would be eradicated. Fang Yuan continued to activate affection immortal goo as he sent in its will continuously into Soul Beast token. But no matter how much Fang Yuan sent in, Qingqiu's will would destroy it, while suffering little losses. Qingqiu's will was very powerful inside Soul Beast token, and was very stubborn. Immortal essence was rapidly expended, but Fang Yuan could sustain the cost. He had already prepared a lot of immortal essence. His earlier development in the immortal aperture was paying off now. After several minutes, Fang Yuan stopped instilling affection will into Soul Beast token. There was a lot of affection will left inside. Even though most of it was erased by Qingqiu's will, the remaining amount was quite a lot. After reaching its limit, there was no way of raising its quantity. At this point, Fang Yuan sent his self-will into Soul Beast token. Once self-will went in, Qingqiu's will became furious, charging at it like a frenzied beast. In comparison, the battle between Qingqiu's will and affection will earlier was like a drizzle. Fang Yuan's self-will fought with Qingqiu's will. The fight was one-sided. The self-will army could not match it at all. For example, Soul Beast token was like a camp that was the territory of Qingqiu's will. Fang Yuan's self-will was like an invader traveling by boat, only able to send in a small number of troops each time. With such a small scale, it was easily wiped out by Qingqiu's will each time. But Fang Yuan ignored that. He continued to instill self-will. His advantage was that with enough immortal essence, self-will was endlessly produced. Meanwhile, Qingqiu's will could not be replenished. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. As time passed, Fang Yuan's advantage grew. He stabilized himself and eventually matched Qingqiu's will, having half the control over Soul Beast token. Qingqiu's will rumbled intensely, knowing that it was not Fang Yuan's match. It wanted to detonate the Soul Beast token. But at this time, the lingering affection will activated, erasing the determination from Qingqiu's will. Fang Yuan also sent in fake will and interfered with the decision of Qingqiu's will. Eventually, Fang Yuan sent in a large amount of self-will and charged like an army, erasing all of Qingqiu's lingering will. I finally refined Soul Beast token Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. His forehead was full of sweat. This battle was like a major war involving countless troops. He was extremely tired. Looking at the time, 3 days and nights had passed in the outside world. Thankfully, I have wisdom path methods and compatible immortal goo. Otherwise, I could not have refined this goo. Even though I have great thief ghost hand and ghostly concealment, I only managed to replicate a trace of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's capabilities. I was merely making use of his accomplishments. Legend says that thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has a move, Steel Heart. It has the power to steal the will inside immortal goo and instantly refine them. It is truly amazing. Fang Yuan was sighing in his mind. He stored Soul Beast token and quickly went back to Green Ghost Desert. I have Soul Beast token immortal goo. Together with 180 slaves, I can enslave that Qing Cho. With Qing Cho, I would have a huge possibility of obtaining Divine Bean Palace. After all, it has huge control over Divine Bean Palace. Even if I face the backlash of Fang Clan, I have the ability to protect my life. And if I obtain Divine Bean Palace, I will gain immense profits. Fang Yuan analyzed in his mind. After successfully getting Soul Beast token, he started to work his mind on trying to get that rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace. But when he flew to the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, he was intercepted by a Goo Immortal. Please wait. An ordinary-looking female immortal had stopped him. She smiled politely, having rank 7 aura. What is it? Fang Yuan had a thought as he slowed down. The female immortal smiled. I am He Goo. I saw that you were flying fast. You must have an intended destination. With Green Ghost Desert's huge change, I heard that a precious treasure had emerged. I wonder if you have any information? I am willing to buy it. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but he felt something amiss in his mind. Originally, Fang Clan had caused a huge commotion when trying to get Divine Bean Palace. All of the soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert were stirred. This could not be concealed. Western Desert's Goo Immortals noticed it and came over. Fang Yuan spent 3 days and night to refine Soul Beast token. Many Western Desert Goo Immortals had already arrived. I'm afraid the battle ended already. If the 3 parties are still fighting, the power of rank 8 cannot be concealed. The commotion would be grand. How can these Goo Immortals be clueless now? I wonder how this battle ended? Who obtained Divine Bean Palace? Fang Yuan could not help but think. So that's it. Fang Yuan immediately contacted Fang Clan's Goo Immortals and found out what happened. This battle over Divine Bean Palace had indeed ended. Fang Clan obtained it. Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Chani said some words before leaving. He wanted Fang Clan to take good care of Divine Bean Palace. He would return to retrieve it next time. As for Qing Cho, it also escaped. It had deep foundations. It had more rank 8 Immortal Goo than just Soul Beast token. Even though Fang Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace, among their 3 Immortal Goo houses, Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Dock were both heavily damaged. First Supreme Elder Fang Gong also suffered heavy injuries, and the Divine Bean Palace that they got was nearly half destroyed. However, after Fang Yuan contacted them, Fang Clan promised to pay the compensation that Fang Yuan was supposed to get, and it was very high according to their alliance agreement. But Fang Clan wanted Fang Yuan to hold on first, because the commotion was too big now. News that Fang Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace would be deduced very soon. By then, Western Desert would be in a huge commotion. Many superforces would not want Fang Clan to obtain this Immortal Goo House and became the #1 superforce in Western Desert. By then, Fang Clan would face pressure from all directions. They needed to raise their strength during this peaceful period and rest. Especially their Immortal Goo houses, they needed to repair them. Thus, Fang Clan was tight on funds. They wanted Fang Clan to give them some time. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed. Firstly, the alliance agreement was not strict on the payment timing. And secondly, Fang Yuan wanted to maintain a good relationship with them. The situation was different now. Fang Clan provoked Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus Sect. It was the same as provoking Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Swan Bu Jin, had also been part of this. From Fang Clan's perspective, he was their natural ally against such a strong enemy. On another hand, Fang Clan was facing great pressure and wary of Fang Yuan's high battle strength. Swan Bu Jin was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal with methods to enslave a Soul Beast army. During the battle in Divine Bean Palace, he even showed the ability to steal rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. It was simply shocking. Thus, Fang Clan had a very vigilant attitude. They did not want to provoke him. Especially at this timing, Fang Clan was facing huge danger. They did not want to antagonize Fang Yuan. They even wanted to rely on him as external help. Fang Yuan understood their intentions easily. First was Tang clan, and now this Fang clan is also a good pawn to resist Heavenly Court. Fang clan was plotting against the world. His vision looked towards the future. Western Desert would definitely go into a commotion. The crucial thing is how much battle strength Fang clan still has left. How much of Divine Being Palace's power can they unleash? If Fang clan could endure all of the pressure, Fang Yuan would not mind helping them and stabilizing their relationship. If Fang clan could not defend themselves or even faced extermination, Fang Yuan would not help them. In fact, he would go ahead and try to snatch Divine Being Palace for himself. Fang Yuan watched on the fence. He had a calm emotion. He had gained a lot in this Divine Being Palace battle. Firstly, he obtained rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu. Together with his Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he could start to use ghostly concealment. It was a qualitative breakthrough. Secondly, he obtained Soul Beast Token. Such a rank 8 Immortal Gu could not be obtained normally even if one had huge assets. And thirdly, his relationship with Fang clan improved drastically. They even owed him lots of compensation. Even if Fang Yuan obtained Divine Being Palace, he would need to invest a lot to repair it. In addition, his burden of feeding Immortal Gu would intensify. This result was not necessarily suboptimal for Fang Yuan. But at the moment, there are lots of Western Desert Gu Immortals in Green Ghost Desert. I cannot start my plans here. Originally, Fang Yuan was going to letting Wu Xie and the rest farm soul cores in Green Ghost Desert to help his soul cultivation. But he could not do so now. There were too many people now. He could not act. And there was the biggest threat, Qing Cho, which had escaped. This legendary immemorial soul beast had rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan did not fight against it personally, but he could see how powerful it was. Even with reverse flow protection seal, he could at best only fight evenly with it. Right now, Qing Cho was missing. It could likely be hiding in Green Ghost Desert. This way, whether Fang Yuan sending Wu Xie to hunt or stayed here himself, there was great danger. If they fought, just the exposure of his identity would ruin many of Fang Yuan's plans. I should leave. Fang Yuan had many wisdom path methods. In just a while, he made the wisest choice. He decided to leave Green Ghost Desert and even leave Western Desert. Friend. At this moment, Gu was still beside Fang Yuan. Seeing his silence, she asked again. Fang Yuan chuckled as he looked at her. This woman was quite astute. She deduced many things just from his flying movement. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he said, I have some precious information. If you want to buy them, you need to be able to pay for them. Gu smiled. No worries, friend. Even though I am a lone cultivator, I have some assets. As long as your information is accurate, I will definitely pay an appropriate sum. Fang Yuan created a simple agreement with Gu before he told her some things about Qing Cho. They were all truthful words. Gu's eyes shined brightly. Oh? A soul beast that has to do with Qing clan? Qing clan's inheritance seems to be with it. I am unsure about the specifics. Fang Yuan shook his head, not willing to say anything else. Gu was satisfied with the information. She paid Fang Yuan a lot of Western Desert immortal materials. Even with Fang Yuan's wealth, he was quite surprised. Among these immortal materials, one was ancient divine wood. It was a rare rank 6 immortal material. Even though it was rank 6, it was very rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It could be sold at the price of a rank 7 immortal material. This was a small surprise. Fang Yuan earned some profits while exposing Qing Chao's information. On one hand, he was helping Fang clan to divert the attention of the Western Desert Gu immortals towards Qing Cho. Secondly, as long as Qing Cho was alive and hidden, Fang Yuan's plans in Green Ghost Desert were severely affected. He could make use of these Western Desert Gu immortals to find out where Qing Cho was. If they really met and discovered this legendary immemorial soul beast, good luck to them. My information is true. Wisdom Path Gu immortals will definitely deduce upon it to test its reliability. This involves Qing clan's inheritance. Even rank 8 existences would be moved. If 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu immortals act, Qing Cho would be in trouble. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Fang Yuan used this opportunity to plot against Qing Cho. But that Gu was not satisfied. She asked to explore Green Ghost Desert with Fang Yuan. Lone immortals working together was common. Of course, Fang Yuan rejected her. Fang Yuan bid farewell to He Gu and left. That He Gu wanted to follow him, but he easily took a turn and used familiar face to disguise himself, getting rid of this woman. Fang Yuan did not enter Green Ghost Desert. He left from the periphery of Green Ghost Desert. He flew for several days without rest, arriving at Western Desert's regional wall. After passing 2 regional walls, he reached southern border. The blazing sun was replaced by dark clouds in the sky. Western Desert had dry winds, but southern border was humid and moist. Looking far away, mountains were covered in vegetation. The scene was dyed in a dark green color. Southern border. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a mild light before becoming clear again. Within the 5 regions, he was the biggest impression of southern border. Immortal investigative killer move. Chi luck sensation. Immediately, he used the killer move as cold light shined in his eyes. He had connected his luck to upper extreme heavenly eagle earlier. Now that he used Chi luck sensation, he sensed its location to an extent. Fang Yuan's main objective in southern border now was to obtain control of the upper extreme heavenly eagle again. This space path immemorial desolate beast was very useful to him. With it, Fang Yuan could annex all of the blessed lands within City Well. His immortal aperture's foundation would rise sharply and his Dao marks would increase in number. The southeast direction. Fang Yuan stopped Chi luck sensation as he flew into the clouds at lightning speed. Southern border, southeast direction. Yellow Dragon River was to the north, while Baisho Mountain was to the south. This was originally a mountain range with varying contours, but it had split apart now. A huge earth trench had been created here with immeasurable depth. The Great Era was arriving, the 5 regions were becoming one. The first step was the turbulence in Earth Chi, and the connection of Earth veins. Southern border had the densest Earth path Dao marks in all 5 regions. Therefore, after the first earthquake, several more huge earthquakes occurred throughout the region. Each earthquake was a disaster to southern border's mortals. But for Gu immortals, they were all fortuitous encounters. All sorts of immortal materials and even wild immortal Gu would emerge from deep underground. The earth veins were the essence of the earth after all. These last years, southern border's Gu immortal world had been in deep commotion. First was the Battle of Etion Mountain, followed by the Dream Realm battle, be it lone cultivators, demonic path, or righteous path members. Many people had died, especially Wu clan. They had lost 7 Gu immortals. Southern border's Gu immortals became alert as a result. Because of the danger, they tried hard to raise their strength. This time, the earth vein tremors created earth trenches. Countless southern border Gu immortals invested themselves into this, trying to scavenge for resources and make up for their losses while raising their strength. At this moment, in this newly developed earth trench, a group of Gu masters were setting up a mortal Gu formation and setting up camp. The leader had rank 5 cultivation level and was a woman. Her eyebrows were thin like smoke. Her eyes were as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her lips were pink and tender. Her silky jet black hair draping over her shoulders, accentuating her beauty. Right now, she was wearing a plain white dress. She was elegant like an orchid and gentle like water, having an aura of royalty in her. It was none other than Shang clan's current leader, Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes were in a daze, staring at the field before her. This field was deep within Earth Trench. It was extraordinary. The soil was black and firm like iron. Colorful smoke was rising up from the soil, floating towards the sky and forming into clouds. All of the Gu masters in the field felt a warm feeling permeating their bodies and souls. They felt extremely comfortable. The great power of nature. This is truly incredible. Shang Xinci sighed, feeling deeply moved. A white-robed young man was standing beside her. He had a heroic stature, sword-like sharp eyes and brows. A small eagle was resting on his shoulder. It was Yifan. Yifan spoke. This field is not simple. If I am not wrong, this is a smoky warm jade field. It can produce immortal material smoky warm jade. It is extraordinary. This field is actually a few square kilometers worth of land. It has extremely high value. Yifan still loved Shang Xinci in his heart. Before this, he had taken it upon himself to help Shang Xinci handle the affairs of her clan. But afterwards, when chasing away the 18 lads of Wine Village, he met by Ningbing and was almost killed. Yifan managed to keep his life and changed drastically, becoming more mature. By chance, he met Lu Wei-yin and became his disciple. He was nurtured by Lu Wei-yin. Not only did he enter Black Heaven to cultivate, he was even given lots of knowledge by Lu Wei-yin, far surpassing Shang Xinci. So this place is called Smoky Warm Jade Field. Thank you, young Master Yi, for the explanation. I finally know why the immortal ancestors in our clan want me to lead the group to guard this place. Shang Xinci expressed her gratitude. She originally had low aptitude and cultivation level, but to fight for the Smoky Warm Jade Field this time, Shang clan's Gu Immortals went ahead and used their unique methods to raise Shang Xinci to rank 5 regardless of the cost. Worry flashed across Yifan's eyes. Shang Xinci's enemies were Ho clan and Tai clan. These two clans also sent their rank 5 cultivation level clan leaders here. They were bent on getting the Smoky Warm Jade Field. Yifan's current understanding of the world had surpassed the mortal realm. He could tell very clearly. This Smoky Warm Jade Field is a natural resource point. Whichever clan can control this place will gain a sizable amount of Smoky Warm Jade each year. Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan, even the clan leaders of these 3 super forces are merely pawns. The Gu Immortals behind them are the true contesters. Sigh. The position of Shang clan leader seems high and mighty, but it is merely a political tool for Gu Immortals. They have no freedom and are in danger. Lone Immortals and demonic cultivators might also be coming here. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shang clan's previous leader, Shang Yanfei, the father of Shang Xinci, died as well. Wu clan's leader Empress Wu Ji and other champions also faced the same fate. If one is not a Gu Immortal, no matter how amazing of a mortal they are still mortals. Yifan felt deep emotions thinking about this. He affirmed his determination to become an immortal. Report. Ho clan and Tai clan have sent large groups of troops of an unprecedented scale directly towards us. At this time, an investigative Gu master reported. A beautiful female Gu master beside Shang Xinci said, "Clan leader was right. We set up a Gu formation and expanded our base. We triggered the bottom lines of these 2 clans. This beautiful woman was Wei de Xian, the wife of Wei clan leader. She was once bought as a slave by Fang Yuan and given to Shang Xinci. Right now, she was Shang Xinci's personal guard. She was loyal and only wanted to repay her gratitude." Shang Xinci nodded, smiling. "The Gu formation has been set long ago. We are pretending to set it up now so as to lure these 2 clans to attack us, so that we can take them down at once." Shang clan, Tai clan, and Ho clan had been in this conflict for a long time. They each had wins and losses. It was a tie between them. Thus, Shang Xinci came up with a plan to set up a Gu formation and amplify her side's strength to win this contest. The other 2 clan leaders were experienced leaders and would not cause a commotion in their clans if they left for some time. But Shang Xinci was young and inexperienced. If she went out of the clan for too long, there would be a huge commotion internally. This was the reason why Shang Xinci had to take a risk. Of course, she was not taking a risk blindly. Shang Xinci had devised her plan after thoroughly researching her enemies. She was confident of obtaining victory now. If I can defeat the 2 old clan leaders from Ho clan and Tai clan here, my reputation will rise sharply. When I return to the clan, things will change. Saying so, Shang Xinci's lips curled up as she said loudly, "I hope everyone can put in their effort and claim victory now." Everyone responded positively. Shang Xinci had Wei de Xian as her guard, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng as her 3 experts. She even had Xiao Yan from Shang Clan Arena, an external Gu master who had been recruited by her and became an important general. As for Steward Zhou Quan, he was taking the place of Shang Xinci in Shangliang Mountain to maintain the situation in the clan. Yifan was like a guest elder. He was not considered a subordinate of Shang Xinci. The position of clan leader is tiring and hard, but Xinci has learned a lot. She is not as weak now. She is becoming more bold. At once, Yifan was dazed by Shang Xinci's determined and elegant disposition. Shang clan leader, what is the meaning of this? A moment later, Tai clan leader arrived. Next, Ho clan leader also arrived with his men, questioning Shang Xinci. Little lass, are you trying to take over this entire place by expanding your base? Shang Xinci smiled lightly. Clan leaders, we have already wasted a lot of time here. Why don't we decide the victor now? What is the point of stalling? Ho clan leader's pupils shrunk. Tai clan leader laughed heartily, showing Shang Xinci a thumbs up. Good. You are an amazing junior. The truth is, I am quite frustrated with being here for so long. Let's have a huge three-way battle today and decide the victor. Thus, all three sides sent out their troops and fought. Shang Xinci, Yi Fan, and the other higher-ups were standing on the spot, waiting for the results of the battle. Activate the Gu formation, Shang Xinci instructed. The formation path Gu master beside her was hesitant. Isn't it too early to activate the Gu formation now? They will have a lot of time to react to it. Shang Xinci shook her head. Go ahead and set it up. The Gu formation activated as light filled the battlefield. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters immediately panicked. Shang Xinci spoke loudly. This formation can protect the lives of those heavily injured. Gu masters from Ho clan and Tai clan, go ahead and fight. Once she said that, Ho clan's and Tai clan's leaders had changes of expressions. Tai clan leader laughed loudly. I've heard of Shang clan leader's kindness long ago. It seems to be true after all. All right, let us fight until the end. Ho clan leader snorted coldly, thinking. This lass is truly formidable. She said the incredible ability of this Gu formation to put our resolve in chaos. Would we still get rid of the formation after hearing that? I truly underestimated her. Looking at all the clan leaders of super forces and even Gu master experts, Xinci is the kindest person I've ever seen. She could have created an offensive formation, but she chose this and reduced her own advantage. I need to lend her a hand later, Yifan thought. He did not mention his immortal fortuitous encounter to Shang Xinci and the rest. But after cultivating in Black Heaven, Yifan was confident that even rank 5 Gu masters were not his match. The Gu formation activated under its effect whenever a Gu master suffers great injury, they would be enveloped by light and sent out safe from harm. At the same time, the Gu formation amplified the power of Shang clan's Gu masters. Tai clan and Ho clan had Gu masters trying to unravel this Gu formation, but before they succeeded, Shang clan's Gu masters would have a huge advantage. Kill! Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng joined the battlefield. The three worked together closely. Most elders were not their match. Soon, 3 elders from Ho clan suffered heavy injuries and were sent out of the battlefield by the light. Damn it! Ho clan leader clenched his fist. I already convinced a crucial person in Shang clan to sabotage Shang Xinci. To think that she would initiate battle now. This Tai clan leader is too rash. He actually agreed and fell into her schemes. At this time, a female Gu master walked out of Tai clan's formation. She was fearsome. She fought valiantly, rampaging the battlefield unhindered. The 3 Xiong brothers wanted to stop her, but they were sent out of the battlefield rapidly by her unstoppable advancement. Ho clan leader's eyes were bulging. He finally realized, so Tai clan has such a person. Amazing, too amazing. Even if I go and fight, I am not her match. At the moment of crisis, Yifan entered the battlefield, standing in front of this female Gu master. Lady, may I know your name? That woman's eyes flashed like lightning as she assessed Yifan, showing a hint of sternness. She said in a cold tone, Tai Ruanan. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions resounded. Mortal killer moves were unleashed endlessly. 2 figures were clashing continuously as they fought. One was Yifan with immense luck. He cultivated Transformation Path and Light Path. He obtained the guidance of a Gu Immortal of Shang clan and was also the disciple of the mysterious Gu Immortal Lu Wei Yin. And the rarest thing was that he did not rely on his fortuitous encounters alone. He was walking on his own cultivation path. And for Tai Ruanan, even though she was born in the super clan Tai clan, her childhood was not fortunate. She lost her mother when she was a child, and her father when she was a teenager. She became one of Tai Clan's 8 young masters through her own hard work. She was skilled in both the pen and sword. She had a lot of suitors, especially after getting the guidance of Tai Clan Gu Immortal Tai Mian Shun. She became the inheritor of Iron Mask True Inheritance. These two were fighting like two geniuses competing. Huge commotions were created. The backlash of their attacks created a large area that would injure ordinary Gu masters if they went into the range of their attacks. Everyone had to evade them. The Gu masters from all 3 clans were stunned from seeing their fight. Missy, young Master Yi is so strong? Why did we not know? Servant Xiao Dai asked Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's eyes flickered as she pondered. Young Master Yi must have his own opportunities. His strength rose drastically. This is a good thing, but his opponent is not simple. Young Master Yi has to be more careful. Xiao Dai chuckled as she covered her mouth. Young Master Yi is indeed talented and handsome. Everyone can see that he likes you, Missy. If he knows about your concern towards him, he would be so happy. Shang Xinci shook her head. She wanted to say something but did not speak in the end. Xiao Dai had been observing her. She was Shang Xinci's confidant, extremely close to her. She was a servant back in Zhang clan. Back then, she had followed the caravan along with Shang Xinci to Shang clan city. Thus, others called Shang Xinci clan leader or city lord. But Xiao Dai still addressed her as Missy, and Shang Xinci did not ask her to change her title. This showed how close the two girls were. Right now, Xiao Dai was full of worries. She thought, it seems that Missy still cannot forget that demonic path Gu Master Fang Yuan. Sigh, what ill affinity do they have? That Fang Yuan only escorted us to Shang clan city, but he became Missy's crush. I wonder where he is now. I'm afraid he's already dead. Sigh, if he really died, I hope we can see his corpse so that Missy can give up and forget him. Xiao Dai had great aptitude. She was just a mortal Gu master after all. She had not interacted with Gu immortals. She did not know who Fang Yuan was now. She still thought that Fang Yuan was that mortal demonic path Gu master. Even though Shang Xinci learned about Fang Yuan's current situation from Shang clan Gu immortal Shang Qingqing, she did not need to tell Xiao Dai about this. The new generation surpasses the old. I am truly old now. Ho clan leader watched Tai Ruanan and Yifan's fight. He felt incredibly shocked and also bitter. Tai clan leader was more shocked than anything. He thought, I thought that by sending Tai Ruanan, we would be able to sweep away the obstacles and claim victory. But now, it seems that the outcome has yet to be decided. To think that Shang clan has such a hidden expert. At the same time, in the sky above the battlefield where mortal Gu masters could not detect, 3 southern border Gu immortals placed their gazes on Tai Ruanan's and Yifan's fight. They were from Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan. The 3 immortals were sitting on a white cloud. There was a round table in front of them as fragrant tea was placed before them. The Gu immortals drank tea as they used the mortals of their clans as chips to gamble, deciding the ownership of this smoky warm jade field. This smoky warm jade field was a high-grade resource point. Even super forces placed a lot of attention on it. If they could get it, there would be huge profits for the entire clan. But using mortals to compete without Gu immortals fighting, was it too foolish? Or rather, if they lost, would the Gu immortals deny the victory? Using mortals to gamble on immortal-level conflicts, it was not so simple after all. Forget about the lone and demonic immortals that live alone, but for righteous path forces, they looked at the long-term consequences. They focused on nurturing descendants like how Shang clan had their young master competition to make them fight for top positions. They even brought in external Gu masters in the arena. Tai clan also had 8 main young masters, and other clans had their own systems. It was all to choose immortal seeds from their mortal descendants. There was deep meaning in letting the clansmen fight. They represented the future achievements of the clan, especially those Gu immortal seeds. Losing any one of them was a huge loss to the Gu immortals. But Gu immortals needed to do this. The advantages far outweighed the costs. Firstly, as long as Gu immortals did not die in the clan, their foundations would not waver, the clan would not be destabilized. As long as Gu immortals did not fight, anything could be negotiated. Secondly, it was a test for these mortals too when they compete. Those who survive would emerge more experienced while those dead genius would not be considered real geniuses. The righteous path has been nurturing descendants for a long time. They could afford to lose Gu immortal seeds. Among the three, when competing, there were bound to be positive and negative relationships created. This would bond the clan together. When the Gu immortal seeds grow in the future, they might have enemies in other superforces. By then, they would not be able to leave the clan, they would need to rely on it. Any policy had its considerations. This was not just a shallow game where Gu immortals used mortals as pawns. Those in power were not so simple. At this moment, the three immortals were focusing on Tai Ruanan and Yifan. The three knew. The winner of this fight was the key to decide who would own Smoky Warm Jade Field. The immortal from Shang clan, Shang Qing, smiled from the seat to the left. Congratulations, Lord Tai Mianshun. You found a good inheritor for your Iron Mask True Inheritance. Tai clan had Iron Mask True Inheritance. All the immortals in Southern Border knew about it. This true inheritance had a strict requirement. It was hard to find a suitable inheritor. A true inheritance was a mature and superior set of cultivation content. Sometimes, not everyone could inherit it. There were certain requirements for them. Tai clan's Tai Mianshin was sitting at the center. He wore a martial uniform and his chest and legs were covered in armor. There was a thick iron mask on his face. He had not brought a mask to wear. It was the trait of cultivating the Iron Mask True Inheritance. All the Gu immortals who cultivate this true inheritance must have a heart of justice. They also were often people most skilled in Southern Border in investigating the truth. He had originally chosen the divine investigator, Tai Ruanan's father, to become the inheritor of Iron Mask True Inheritance, but he died on Qingmao Mountain and recently. Finding that Tai Ruanan also had the qualities and talent, she was chosen as his new inheritor. This time, Tai clan sent him here to fight over Smoky Warm Jade Field. He brought Tai Ruanan along to use this chance to train her. Among the three Gu immortals present, the Gu immortals from Ho clan and Shang clan were only rank 6. As the only one with rank 7 cultivation level, Tai Mianshun sat at the center. When they conversed, Shang Qing and the Ho clan Gu immortal also spoke respectfully to Tai Mianshun. Tai Mianshun nodded slightly. Shang clan's fairy is right. This is my true inheritance's successor. But she is still young. She needs to be trained. Ho clan's Gu immortal Ho Yao remained silent. He was watching the battlefield now. Even though his clan was the weakest now, he had not lost yet. As long as Tai clan and Shang clan suffered losses together, the eventual result was still unknown. Smoke and dust rumbled as Yifan took a step back. He breathed in deeply as his chest inflated and bulged. Tai Ruanan pounced like an eagle from behind him. Her fingers were extended like claws. Yifan turned around and spat out a bright red arrow towards Tai Ruanan's face. Tai Ruanan was not panicking. Her eyes shined brightly as she leaned backwards, evading like an elegant crane, dodging the red arrow. But at this time, Yifan had already found his opportunity. He pushed forward with both hands and pounced. Tai Ruanan grunted as she raised her fists, facing the attack. Boom! A loud sound resounded as fist and palm collided, erupting with white light. Intense light burst out. The ground cracked from the impact. Both sides collided intensely before retreating backwards rapidly. After 10 or so steps, they stabilized their footing and looked at each other while panting roughly. At this moment, they both had solemn expressions as they treated the other party as their biggest rival. They did not dare to be careless. Really amazing. These two have battle strength far surpassing normal rank 5s. They are both Gu immortal seeds. Shang Xianci sighed in her mind. With her current knowledge, she knew some things about the Gu immortal world from Shang Qing. Yifan looked around as he spoke. Tai Ruanan, if you can handle this move, I will admit defeat. Tai Ruanan's gaze focused as she nodded, agreeing, okay. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. They did not fight for long. But the battle was intense. They used many mortal killer moves. Their primeval essence was greatly expended. Thus, there was little primeval essence left in their apertures. Tai Ruanan agreed the moment Yifan initiated a final move to decide victory. Yifan breathed in deeply and started to activate his killer move. Mortal killer move, Aurora Bird. Chirp chirp. Sounds of anxious bird chirping could be heard. Light flowed like water on Yifan's body. These rainbow lights rumbled and gathered on his forearms and right palm. The aurora lights acted on their own. They chirped as they transformed into the shape of a small sparrow. The aurora bird gathered energy and had a powerful aura. Tai Ruanen had a grim expression. Black smoke was emerging from her body. The black smoke gathered on her face and slowly turned into a thin black iron mask. Mortal killer move. Iron mask equipment. This move came from Iron Mask True Inheritance. If an immortal goo was used as the core, it would be an immortal killer move. Go! Yifan called out as the rainbow light on his right arm seemingly gained life at this instant, leaving his body and flying into the sky, turning into a rainbow bird. The bird flapped its wings as the aurora bird charged forward at an extreme speed. Come! Tai Ruanen called out too as she charged forward instead of staying back. At the next moment, she collided into the aurora bird. Tai Clan's goo masters gasped. They were worried for Tai Ruanen. To think that she actually used her body to block the strongest attack from Yifan. Above the clouds, Tai Mianshun was calm and unmoved. He knew the power of iron mask equipment. He was confident in its defense. Chirp chirp. The aurora bird crashed onto Tai Ruanen and turned back into a lump of aurora light, enveloping Tai Ruanen. Black smoke emerged from Tai Ruanen's body as it defended against the corrosion of the aurora light. Both sides were stuck in a deadlock, unable to decide the victor. Your Shang clan's goo immortal seed is also quite good, Tai Mianshun praised. Shang Qing smiled. It is a shame. He is an external seed. Tai Mianshun nodded. I see that this killer move he had is innovative. It is likely his own creation. To be able to create his own style at this age, he far surpasses ordinary geniuses. Ho Yao watched with envy by the side, sighing. Such seeds are all future pillars for the clan. Shang Qing was humble, but she felt very suspicious. She had given guidance to Yifan before, but he did not display such talent back then. My Shang clan has an arena system. Thus Tai Mianshun and Ho Yao thought that he is an external goo immortal seed that we recruited, but that is not the case. Yifan displayed such talent. He must have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Of course, he created his own killer move. Such talent cannot be underestimated. He really is qualified to become part of our clan. If we can investigate and find that his origins are not suspicious, we will recruit him. Right, he seems to like Shang Xinci, we can make use of that. If he can become a goo immortal, so what if we have to give him Shang Xinci? This would be a beautiful story in the future as well. Shang Qing thought and made her plans, while at the same time, two goo immortals were conversing and plotting at a lake near the mountain. These two goo immortals were concealing their traces. They had prepared for this long ago. Among them, one of the goo immortals was a weak-looking young man. He was called Yu. He had a worried expression. Will our actions really not alert those three goo immortals? No, his companion Enan Men answered with certainty. If not for my unique investigative killer move, I would not have found an ancient water monster under this smoky warm jade field. Our E-clan is most skilled at waterpath. It is hard for these three goo immortals to find out. And currently, we are not acting directly. We are luring this slumbering ancient water monster to wake up and rampage. Saying so, Enan Men's words shifted. Of course, goo immortals have all sorts of methods. I cannot guarantee that they will not find out. But even if they find out and expose us, we can explain ourselves too. After all, E-clan is also a super force. They might be suspicious, but they would not fight to the death with us. If they do not discover anything, when the water monster rampages, they will definitely suppress it. By then, you can act and kill one of them to make the three clans suspicious of each other and fight. Enan Men had rank 7 cultivation level, while EU was only rank 6 in their plan. EU was the one executing the assassination. He must have some unique method. The weak-looking young man EU had a worried expression. I am not familiar with that move yet. What if the activation fails? What if they find out when I use it? Enan Men had a solemn expression. That is the worst possible scenario. If they find out, I will use my life to stall them and let you escape. I will not admit I am a goo immortal from E-clan. Even if I die, you must do the same. This time, EU no longer had a worried expression. He was filled with solemnness and determination. Nan Men breathed in deeply. I am going to make a move. He activated an immortal killer move with deeply concealed aura. There was not a hint of commotion from it. EU became more assured. At the next moment, water ripples appeared deep underground. A slumbering water monster had been rudely awakened. On the surface, Yifan and Tai Ruanan were still about to decide the winner when the ground shook. Puff, puff, puff. Gushes of water rushed out of the black soil on the ground and penetrated the battlefield, destroying the goo formation that Shang clan had painstakingly created. Dozens of huge water pillars that were tens of feet high appeared in smoky warm jade field. Those unlucky goo masters who were hit by the water pillars were quickly reduced to piles of mushy flesh. Such a shocking change made all the goo masters incredibly flustered. They quickly stopped fighting and tried to leave the place. What is going on? The three goo immortals above the clouds were about to respond when these water pillars gathered into one and turned into an ancient water monster that had a fish body, frog legs, and tiger head. The water monster roared and pounced at the mortals. It did not have much intelligence. It thought that these mortal goo masters had interrupted its sleep. Its huge frog legs landed on the ground as a vast amount of water gushed out. But the three immortals acted in time. 3 shields of light defended their respective clansmen. So this smoky warm jade field has an underground frost heart lake. There was an ancient water monster inside it. Ho Yao had a solemn expression. Shang Qing gritted her teeth, looking at Tai Mianshan. I hope Lord Tai Mianshan can take the lead. We will assist you to take down the ancient water monster, preventing it from rampaging and destroying the smoky warm jade field. Ho Yao and her were rank 6 goo immortals. They could not deal with the ancient water monster. Only Tai Mianshan was a rank 7 goo immortal. He was naturally going to take the lead. Tai Mianshan nodded. He was about to fly down when suddenly, a sharp eagle cry resounded in everyone's ears. At the next moment, everyone became shocked. The tiny eagle beside Yifan expanded rapidly and turned into a huge eagle. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. The huge eagle shrieked as it pounced at the ancient water monster. Upper extreme heavenly eagle was rescued by the mysterious goo immortal Lu Wei Yin. It was restrained by his methods and was forced to stay with Yifan. But when Yifan met with danger, Lu Wei Yin's restraints would weaken greatly. The upper extreme heavenly eagle would be able to use its strength again. The upper extreme heavenly eagle did not have the awareness of humans. It could not detect goo immortals in the area. It only felt threatened by the ancient water monster, and its pride was provoked. It wanted to teach this monster a lesson. Sensing the upper extreme heavenly eagle's imposing aura, the ancient water monster backed off and turned into water, flowing out of the cave and escaping. After the ancient water monster left, Yifan became safe again. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's seal activated as it turned back into a tiny eagle. A formless force made it return to Yifan again. Silence was around Yifan. Countless goo masters looked at him with a shocked expression. Young Master Yi, what is this eagle exactly? Xiao Dai was tongue-tied. She was completely stunned. Yifan rubbed his nose. If I say that this is the first time I've seen this eagle's power, would you believe me? Immemorial desolate beast. Be it the 3 goo immortals in the clouds or the 2 clan goo immortals hiding under the lake. They were completely lost for words. Why did this happen? Those 2 clan goo immortals only wanted to release the ancient water monster. They did not expect an immemorial desolate beast to appear. This is a good thing, we do not need to do anything. That immemorial desolate beast can kill these 3 immortals. EU said. Nan Men had a grim expression. Things are not so simple, can't you see? That immemorial desolate beast is raised by someone. It is the pet of that young man who was fighting earlier. Shang clan's fairy. What is going on? This immemorial desolate beast is? Tai Mianshan's gaze was bright like lightning. He turned around and questioned Shang Qing. Shang Qing smiled bitterly. She was completely stunned earlier. Her expression had given her away. Even if she did not expose any loopholes earlier, she could not lie now. Shang Qing only had rank 6 cultivation level. She had to say, I am not sure, it must be the young man's fortuitous encounter. What sort of fortuitous encounter can make a mortal raise an immemorial desolate beast as a pet? Ho Yao exclaimed in a tone of shock and disbelief. Tai Mianshen smiled coldly. This matter is too important. We cannot ignore it. Smoky warm jade field is no longer important in comparison. This young man must have obtained an immortal true inheritance. But our southern border righteous path has never had such a method to allow a mere mortal to raise an immemorial desolate beast. I need to investigate this and prevent the demonic path from rising again. Shang Qing was furious but helpless. She smiled bitterly. I am sure Lord Tai Mianshen will investigate this matter and uphold justice. Eagle. So you are this amazing. Yifan sighed continuously. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had struggled and attempted to break free, but it could do nothing against the seal. After a long time, it gave up. It returned to Yifan's shoulder and felt angry. But hearing his words, it showed a prideful expression. Seeing Yifan's hand, it stretched out its wing and slapped it away. Yifan smiled bitterly. Xiao Dai watched with bulging eyes. This eagle is so arrogant, but with that strength, the arrogance suits it. Young Master Yi Yu? Before she finished, Shang Xnci interrupted. Xiao Dai, this is young Master Yifan's secret. Stop asking him. No worry. This eagle was captured by my master. Yifan saw that this was exposed and did not want to lie to Shang Xnci. Your master could subdue such an eagle? Xiao Dai screeched. Shang Xnci had a shocked expression too. She connected the dots. Yifan's master was likely to be a powerful Gu immortal. While they were speaking, the upper extreme heavenly eagle suddenly showed great fright and became restless on Yifan's shoulder. It was like a rat seeing a cat, or a sheep seeing a wolf. What happened? Xiao Dai and the rest were surprised. This arrogant eagle actually acted like this. It was a huge contrast to their impression of it. I don't know, Yifan shouted. This is the first time I've seen the eagle act so flustered. The upper extreme heavenly eagle did not move from Yifan's shoulder, but it shrieked at one direction. Its voice was no longer imposing as before. It was filled with fright and even had a begging tone. One could easily tell that fear was in its eyes, and even a trace of anger. What is going on? At once, be it the mortal Gu masters or Gu immortals, they looked towards the direction that upper extreme heavenly eagle was crying out at. Next, everyone saw a figure flying in the sky, moving like a sword piercing the air. All of the white clouds in the sky were cut into two by this figure. It seems like a person? Immortal? The Gu masters were shocked. Who is it? This aura, it is not an ordinary immortal. The Gu immortals were alerted and felt great surprise. The figure stopped in the air as everyone saw this Gu immortal's true appearance, only to see that his complexion was as clear as jade. His nose was tall and his black eyes were shining with cold light. He had long hair that resembled a waterfall, hanging straight down to his waist. He wore a white robe that fluttered in the wind. He was handsome to the point of looking like a peerless beauty. His dominating aura was extremely intense. All of the mortal Gu masters looked up towards him, in pure silence, before they heard him speak in a plain tone. My bird, so you are here. Who is this person? Yifan raised his head to look at Feng Yuan, feeling suspicious. At this moment, he could not help but recall his master Lu Wei Yin's words. Master said before that this eagle can resolve the karma of one incident on me. I have always been wondering about it. Is this Gu immortal the owner of this eagle? And my karma involves him. Yifan did not know Feng Yuan because he was in the appearance of the sovereign immortal body. Yifan had never seen him like this. Yifan knew about the appearance of Feng Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. He had learned about it from the people around Shang Xinci. This was an easy task back then. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing were the black and white demons. They had arrest warrants on them. Servant Xiao Dai was shivering as her teeth clattered. She could not recognize Feng Yuan. She only knew that he had such a powerful aura and was the owner of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The eagle was already this powerful. How strong would its owner be? Xiao Dai could not imagine it. She only felt fear. Fang Yuan was likely here to find trouble with them. Shang Xinci bit her lips. Her gaze was fixed as she looked at Fang Yuan. There was not only shock in her eyes. There was even suspicion. There was an unclear feeling and sensation in her heart. The mortals were confused and shocked. But the Gu Immortals were different. They felt a chill in their bodies. This is. Rank 6 Gu Immortal Ho Yao stared with wide eyes as he became tongue-tied. He knew who Fang Yuan was, but he could not say the answer even though it was right at the tip of his tongue. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body appearance was the same as Lu Guanyi when he roamed the world. Back then in Southern Border, he entered the immortal formation and explored the super dream realm while disguised as Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi and Wu Yihai had very different appearances. However, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, in order to ruin Longevity Heaven's political plan, Heavenly Court framed Fang Yuan to divide the Northern Plains Gu immortal forces, announcing the truth behind Lu Guanyi being Fang Yuan all along. Thus, everyone learned that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi and had also disguised as Wu Yihai. His sovereign immortal body's appearance, which was the same as Lu Guanyi, was no longer a secret. It was known to all. This time, Fang Yuan came to Southern Border without using familiar face or any concealment methods. There were a few reasons. Firstly, he had a clear objective. He wanted to reclaim the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. There was no point in concealing his identity if he was going to make a move anyway. Secondly, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan obtained rank 8 battle strength, and after such a long time of growth, his foundation was deep and his strength was unfathomable. He had sufficient confidence to roam Southern Border now. Thirdly, Fang Yuan was purposely exposing his identity to probe the setup of Heavenly Court and the righteous path. But along the way he was unobstructed. As a result of several reasons, every Gu Immortal recognized who Fang Yuan was. Upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Wu Yihai. So that's it. This eagle is the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Shang Qingqing had countless thoughts. After linking them together, she understood the situation. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. This is a widely known fact. A rank 8 Gu Immortal is completely different from an immemorial desolate beast. We need to run, Yu, who was hiding in the lake, said. This young and weak-looking rank 6 Gu Immortal was very shocked. His expression was pale. His soul was shaking. Why are you so afraid? He might not have found us. Even if we leave now, it is too late. Do you think we can outrun him? Rank 7 Gu Immortal Yin Men had an ugly expression. He completely ignored the plans of E-Clan. He tried his best to conceal his aura to the limit. The Immortals were all helpless. But Tai Mianshen floated up and showed himself openly, flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are currently wanted by Central Continent, Southern Border, and Northern Plains. You dare to show up. All the Immortals saw this and felt deep admiration towards Tai Mianshen. As expected of Tai Mianshen, Tai Clan's Gu Immortals are truly admirable. At this point, there is no use in hiding. This is a desperate situation. We need to work together and unite. There will be a chance of survival. That's right. Fang Yuan could escape arrest and roam the world. He must have an extremely powerful movement method. If we split up, he would catch up and kill us one by one. Our only hope is to unite and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Gu Immortals were all not ordinary. After hearing Tai Mianshen's words, the Gu Immortals present calmed themselves and understood the situation. They had to unite against this demonic path Gu Immortal who had been the center of attention recently, or they would not survive. If Fang Yuan finds us, we will have to fight to the death and resist this demon. Yinan Men and Yu conversed. At the moment of crisis, Tai Mianshen stood up and stabilized the righteous path. He was truly an elite of Tai Clan, a heroic rank 7 expert. The mortals of the 3 clans went into a clamor. Look, another immortal appeared. Oh heavens, am I seeing this wrongly? Everyone raised their heads. Their eyes were filled with shock and curiosity. Normally, immortals could not be found in all 5 regions. But now, 2 Gu Immortals appeared out of nowhere. They were deeply shocked. Wait, what did the second Gu Immortal say? Fang Yuan? Is he the person that Lady Xinci has been thinking of every day? But his appearance is not the same. Yifan's heart shook. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci raised her snow-white neck as she stared at Fang Yuan without looking away. When Tai Mianshen exposed Fang Yuan's identity, she instantly understood why she had that mystical feeling in her heart. The person she had been thinking of all the time was right in front of her. Appearing in such a way, Shang Xinci looked at him fixedly as if time had stopped. Her emotions that had accumulated for a long time erupted in her heart. Was it because Fang Yuan helped her when she was at her most vulnerable and helpless moment? Sometimes, she felt suspicious towards herself. Was it really love that she felt towards Fang Yuan? Or was it gratitude? But now, when she saw Fang Yuan again, even though his appearance changed, the emotions inside her poured out like a waterfall. At this moment, tears emerged in her eyes. She confirmed that this was love. Love was absurd. There was no logic in it. Trying to find an answer for love was stupid and foolish. But Shang Xinci understood that she had met the wrong person at the right time. She knew that she could not love him. She knew the difference between them. But how could she stop her own emotions? Thus, Shang Xinci was helpless. She could only look up at Fang Yuan's imposing figure. She tried to open her eyes and see Fang Yuan's appearance clearly, but she could not. Her commonly used investigative killer moves were all useless against Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. The current me does not even have the qualifications to look at him. Shang Xinci had complex emotions. There was joy, dejectedness, sadness, and most importantly, great worry over Fang Yuan's safety. But she knew her own identity and strength. She was Shang clan's leader, a righteous path member and an insignificant mortal. She had learned of Fang Yuan's identity and history from Shang Qingqing. But she could not do or say anything. She could only endure while watching silently. Yifan saw Shang Xinci's expression. This was the first time he had seen this expression from her. His heart jumped. He had never felt such an intense pain that assaulted him to the core. This pain was a mix of love towards Shang Xinci and hatred towards Fang Yuan. At once, he confirmed that this Gu Immortal was Fang Yuan. Don't tell me the karma master talked about is between me and Fang Yuan? Yifan had another guess. He was shocked by Fang Yuan's Gu Immortal identity, but he soon accepted it, because he had met Bai Ningbing and almost lost his life. Afterwards, he met Lu Weiyin and learned many things. Thinking back, he felt that Bai Ningbing was likely a Gu Immortal. Back then, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. Bai Ningbing had already become a Gu Immortal, while Fang Yuan refined an immortal Gu in Three Kings' blessed land. The whole of southern border knew that he must have gotten an immortal opportunity. Why would it be strange that he was a Gu Immortal now? Fang Yuan. I feel like I've heard of this name before. Is that the little beast king who refined an immortal Gu on Sancha Mountain? Even though I cannot see clearly, I'm afraid that's him. He became an immortal? He had such a huge, fortuitous encounter. Sigh, why was it not me? The Gu masters from all three clans burst into commotion. The mortals were discussing the matter and venting their emotions of shock and jealousy. The situation became extremely heated. These mortals were stuck to old news. Fang Yuan's true fame was only known among Gu immortals now. Mortals barely knew anything of him. Tai Ruanan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she watched. She had a simple relationship with Fang Yuan. Deep hatred. The conflict between her and Fang Yuan was a long-lasting one. The hatred did not reduce over time. It was like wine, becoming deeper as time passed. But now, even though the enemy was in front of her, Tai Ruanan could do nothing against him. Fang Yuan was an immortal now. If this was the past, before Tai Ruanan knew the difference between immortal and mortal, so be it. But after interacting with Tai Mianshen, she was very clear of the difference. As a mere mortal, there was no hope in getting revenge on a Gu immortal. Now, Tai Ruanan's only hope was Tai Mianshen. She wanted to see Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshen kill Fang Yuan publicly and uphold justice. To take revenge for Tai Ruanan's friends and family. Fang Yuan looked at the three immortals as he laughed arrogantly. I am here to take back the thing I lost. Are the three of you going to try and stop me? Shang Qing and Ho Yao had pounding hearts. Fang Yuan had only said a sentence without using any methods, but they felt that his demonic might was overwhelming. They lost all of their fighting spirit. Fang Yuan's fame resounded in the world. His demonic might was a deterrence to the entire world. Even someone like Wu Yong was toyed around by him, and Heavenly Court could not even catch him after such a long time. These were merely rank 6 Gu immortals. It was normal to feel this. The mortals on the ground heard Fang Yuan's words clearly. Tai Ruanan was filled with anger. Demon? Even after becoming an immortal, he is still a demon. It is a misfortune for everyone that he holds such power. He deserves death. This demon deserves death. The righteous path should eliminate such evil and kill this demon to protect the world. Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan looked at Tai Mianshin expectantly. In her heart, this Tai Clan Gu immortal expert could almost hold up heaven and earth. He could pick the moon and stars from the sky. He could definitely kill Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was born in the same generation as her. How long had he been an immortal? How could he be Tai Mianshin's match? But at the next moment, Tai Ruanan's heroic eyes stared widely. Tai Mianshin sighed as he said, "O Fang Yuan, you rampaged unhindered over the 5 regions. You are renowned in the world. I am not your match. But even if I die, I will fight. This is the resolution of my Tai clan. But I have something to say. We are both immortals. We should not implicate these mortals. Why don't we let these mortals leave first? We can have a good fight. Even if I die, I will have no regrets." What did he say? Lord Tai Mianshin admitted he could not match Fang Yuan? How could this be? Tai Ruanan was tongue-tied. This shocking news almost destroyed her entire mental state. Such words came from Tai Mianshin himself. Her entire worldview had been crushed. Let these mortals off? Why should I? Fang Yuan smiled coldly as killing intent surged. He gazed around and saw the mortals on the ground. Tai Ruanan's anger was not worth his attention. The rage of an ant was pointless rage. The luck connected Yifan, a person who was blessed by fate and had strong luck. Even though there was a main and sub-luck relationship, Fang Yuan did not want to let him off. Killing this person was beneficial to him. After all, every time Fang Yuan used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Yifan would obtain a portion of that luck. And why was the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle with Yifan? Fang Yuan was very curious about this. He wanted to investigate. As for Shang Xinci, Fang Yuan's cold gaze flickered slightly. He showed a strange emotion. He had gotten close to Shang Xinci earlier in order to use her and gain footing in Shang clan. But now, Fang Yuan was shocked to find out that Shang Xinci's luck was incredibly alarming. Fang Yuan had methods to inspect luck. Shang Xinci was a mere mortal. Her luck was clear to Fang Yuan. Above her head, there was a thick gush of white and pure luck. It weaved and gathered into a beautiful cape. It seemed to be made of countless bird feathers. There was even a drizzle of luck near it, moving around this bird-feathered cape. Such luck, such a phenomenon. Even Yifan, Hong Yi, and Han Li cannot compare to her. What is going on? With such luck, Shang Xinci is not a simple person. She is definitely an important person in the Great Era. Strange. Why is it that in the 500 years of my previous life, Shang Xinci was only a mortal throughout? Unless heavens will altered my memories inside spring-autumn cicada? Or was it because I ruined Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's heaven-defying plan and became the leader of Shadow Sect? I changed many things and Shang Xinci got affected? But why Shang Xinci? I am afraid that according to the route of fate, she is truly an important person in the new era. Fang Yuan was thinking when he suddenly heard an eagle's cry. It almost burst his eardrums. Next, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's seal weakened to its limit, as it pounced at Fang Yuan with bloodshot eyes. Even though I have killing intent in me, I have been controlling it using wisdom path methods. It had not spread out. This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is actually being controlled. Not only is there a seal, its emotions are being affected to come and attack me. Fang Yuan snickered. He did not panic against the attack of an immemorial desolate beast. Immortal Killer Move. Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It arrived in front of Fong Yuan with a flicker. Its sharp eagle claws slashed at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not evade, he took this move head-on. The huge eagle claw larger than his body scratched at him mercilessly. Shang Xinci gasped. The immortals were surprised, anticipating the results. Fong Yuan was sent flying by this huge force, but he was unharmed. In contrast, upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain as its attack was reversed. It felt immense pain. Even though it did not suffer heavy injuries, it was not far from it. We will attack now. This is the best opportunity, Tai Mianshin shouted as he attacked Fong Yuan. He was incredibly brave, using killer move Iron Mask equipment to turn into a 10-meter giant. The Iron Giant pushed with its palms as black chi surged out like a tide, engulfing Fong Yuan like a tiger's roar. Which life form would not want freedom? This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is unwilling to be enslaved by Fong Yuan. It wants to escape. We will make use of its battle strength and attack Fong Yuan together. Like this, we might be able to persevere. Fong Yuan does not even want to let the mortals off. Evidently, he is a demon. Even in the demonic path, he had no bottom line or principles. The mortals will die, we will also not be spared. We should fight for a chance of survival. Ho Yao and Shang Qingqing had many thoughts. They attacked as well. They unleashed their strongest methods from the start of the fight. Fong Yuan smiled lightly. He did not evade. He let the 3 moves land on his body. At the next moment, these 3 moves were completely reflected back at Tai Mianshin, Shang Qingqing, and Ho Yao. Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao were in a difficult situation. They quickly dodged. But that Tai Mianshin's eyes shone with brilliance. He shouted, "I'll take this." He jumped and entered the rumbling black chi that was reflected back. It did not do any damage to him. Instead, he slowly regained control over it. "Fong Yuan, take this again," Tai Mianshin shouted. He burst out with goo worm aura as black chi surged. This immortal killer move floating sinking iron sand had both offense and defense in it. It was compatible with Iron Mask equipment. Even if it was reflected, Tai Mianshin could regain control over it. And this floating sinking iron sand could be stacked and combined perfectly. Tai Mianshin was a rank 7 expert. Even though his attacks were all reflected by Fong Yuan, he felt that he had a chance of winning. It was fine that the floating sinking iron sand was sent back. He could still control it and add more killer moves into it to increase the power of this move. He would become stronger as time passes. As expected of Iron Mask True Inheritance, Fong Yuan saw that Tai Mianshin had used floating sinking iron sand again with increased strength. Bright light shined in his eyes. He had an understanding of the super forces in the 5 regions, because Shadow Sect's information was very comprehensive. Every super force had their signature inheritance like Iron Mask True Inheritance. Shadow Sect had wanted to obtain them too, but all the super forces kept a close eye on them. It was hard for Shadow Sect to succeed. Shadow Sect had not succeeded in getting Iron Mask True Inheritance. They only had some information of it. The core immortal goo was called Justice. The goo immortal who inherits this true inheritance had to have a heart of justice. They needed to have the determination to uphold justice and punish evildoers. Not just that, Fong Yuan still remembered that during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life, the rank 7 goo immortal Tai Mianshin had a great performance. He displayed battle strength at the peak of rank 7. But now, he was still a distance from the peak of rank 7. Continuing to use wisdom path methods to deduce, Fong Yuan thought of many good ways to counter floating sinking iron sand. Fong Yuan chose the most direct method. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation plus Myriad Self, forming Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Dragon. Roar, 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 roar. At once, myriad dragons appeared. They roared as sword chi burst out rampantly. It was like a sea of silver scales. Tai Mianshin was filled with fighting spirit. But suddenly, silver light flickered in front of him. What? Shock was expressed on his face. He looked at the myriad sword dragons flew around like a tsunami, charging towards him. Floating sinking iron sand. During the critical moment, Tai Mianshin breathed in deeply. He used all his strength and method to make the black chi around him surge and defend against the myriad dragons. But in just less than 2 breaths of time, the iron sand black chi was completely wiped out by the silver dragons. Tai Mianshin coughed out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to escape, but where could he go? At the next moment, the myriad dragons engulfed him. Lord Tai Mianshen. Tai Ruanen watched this as she screamed shrilly. The dragons roared in a colossal scale. They truly filled up the entire sky. The attack was terrifying and made all of the mortals on the ground soaked in cold sweat. After a while, a small figure emerged from the dragon group and flew out. It was Tai Mianshin. He was extremely weak, unlike before. His iron giant appearance had crumbled, but it was quite an impressive move to be able to defend against myriad dragon. This strength. Tai Mianshin had a solemn expression most of the time, but now, there was shock remaining on his face. He wanted to stack the floating, sinking iron sand killer move against Fang Yuan, but he retaliated with the most direct method, brute force. Myriad Dragon was created by fusing ancient sword dragon transformation and Myriad Self. Both moves were very exceptional on their own. Myriad Dragon that fused both moves pushed Fang Yuan's attack strength all the way to the peak of rank 7. If this was in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Tai Mianshin would have been able to block this move, but now he was still lacking. The difference between experts was usually by a margin. Just that bit of extra strength decided victory and defeat. Now that Tai Mianshin's offense was lower than Fang Yuan, while his defense was far inferior, Fang Yuan could completely suppress Tai Mianshin in battle. Tai Mianshin could only retreat, he had to flee. He was very fast, even Myriad Dragon could not catch up. Fang Yuan did not set up an immortal battlefield killer move. He could not trap these people. Even though Fang Yuan could defeat him, he needed prior preparations to kill him. Even though I have an immortal battlefield killer move, it cannot be used immediately. Since my rank 8 battle strength is in the defensive aspect, it will be hard to kill Tai Mianshin today. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. He did not have much killing intent. Tai Mianshin was a metal path Gu immortal. Fang Yuan did not need his Dao marks. Furthermore, Tai Mianshin was an important person in southern border to resist Heavenly Court during the 5 regions chaotic war. As for these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not move, he looked down. Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao were surrounded by the myriad dragons. They had no way to escape. Life and death was right before them. As rank 6 Gu immortals facing this rank 7 peak killer move, they were quite impressive to hold out until now. They were elites of super forces after all. Boom boom. With 2 loud sounds, Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao could no longer resist the attack. Their bodies were smashed to bits by the myriad dragons. As for their souls, they wanted to self-detonate, but why would Fang Yuan, who had spectral souls' true inheritance, let them? He directly imprisoned them. They were sent into Fang Yuan's hands by the myriad dragons very quickly. Fang Yuan, kill us if you dare. Evil scoundrel, you are offending the 3 super forces of Ho clan, Shang clan, and Tai clan. You are courting death. You are arrogant now, but you will soon regret your actions. The 2 Gu immortal souls screamed. Suppressed. Fang Yuan willed as these 2 souls were unable to emit a sound or move at all. They were completely immobilized. Next, they were sent into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was easy for Fang Yuan to kill rank 6 Gu immortals. Afterwards, explosions occurred near him as the eagle cried out. The huge upper extreme heavenly eagle took the myriad dragon killer move head-on as it charged at Fang Yuan. It was an immemorial desolate beast with thick defenses. Even though myriad dragon attacked and slashed its body, it ignored the attacks bravely. Fang Yuan saw the bloodlust in its eyes. It had lost its cognition ability. Fang Yuan knew that this eagle was under external influence. Otherwise, it would not dare to attack him like this. After all, not only did Fang Yuan enslave it, he had also hatched it. But in terms of defense, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle lost to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he allowed the eagle to approach him. He only flew at a low altitude in spite of its pursuit. Boom! The eagle wings slammed on Fang Yuan's back, but under the effect of reverse flow protection seal, he was unharmed. This force made him even faster as he flew at Yifan and the rest. The upper extreme heavenly eagle shrieked as its right wing broke. It fell from the sky, but the endless swarm of dragons forced it back into the air as they attacked it endlessly. Fang Yuan had noticed it immediately when he arrived. He saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle on Yifan's shoulder. He was naturally concerned about this anomaly. Since Yifan seemed to be able to control upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan decided to capture him first. He attacked Yifan. Comparing the immemorial desolate beast and a rank 5 Gu master mortal, the latter was much easier to deal with. Before he arrived, Fang Yuan's methods were already in effect. Yifan, Tai Ruanan, and the rest watched as Fang Yuan approached. Their bodies were stiff. They could not move. "Oh no!" Yifan cried out in dismay. He wanted to explain himself, but he could no longer talk now. In Fang Yuan's opinion, any explanation could not match his own soul search. "Am I going to die? I regret that I cannot continue to uphold justice." Tai Ruanan gritted her teeth, feeling rage and hatred. Brother He too. Shang Xanci was the only person with a calm expression. Her beautiful eyes flickered with deep emotions. "You saved me back then. You were the reason why I could gain influence in Shang clan and walk this far. Therefore, even if I die at your hands, I am satisfied." But when Fang Yuan was about to succeed, a mysterious ripple appeared. Instantly, between Fang Yuan and the mortal Gu masters, the scene became a blur, like they were separated by an unclean mirror. Immortal battlefield killer move. This change occurred too quickly, but Fang Yuan reacted rapidly too. When he was about to make a move, the world turned orange-yellow. He was inside a mystical immortal battlefield killer move. A rank 8 Gu immortal showed himself, standing in front of Fang Yuan and protecting the mortal Gu masters behind him. "Master!" Seeing this person, Yifan screamed from excitement. "Who are you?" Fang Yuan's eyes squinted as he emanated a cold aura. "I am Lu Wei-yin." "O Fang Yuan, living beings already live in difficulty. Why must we kill each other? Why don't you stop here?" The mysterious person smiled as he said, "Master?" Yifan muttered. Looking at Lu Wei-yin, who was right in front of him, he had an expression of admiration. After a long time, Yifan saw his master again. He looked the same as before. He wore a gray hemp garment. It was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that was large and wide. It covered his face under the shadow, concealing his appearance. His chin was wide and thick. It gave people the feeling of steadiness and unwavering determination. A rank 8 Gu immortal? The Tui clan Gu immortals were forced to appear. They were hiding in the lake earlier. The moment this immortal battlefield was created, they were forced out. Who is he? He has southern border aura, but he is definitely not a member of the righteous path. Tai Mianshin had a grim expression. "Oh? Life is hard, so you want me to stop?" Fang Yuan smiled coldly at Lu Wei-yin. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind. He was thinking at rapid speed. This guy is a hypocrite. He had created the immortal battlefield killer move long ago. He could have saved Shang clan and Ho clan's Gu immortals, but he chose to appear right after. Coming out and telling me that life is difficult and that I should stop. This is fake kindness. However, he is a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. My 3 breaths future vision had already been active, but it did not warn me. This move is too low ranked. The core time path immortal Gu after is only rank 7. And this immortal battlefield killer move that he set is very profound. My investigative methods could not find it. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He had an array of methods against most rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals in the world. He could suppress them, but against a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was still inferior. The enemy was a rank 8 Gu immortal, and he was inside an immortal battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan was in a passive situation. But he was not worried. Reverse flow protection seal was his greatest defense. He had modified it extensively during this period. Even if Heavenly Court had a counter to it, they could only influence the initial version. It could not work on the current Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move. Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, using his strongest defensive method again. Roar. Countless silver sword dragons flew out and filled the entire immortal battlefield killer move. The dragons roared. They had a ruthless expression as they attacked Lu Wei-yin. Lu Wei-yin smiled lightly. He was completely unconcerned. Friend, don't be so angry. Killing cannot solve all problems. Saying so, aura burst out of his body as he used an immortal killer move. This killer move made an effect immediately. It started to rain. But this rain was not made of water. It was made of sand. Sand rained down like a torrent, appearing out of nowhere. The immortal battlefield resonated, causing the sand to be even heavier, as the entire battlefield was covered by a veil of sand. Immortal killer move. Descending sand. The sword dragons were covered by the sand. Their thunderous roars became very soft. Their long and sharp bodies shrunk as their sinister claws became soft and fluid. In a few breaths of time, the army of ferocious sword dragons was completely weakened, turning into tiny white earthworms that were the size of a human arm. This killer move. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He realized something. It seems he has already found out my identity. Lu Wei-yin sighed as he watched. This person is truly an otherworldly demon, a cause of calamities and tribulations. Not only does he have great battle strength, he has also grown sufficiently now. The more worrying thing is that he has a vicious and scheming mind. He acts with precise ruthlessness. This is truly a misfortune for ordinary people and life. Thinking so, Lu Wei-yin called out, "Gu Immortal and Gu Master friends." The saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves. Everyone is in danger now. You have to unite and work together to resist this demon. That is the only way to survive. In this battlefield killer move, if you do not have the determination to resist the demon, I will not be able to protect you. I will need your help in this following killer move. Master, what do you want us to do? Go ahead and instruct us. Yifan shouted loudly in an energetic mood. Lu Wei-yin turned around and smiled as he nodded. I only need all of you to have determination to fight against this demon. I understand. Yifan nodded. He looked at Fang Yuan angrily as battle will emerged from his body, rising up like smoke. The upper extreme heavenly eagle also landed. Its eyes stared at Fang Yuan with hatred. Even though Fang Yuan hatched it, he had deprived it of freedom. Even blood-related parents who did that would be hated. In that case, we might as well cooperate. Tai Mianshin calmed his mind. Even though Lu Wei-yin was mysterious, in this situation, Fang Yuan was the enemy. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. Tai Mianshin responded to Lu Wei-yin's call. On the other hand, Yi Clan's two Gu Immortals discussed and also summoned their intent to fight against Fang Yuan. As for the mortal Gu Masters, asking them to fight a Gu Immortal greatly challenged their courage. But because Lu Wei-yin was taking the lead, and Fang Yuan was simply too vicious, having the intent to kill them, they all summoned their fighting spirits. Only Shang Xinci shook her head. She had a sorrowful gaze. Fang Yuan was her benefactor. How could she fight him? Clan leader, now is not the time for mercy. That Fang Yuan is an ambitious demon who acts viciously. He will not reciprocate your kindness. Even Wei de Xian, who was beside Shang Xinci, urged. Enough. I will not be enemies with Brother He too, even if he kills me. Shang Xinci shook her head with firm determination. The people around her sighed. The other Gu Masters were unhappy with Shang Xinci's attitude. But because of her status and the situation now, they did not dare to speak up. Lu Wei-yin saw that everyone had summoned their wills. He smiled brightly. Good, he said, turning to face Fang Yuan. I would like you to evaluate my move. Mud piled into a wall. Immortal killer move. Mud piled into a wall. Battle will surge from everyone, absorbed into this small world rapidly. The immortal battlefield resonated again. Fang Yuan had an alert expression. He did not attack randomly. He chose to watch the situation closely. At the next moment, walls appeared out of nowhere, erected by his side. Fang Yuan smiled and attacked, using all sorts of methods to smash these walls. But the walls formed at an incredible speed, while Fang Yuan's methods were affected by descending sand and became very weak. The yellow walls did not have offensive power, but they formed and gathered, Some were in front of Fang Yuan while others surrounded him in all directions, above, below, and on all sides around him. Immortal killer move. 6-directional maze. Lu Wei-yin grunted as a third killer move was used. Fang Yuan's mind was stirred. At this moment, Lu Wei-yin had finally bared his fangs. The 3 killer moves, descending sand, mud piled into a wall, and 6-directional maze, rapidly activated and fused together, forming a huge maze that completely enveloped Fang Yuan. This maze extended in all directions. It was like the core of a hollow mountain. All sorts of interweaving paths and walls were complex and confusing. People would feel dizzy just looking at them. Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon Killer move was created from the fusion of Myriad Self and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. But Lu Wei-yin's Fetus Earth Maze was the combination of 3 rank 8 killer moves. It had an incredible power. Fang Yuan felt his sense of direction dwindling here. He could not tell where was up, down, left, or right. He tried to move alongside the walls, but he completely forgot the path he came from. He tried to attack the yellow walls, but any attack that landed on the walls became extremely weak, because these walls had the effect of descending sand. It seems that I cannot brute force my way out of here. I need to expose this immortal battlefield's weakness and strike at it. Realization appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He sat down on the spot and closed his eyes, using all sorts of wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan was temporarily trapped in the Fetus Earth Maze killer move. The situation stabilized immediately. Bright light flashed in Tai Mianshin's eyes. He flew down and greeted Lu Wei-yin, asking, "Senior, how will we kill this demon Fang Yuan?" Lu Wei-yin smiled, saying softly, "All life deserves to live. Even though this Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon, he is still a living being. How can we say things like taking his life?" Tai Mianshan was stunned. E-Clan's 2 Gu Immortals also flew over. Inen Men said anxiously, "Senior, how can we let him off? This demon has committed great sins. He disrupts the order of the world. Now is the best time to kill him. How can we be wrongly merciful?" Yu also urged, "Senior, if we do not kill him today, he will harm the world and kill other living beings in the future. Wouldn't that be worse? His death is the fortune of this world." But Lu Wei-yin shook his head. "Everyone's words make sense, but you are also biased. There is no absolute evil person in this world. Nobody is born as a murderer. Otherwise, why would we need to learn methods to fight and kill? Humans have kindness and evil in their hearts. There is no pure evil or pure kindness. Even though this Fang Yuan is a demonic path Gu Immortal with blood on his hands, having committed great evil, he was not born as an evil person. A hated person has reasons to be pitied. Everything in this world has causes and effects. What created the Fang Yuan of today is the karma of yesterday. Since Fang Yuan could grow into this evil person now, why can't he turn into a kind person in the future? He is strong and has countless methods. If he is in the righteous path, he would bring blessings to this world. He would save countless people. Isn't that more helpful to the world?" Lu Wei-yin's words stunned Tai Mianshen, Inen Men, and Yu. This mysterious rank 8 Gu Immortal wanted to reform Fang Yuan. Since Senior has his objective, Junior will wait for Senior's success. Tai Mianshin sighed. E-Clan's 2 Gu Immortals looked at each other. They saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The 3 of them were not Fang Yuan's match. They needed to depend on this mysterious rank 8 Gu Immortal Lu Wei-yin to deal with Fang Yuan. Lu Wei-yin had incredibly profound methods, even though he appeared abruptly and set up the Immortal Battlefield Killer move in advance. Showing his motive, all the signs pointed to the fact that he could eliminate Fang Yuan. But to think that after a conversation, Lu Wei-yin still held the absurd objective of reforming Fang Yuan, to turn this huge demon into a kind immortal that would save the world. I am afraid this rank 8 Gu Immortal has some method to change Fang Yuan's personality? You guessed. Enan Men spoke directly. "Thank you, Senior, for saving us. I would like Senior to open this battlefield and let us return to our clan." E-Clan's Gu Immortals came here to deal with Tai Clan, Shang Clan, and Ho Clan. But the situation developed too quickly. Fang Yuan's appearance completely took matters out of their control. The 2 E-Clan Gu Immortals were quite unlucky. They met both Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin. Their objectives failed before they even started doing anything. In this situation, they did not want to stay. It was normal to want to leave. Tai Mianshin looked at the two E-clan Gu Immortals. His gaze flickered, but he did not speak. Lu Wei-yin shook his head. Friends, don't be anxious. I will not harm you. But now is not the time to open the battlefield. If everyone leaves, I'm afraid there may be reports to the clans and invitations for reinforcements to deal with Fang Yuan. This goes against my objective. You should all wait here for now. This? The three Gu Immortals looked at each other. They had no choice but to accept it. Inside this immortal battlefield, they could not communicate with the outside world. Since they were weaker than both Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin, they could only obey his arrangements helplessly. Master, can that Fang Yuan really be converted to the righteous path? Yifan asked in confusion. Lu Wei-yin turned around and patted Yifan's head. Anything can be possible in this world, right? I am willing to give him a chance to repent and turn over a new leaf. If he does, I am sure that this will be a huge blessing to the world. It would become a wonderful story for future historical records. Can it really succeed? Shang Xinci asked hesitantly. Anticipation shone deep within her eyes. She was a righteous path Gu master this entire life. She did not want the person she loved, Fang Yuan, to walk on this demonic path of no return. Right now, from Shang Xinci's perspective, Fang Yuan was already trapped. This showed that Lu Wei-yin was very powerful and that Fang Yuan was in danger. At this time, if Fang Yuan could turn over a new leaf, not only would it be a huge blessing, he would also preserve his own life. Of course it can. People can change, they can turn bad, but they can also become good. Oh Shang Xinci, do you think Fang Yuan is a bad person inherently? Lu Wei-yin smiled and asked. Shang Xinci shook her head. She had a firm attitude. I will not lie to Senior. I believe that Fang Yuan is not born evil. I can feel his cold attitude, but under that, I can sense endless sadness. Lu Wei-yin nodded. Your understanding is quite hard to come by. I know that he has helped you before. Do you know that now he needs your help more? Shang Xinci was dazed before asking, Senior, how can I help him? Lu Wei-yin smiled. Very simple. I have already said that you need to encourage and urge him to renounce his evil ways and become righteous. My killer move is called Fetus Earth Maze. It can allow a person to live 3 lifetimes, experiencing the mortal life fully and comprehending life and death, understanding the vicissitudes of human ways and forgetting the evil in his heart, turning over a new leaf. All of us have an inherent nature, but our life experiences are very important too. O Shang Xinci, if you invest your will into Fetus Earth Maze, Fang Yuan would definitely feel it. Let him experience the beauty of life and summon the kindness and brightness in his heart. I understand. Thank you, Senior, for the guidance. Shang Xinci had a look of realization. Her gaze became firm. A lump of will emerged from her body, entering Fetus Earth Maze like everyone else. Seeing this, Lu Wei-yin's mind eased. He thought, with Shang Xinci's luck on our side, we will not be fully suppressed by Fang Yuan's luck. Next, it will depend on the other party. In immemorial white heaven, Chani moved like lightning, flying rapidly among the clouds. He was still injured. These were caused by Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder and immemorial soul beast Qing Cho. His injuries were covered by Strength Path and Soul Path Dao marks. They were very deep. Chun-Yi had impressive healing methods, but these injuries could not heal so quickly. Compared to his injuries, his heart was heavier. I actually failed. Not only did I fail to get Divine Bean Palace, I lost in battle and could not kill Qing Cho. Sigh. I was too greedy. They took advantage of it. It was my fault. It was all my fault. Chen-Yi was very regretful. He could not answer to Fairy Ziwei, and also as the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could not regain his sect ancestors' possession. He was very ashamed. After returning, I will quit my role as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder and cultivate in seclusion. I will reclaim Divine Bean Palace after my cultivation breaks through. Chani made up his mind. He needed to make up for this mistake. Otherwise, he would not rest at ease. He flew for many days, Central Continent was already in sight. But now, 3 rank 7 Gu immortals approached him. Lord Chen-Yi, hold on. We have been waiting for you. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals said. Chen-Yi took a gaze. They were familiar people. They were supreme elders from the other 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Why are you? Chen-Yi could not understand. One of the 3 rank 7s handed Chen-Yi an information path mortal Gu. Chen-Yi looked into it. It was a letter from Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei requested for Chen-Yi to make up for his failure. He needed to head to the immemorial White Heaven of Northern Plains for his mission. Lady Fairy Ziwei, as expected of a wisdom path great expert. Chen-Yi looked at the letter with a bright gaze. He nodded as he sighed deeply. Lord Chen-Yi, please give us instructions. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals asked. Their task was to hand Chen-Yi this information path mortal Gu containing their mission. They did not know what they had to do next. Chen-Yi looked at the 3 of them. Heavenly Court has already acted against Feng Yuan. Follow me. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. On a plain and ordinary wetland, profound light suddenly emerged endlessly. The light was bright like jade, turning the surroundings green in color. Within the green light, countless butterflies were dancing around. The light lasted for 3 breaths of time before fading into sparkles of jade light that dissipated rapidly. But different from before, 7 figures appeared on the ground that was empty earlier. They emanated Central Continent Gu immortal aura. The leader wore a red and white robe. He was the famous genius rarely found in thousands of years, Feng Jiugu. These people were directly transported from Central Continent. Even Feng Jiugu was a little dazed. At this moment, they were looking around and assessing the area. Beside Feng Jiugu, a rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal deduced as he said excitedly, "This is Langya blessed land." Hearing his words, the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals felt deeply excited. Feng Jiugu nodded in satisfaction. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out a will. This will was very damaged. It was about to be destroyed after existing for a very long period of time. Feng Jiugu cupped his fist as this will. We were able to arrive here after crossing 2 regions thanks to Senior's immortal killer move. This will formed into a human shape with difficulty. It had the appearance of a scholarly teacher. He looked around. You are all pillars that support Heavenly Court. My main body left this will behind to deal with situations like this. I hope you can all work together and complete your mission. Do not let down Heavenly Court. We will do our best. The other 6 rank 7 Gu immortals said in unison. This will heard the answer and laughed. Great. Our Heavenly Court will continue to advance with all of your help. We will exist for all eternity. As it laughed, the will dissipated in the wind, completely vanishing. Gu immortal Feng Yunhua, who was behind Feng Jiugu, wore a white jade crown and had a young appearance. He knew some information as he sighed upon seeing this. Senior Liang Liang's final remaining will has been destroyed. Liang Liang was famous in history. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal from Heavenly Court, a space path expert. He had once obtained fixed immortal travel and elevated it to rank 7. Later, when legendary immemorial desolate beast Huakong wreaked havoc, he participated in battle and died. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed as a result. Afterwards, fixed immortal travel appeared in history several times, refined by people of different regions, but it was always rank 6. The rank 7 version had never appeared again. Even during Feng Yuan's refinement in 3 Kings Blessed Land, he could not break out of this limitation. But afterwards, Granny Xia from Heavenly Court refined rank 6 fixed immortal travel, and with Fairy Ziwei leading Heavenly Court, she had tried to raise the rank of fixed immortal travel. Heavenly Court had the greatest immortal material inventory in the world. They had started collecting materials since the era of primordial origin immortal venerable 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. Fixed immortal travel was hard to raise to rank 7 because of one crucial immortal material. But this problem was not that big for Heavenly Court. Months ago, Fairy Ziwei had used the method Gu immortal Liang Liang left behind and awakened his final will. With the help of this will, not only did Heavenly Court raise fixed immortal travel to rank 7, they even collected a lot of Gu worms and created an immortal killer move, 7 immortal doors. This was the immortal killer move that transported Feng Jiugu, Fang Yunhua, and the rest of the central continent Gu immortals into Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land directly. However, the moment they reached Liang Liang's remnant will that had helped Feng Jiugu use the move dissipated after reaching its limit. The final trace of this legend had finally vanished. But Heavenly Court's plan succeeded in return. Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jiugu muttered. He floated up as he used an immortal killer move to investigate the surroundings. Only to see that the terrain was completely flat and empty for all the surroundings. It was a swamp everywhere. Only some traces of vegetation grew here in clear view. But Feng Jiugu saw more than that. He looked closely and found the traces of hairy men living in this huge area. Feng Jiugu praised Fairy Ziwei internally. Amazing! Ever since Fang Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, he had been guarding against this Gu. Even the current Danghan Mountain had completely been remodeled. It was to prevent anyone from using fixed immortal travel to teleport into it. But Fairy Ziwei used some crucial clues to deduce the appearance of Langya Blessed Land. Using that, they used Immortal Killer move 7 immortal doors to allow Feng Jiugu and the rest to arrive in here. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had grown sufficiently to resist rank 8. Afterwards, he went into seclusion and developed on his own, growing rapidly and forcing Heavenly Court, which was pursuing him, to fail in capturing him. Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was someone who could destroy Fate Gu, a huge threat to Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had always been mindful of him. She wanted to find any means possible to eradicate Fang Yuan. But after failing to locate Fang Yuan, Fairy Ziwei's focus turned to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was the #1 blessed land in the world. It had provided too much help to Fang Yuan. Initially, when Langya Land Spirit was still the white-haired land spirit, he had helped Fang Yuan refine Second Aperture Gu, and even gave Gruel Mud Immortal Gu to him. It played a crucial role during the events of Imperial Court Blessed Land. After the Battle of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fang Yuan turned into an immortal zombie and was very poor. His finances were in terrible straits. But with the help of Langya Blessed Land, he deduced immortal Gu recipes for income and rapidly got past the awkward stage of lacking initial funds. Next, to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist the invasion of Immortal Crane Sect, Langya Land Spirit lent Fang Yuan Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu as well as 8 Desolate Beasts. There was also Unfamiliar Face. It helped Fang Yuan a lot. This was also given by Langya Land Spirit. Next, when Shadow Sect attacked Langya Blessed Land, they snatched many crucial core Immortal Gu of Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. The white-haired land spirit turned into the black-haired land spirit. Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu was also destroyed in this battle. The black-haired land spirit created Langya Sect, changing the original plan of the white-haired land spirit. He gave Fang Yuan a lot of help. Firstly, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, when Fang Yuan had just obtained the sovereign immortal body, he was in a dangerous and awkward spot. Langya Sect used Treasure Yellow Heaven to send him many crucial Gu worms and get through that difficult moment. When Fang Yuan went back to Northern Plains from southern border, Langya Sect went to bring him back, losing 2 hairy man Gu immortals in the process. Langya Land Spirit had even relocated Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain, Wisdom Gu and other items before Hu Immortal Blessed Land was attacked, preserving most of Fang Yuan's assets, especially Wisdom Gu. Langya Blessed Land had been bearing the burden of feeding it, expending a lot of lifespan Gu. Next, Langya Land Spirit asked Fang Yuan to be their external Supreme Elder, transacting with him and refining Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu for him, as well as the Self-Luck True Inheritance. After getting Shadow Sect's True Inheritance, Langya Land Spirit exchanged most of the True Inheritance's information with Fang Yuan. And throughout the period of interacting with both land spirits, Langya Blessed Land had refined a large number of Gu for Fang Yuan, countless mortal Gu and many crucial immortal Gu. All of this help came at timely intervals, giving Fang Yuan a huge amount of assistance. One could say that Langya Blessed Land had played a critical role in the outcome of Fang Yuan being able to reach this stage today. And now, even Langya Land Spirit did not want to offend Fang Yuan with rank 8 battle strength. He wanted to improve their relationship. After the marriage with the snowman, Langya Land Spirit became even more assured of Fang Yuan's stance and attitude towards the variant humans. In other words, Langya Blessed Land was already Fang Yuan's base now. However, this was also why Heavenly Court's attention was brought to Langya Blessed Land. But for a long time, Heavenly Court was unsure of which force was helping Feng Yuan. Until recently, when Fairy Z-Wei's deductions made a breakthrough. Thus, Langya Blessed Land became their first target to attack. Such guts! You dare to invade my world! Langya Land's spirit suddenly shouted from within the wetlands. A silver giant appeared out of nowhere. It had overwhelming fighting spirit and disposition. It was the number 2 ancient battle formation in the world. Heavenly Giant Solar. Langya Blessed Land was controlled by Langya Land Spirit. He knew everything that happened inside it to great detail. Feng Jogu and the rest suddenly barged into Langya Blessed Land. The land spirit found out almost immediately. But because they were very strong, Langya Land Spirit gathered the Hairyman Gu Immortals and assembled Heavenly Giant Solar first before going to face them. A great battle was about to start. Invaders of Langya Blessed Land, die! Langya Land Spirit shouted as he attacked using Heavenly Giant Solar along with the band of Hairyman Gu Immortals. Retreat! Seeing the approaching Silver Giant, Central Continent's Gu Immortals rapidly retreated in all directions. Even Feng Jogu was retreating. But he was moving slowly. It was not that he was slower than the rest, but he was purposely lagging behind. Undeniably, Feng Jogu had the greatest battle strength among the Central Continent Gu Immortals. He was the leader of this expedition. Victory greatly depended on him. He needed to control the situation at all times. This is Feng Jogu of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Langya Land Spirit controlled Heavenly Giant Solar. Seeing Feng Jogu, his pupils shrank. He had a grim expression. The enemies had ill intent. Langya Land Spirit felt great pressure. Because Feng Jogu appeared, it meant that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and thus Heavenly Court, were the enemies of Langya Blessed Land. Heavenly Court was the number 1 force in human history. It was also the number 1 grotto heaven in the world. How could Langya Land Spirit not feel pressure facing such an opponent? Little 5. Langya Land Spirit shouted. Gu Immortal Fifth Hair nodded. Watch this! Saying so, he used an Immortal Killer move. The killer move took effect immediately, appearing on Heavenly Giant Solar. The silver giant opened its mouth as a beam of light burst out. The beam was very threatening, appearing before Feng Jogu in an instant. Such speed! Feng Jogu was slightly stunned. The white light was right in front of his face, but he suddenly smiled. Swoosh! He vanished in an instant. The light went through his former location and shot far away, creating huge ripples of distortion in the air. Feng Jogu appeared again. He advanced instead, arriving in front of the silver giant. He is above us. Within the silver giant, the investigative hairy man Gu Immortal called out. The hairy man Gu Immortals were flustered. Tit for tat, take my move as well. Feng Jogu laughed heartily, waving his sleeves as a grand aura burst out of his body. Immortal Killer Move. Triple Extreme Sound. Feng Jogu punched with one hand, creating a drumming sound. He struck with his other palm and created the chiming of bells. He pointed with his finger and created a sharp whistle. These were the signature methods of the 3 sounds' true inheritance: drum fist, bell palm, and whistle finger. Earlier, Feng Jogu could only use the first 2 moves to supplement his methods. But after Feng Yuan escaped his pursuit, Feng Jogu returned to Central Continent and thought about his own insufficiencies. He cultivated hard and learned the 3rd move. Thereafter, he learned all 3 methods, forming the triple extreme sound killer move. Fist, palm, finger, fist palm, finger. Using this fluid sequence, Feng Jogu attacked and expended little immortal essence with each attack. The power even increased slightly with each use. Even though the amplification was not high, Feng Jogu attacked rapidly, alternating between fist, palm, and finger. He attacked for 100 times in a short time. This way, as the number of attacks increased, triple extreme sound became even stronger. The sound waves landed on the silver giant as it stumbled backwards. The hairy man Gu Immortals felt dizzy. The silver giant waved its arms and scattered the clouds and winds, wanting to slam down on Feng Jogu. But Feng Jogu's methods were too tough. He moved agilely in the air. Even though the giant's arms were huge and moved fast, They could not hit Feng Jiugu. It seems that we need immortal methods against this person. Lang Ye land spirit shouted with a serious expression. Third hair. Fourth hair. The two hairy man Gu immortals responded rapidly and used their immortal killer moves. Third hair used a killer move that created a dark green layer of wooden armor on the silver giant's body. Feng Jiuji's triple extreme sound landed on the wooden armor, and the sound waves were completely absorbed. Fourth hair's killer move created a golden chi spiral above the silver giant's head. These chi currents shot towards Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiuji's situation became dangerous all of a sudden. His attacks were no longer effective, no matter how he flew. The golden spiraling chi currents gathered around his body. He could not shrug them off. Not far away, Central Continent's Gu immortal Fang Yunhua saw this and thought, according to the information, defeating this silver giant will decide our victory. Since Feng Jiugu is in trouble, I can help him. Thinking of this, Fang Yunhua was about to use a killer move when he heard his companion's warning. Brother Fang, dodge. What? At the next moment, Fang Yunhua saw that the silver giant opened its mouth, shooting out a huge beam of light. This beam of light was aimed at Fang Yunhua. He quickly used his defensive methods. But Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength. Even though Fang Yunhua was a rank 7 expert, he was not like Feng Jiugu or Fang Yuan. His defensive methods only lasted for 3 breaths of time. But that was enough for Fang Yunhua to turn into a white cloudy light and scatter, before gathering and forming high up in the sky. Blood dripped out of Fang Yunhua's mouth. He had a pale face and shock was in his eyes. I was distracted earlier and wanted to use a killer move, exposing a flaw. They were able to sense it immediately. What investigative method is that? Lang Ye Blessed Land had deep foundations, but it mainly focused on refinement path. The previous Lang Ye land spirit had no interest in anything but Gu refinement. Thus, this investigative method came from Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan exchanged true inheritances with Lang Ye land spirit back then. One on hand, he wanted the inheritances, and on the other hand, he wanted to increase Lang Ye sect's battle strength. Lang Ye sect had many immortal Gu, they only lacked useful killer moves. And now, Fang Yuan's action finally saw some results. Feng Jiuji's heart also sank. This investigative killer move could sense the weakness exposed by enemies. It was very useful in landing crucial attacks. With such a killer move, Central Continent's Gu immortals were greatly disrupted when attacking the silver giant together. Because these people were from different sects, they rarely worked together. Once they attacked the silver giant, their cooperation would have flaws. And these flaws would immediately be targeted by the silver giant. The more people here, the more problems there are. I will stall Heavenly Giant Solar myself then. Feng Jiugu fought as he thought. He quickly changed his battle tactic, instructing the other Gu immortals. Split up and set up the immortal Gu formation so that our reinforcements can come. Such guts! Lang Ye land spirit heard such words and shouted in anger. Feng Jiugu smiled lightly. He purposely said that it was an open scheme that left Lang Ye land spirit no option but to face it. Even though the silver giant had rank 8 battle strength, it was only one entity while Central Continent had 7 Gu immortals. The silver giant could not deal with all of them, but if it sent out Hairyman Gu immortals to deal with them, they would fall into Feng Jiuji's scheme. The battle strength of these Hairyman Gu immortals had risen sharply, but they were not a match for these Central Continent Gu immortal experts in one-on-one battles. Thus, Lang Ye land spirit was in a difficult spot. He could neither split up his forces nor stay together. While Lang Ye blessed land was in an intense battle, far away in southern border, in the fetus earth maze, there was serenity. Where am I? Fang Yuan opened his eyes, realizing he was on a bed. He wanted to get up but found that he was heavily injured. He had a dazed expression as he muttered, "Who am I? I seem to have forgotten some important matters. Oh son, you are finally awake." At this moment, an old lady heard the commotion and entered the house, tearing up after seeing Fang Yuan, who had woken up. "You are?" Fang Yuan questioned. The old lady was stunned for a second before crying loudly. "Son, did you hit your head and become stupid? I am your mother, you are Shen-san. A few days ago, Young Master Shu sent a Gu master of his family to beat you up because he did not want you and Xionyang to be together. Oh son, listen to mother's advice. Even though you and Xionyang are close, we are a small family. Even though there were Gu masters in our ancestry, we have already fallen from grace. You cannot beat young Master Shu in fighting over Xionyang. Give up? You should give up. Xionyang, Fang Yuan muttered. Is this true? I have forgotten all these? Some days later, he gradually understood his identity. He and Xionyang were betrothed from birth, but his father died when he was young, losing their only Gu master in the family. Thus they fell from grace. Originally, they matched Xionyang's family, but now they were inferior. Xionyang's family preferred that young Master Shu instead. He had a huge clan and was influential and rich. There were dozens of Gu masters in Shu clan. If the external Gu masters were included, they numbered over 100. Later, Xionyang came to see Fang Yuan. Darling San, how are your injuries? I've been thinking of you day and night, but my parents stopped me from coming. I could only come here today because I lied that I was cultivating with a Gu master. Oh my darling San, my poor darling San. Xionyang saw that Fang Yuan was lying down in bed weakly. She started sobbing. Love was deeply etched in her eyes. Fang Yuan looked at Xionyang. He felt like this was the first time he was seeing her. He assessed her closely. Xionyang was young and beautiful. Her skin was pure and white. Her green hair was long like a waterfall. She wore a white dress and had a slim figure. She was pure and innocent. With tears in her eyes, she was very alluring. She was truly a peerless beauty. No wonder that young Master Shu likes Xionyang. Fang Yuan sighed. He did not speak. Xionyang was upset, but the old lady sighed and told her the reason. Xionyang cried out in agony. She quickly held onto Fang Yuan's hands and talked about the past, attempting to get him to remember who she was. She talked of scenes of the past. They were ordinary and insignificant, but these were reflections of their love. Fang Yuan's love was slowly awakened. He looked at Xionyang's eyes as he extended his hand, caressing her tender face. He said softly, Xionyang, yes. Xionyang quickly answered as she grabbed his hand, placing it closely on her face. She looked at Fang Yuan's eyes with deep emotion, saying, My darling San, oh my dear Shin San. Outside Fetus Earth Maze, in the Immortal battlefield, Lu Wei-yin smiled as he spoke to himself. I was right after all. How can anyone be so emotionless? This Fang Yuan is not an emotionless person. He still has love and affection in him. Lu Wei-yin looked around. Since some time ago, be it the Gu immortals like Tai Mian Shen, or the mortals like Shang Xian Ci, they were all floating in the air with their eyes shut. Among them, Shang Xian Ci's eyes were shut, but her pupils were moving around. Her face was rosy, as if she was in a beautiful dream that she could not wake up from. Lu Wei-yin sighed deeply. The mortal world reflects normal life. To reform this demon, you will all have to forget yourselves in this fetus earth maze and live as another person to experience life again. This is an opportunity. As long as you have sufficient comprehension, you will definitely gain something useful. Within Langya Blessed Land, intense battle was occurring. The central continent Gu immortals received orders and scattered, setting up the Immortal formation. As long as it was created, they would be able to bring central continent Gu immortals into Langya Blessed Land and reinforce Feng Jiugu and the rest. For Langya Land spirit, this was horrible news. They had to be stopped. This Feng Jiugu is truly devious. Our hairy man Gu immortals have to work together to assemble ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar and have rank 8 battle strength. He wants me to divert my forces. How can I do that? Langya Land spirit snickered in his mind. If this was the previous land spirit, he would panic and experience complete chaos now. But this black-haired land spirit was adept at fighting. He saw through Feng Jiuji's schemes. I cannot split up my forces. In that case, I will kill some central continent Gu immortals first. We will compete in speed. Let's see who's faster. Your immortal formation setup or my slaughtering of you Gu immortals. Langya Land spirit's eyes shined with determination. Roar! The silver giant suddenly shouted as sound waves spread out in all directions, pushing Feng Jiugu away. Next, the silver giant raised its right foot, taking a step forward. It moved very slowly, as if there was a mountain below its foot. Oh no! Feng Jiuji's expression changed, because he sensed the strong aura of space path from this silver giant. It was using a space path killer move. Feng Jiuge wanted to stop it as he activated triple extreme sound, but the silver giant was unobliging and took these attacks head-on. In order to complete the space path killer move, the silver giant finally stepped forward. When the right foot landed on the ground, space below it shrunk by countless times. It moved over 100 li instantly. A central continent Gu Immortal was flying on a cloud. Suddenly, the air around him was pushed away as he was completely shrouded by a huge shadow. He turned to look. His pupils shrunk to pin size as the silver giant stood before him. Its arms were grabbing towards him from his left and right. The central continent Gu Immortal became alert. He gritted his teeth and tried to use a method to escape, but a profound light emerged from each of the silver giant's hands. The two profound lights landed on the central continent Gu Immortal as his killer move activation was broken. Quickly save me! The central continent Gu Immortal was locked on by the two lights and could not move. He screamed and sought help from his companions. At the next moment, he was completely surrounded by the two hands. The silver giant grabbed as the two hands formed into a silver cage. An immeasurable pressure assaulted the central continent Gu Immortal from all directions. His bones were creaking. The central continent Gu Immortal's expression changed. He could see his defensive methods crumbling. He could not resist the might of the silver cage. Save me! He could not keep calm anymore. He screamed, "Guh!" At the next moment, he turned into a pile of bloody flesh. He was completely squashed to death inside the silver cage. This central continent rank 7 expert from the 10 great ancient sects had died pitifully in the silver giant's hands. Good. Gu Immortals from central continent's 10 great sects are merely so. Within the silver giant, Lang Yalan's spirit laughed heartily. We will continue. That Feng Jiugu had rank 8 battle strength. He is a tough nut to crack. We will ignore him. Let's kill all these weaklings first. I want to see if anyone will still dare to invade my hairy man's sanctuary after this. Heavenly Giant Solar was the number 2 ancient battle formation in the world. It was the peak essence of ancient Gu cultivation. It had rank 8 battle strength, but the hairy man Gu Immortals were too weak earlier, including the white-haired land spirit. Thus, when Shadow Sect attacked, they did poorly. Shadow Sect managed to damage Refinement Cauldron and leave unharmed. But now was different. After the black-haired land spirit's reforms, Langya Sect was created, and with Feng Yuan's guidance, the hairy man Gu Immortal's fighting standards had gone up greatly. This way, after assembling ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, it could truly display rank 8 battle strength. And because the black-haired land spirit had always made the hairy man Gu Immortals practice the use of this ancient battle formation, even central continent rank 7 Gu Immortal experts had to die. Southern border, fetus Earth maze. The mortal life continued to unfold. It seems that I really lost my memories. Under the moonlight, Feng Yuan sighed. He wore a thin shirt as he walked around the small garden made with piled-up soil. There was a well in it, and half of the bricks around the well had broken. There was also a fruit tree with no leaves. It was dry and wilted. This is my home. Feng Yuan looked around and sighed. He looked at the room that the old lady slept in. It was even more torn than his room. The windows had lots of holes in it. Seeing this, a sense of shame and embarrassment assaulted Feng Yuan. Thinking of Xionyang, love emerged from Feng Yuan's heart. Undoubtedly, these two were the most important women in his life. After resting for some months, his injuries had mostly healed. He could walk again. At the moment, countless thoughts were in his mind. The pure moonlight shone down on his frowned brows. He had been thinking about his situation while lying on bed. Xionyang is truly in love with me. I must marry her. I cannot let her down. Mother really likes Xionyang. But because of the situation, she had to painfully give up. To marry Xionyang, there are 2 obstacles. One is Shu clan. It has a huge force and many people. The second are Xionyang's parents. They are Gu masters, and they look down on a mortal like me. The root cause is still my low aptitude. I cannot become a Gu master. If I could cultivate to rank 3, her parents would accept me. Sigh. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. This was a problem that he could not solve. Even though in rumors there were goo that could change aptitude, Fang Yuan was a poor lad. Who would spend effort to help him to such an extent? Even though Xiaonyang had goo master aptitude, she was only C grade and had low potential. If she had a bright future and could become a rank 3 goo master, she might be able to decide her own fate. She would not need to be so helpless. Then what should I do? Fang Yuan sighed as he looked at the moon. He was very troubled. But at this time he heard the sound of a zither playing. Oh? Why is there music? Fang Yuan listened closely. The music was not just from a zither. There were also bells, flutes, and so on. He listened closely, trying to find the source of the music, gradually approaching the well. Strange. This music is coming from my well. Why is that? Fang Yuan looked into the well. He only saw the reflection of the moon. It was bright and clear. Fang Yuan looked at the walls of this well. There were dozens of bricks that formed into the shape of a door. It was shining with a white jade luster. It was extraordinary. He was very curious. He tied the rope of the water bucket to the fruit tree and climbed down the well. When he was lowered to half of the well's depth, he hung onto the rope as he pushed the bricks that looked like a jade door. He used a small force, but the jade door vanished when he touched it. A form of suction dragged the helpless Fang Yuan into it. A night later, Fang Yuan got out of bed, his eyes shining brightly. He was completely different from before mentally. It turned out that this well had the inheritance of a goo immortal. It was known as the virtue true inheritance. Because of its long history, it was very incomplete. Fang Yuan inherited this incomplete true inheritance. He awakened his aperture that night and became a rank 1 goo master. He obtained several mortal goo and gained a huge burst in strength. His life had completely changed. Heaven pitied me. I obtained such an unparalleled fortuitous encounter. There is great hope in marrying Xiaonyang now. Fang Yuan was extremely joyous, but he controlled himself, knowing that he could not expose this. The fortuitous encounter was too great. If he exposed it, he would get killed. I want to cultivate hard. I will accumulate my foundation and only expose my strength after being sufficiently strong enough. Cultivate this virtue true inheritance. Fang Yuan made up his mind, but he frowned. But this true inheritance has a weird requirement. It needs the inheritor to maintain a heart of justice, to be a virtuous person. The greater my virtues, the easier it is when cultivating. Virtue. Fang Yuan hesitated. He had a vague feeling of disdain towards this word in his heart, but after getting this true inheritance, the disdain vanished subtly. In the following days, Fang Yuan worked hard on cultivation, accumulating strength. The old lady advised him not to get close to Xiaonyang. He agreed but made up his mind internally. Xiaonyang approached him and talked about their tough relationship, but Fang Yuan urged her to endure it. He would find a way around this. What made Fang Yuan extremely glad was that Xiaonyang believed his words without doubt. As he cultivated, one day, the old lady got sick and could not recover. Fang Yuan was extremely anguished. Normal medicine had no effect. Fang Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. He found a goo master to heal her, but the rank 2 goo master looked down on his pitiful fees and did not want to help. Fang Yuan heard that this goo master liked to eat fish. He walked for a dozen li to arrive at a lake. Fang Yuan started a fire and melted the ice, entering the cold water to capture a fish before giving it to the goo master. The goo master was extremely moved by Fang Yuan's filial piety. He decided to heal this old lady. The old lady was healed and Fang Yuan was extremely happy. His joy only increased when he found that there was a rank 2 accumulate virtue goo in his aperture. According to the true inheritance, this accumulate virtue goo would refine and appear on its own when Fang Yuan did good deeds and acted kindly. The greater the accumulation of kindness, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue goo that is refined. This goo had many uses. It was one of the core foundations of virtue true inheritance. Its greatest use was to change Fang Yuan's cultivation aptitude, to turn him into the righteous virtue physique 1. According to the vague description of the true inheritance, the righteous virtue physique was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques. but it did not have any of the 10 extreme physique's flaws. It represented an unparalleled future and potential. Henceforth, Fang Yuan did good deeds and accumulated his virtues. He did not give up any opportunity to accumulate virtue gu. Soon, his kind reputation of committing good deeds spread. Fang Yuan's aptitude became better and better. His cultivation speed rapidly rose. 2 years later, he became a rank 2 gu master. During an incident, in order to save a child who had fallen into water, he exposed his gu master identity. Coincidentally, an elder from Shu clan saw this. Fang Yuan's secret was exposed. The Shu clan elder thought, a mere mortal like Fang Yuan could actually improve his aptitude to become rank 2. He definitely had a huge secret, thus, he attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought with him in an intense battle. Eventually, he surpassed his limit and used a mortal killer move, virtuous submission. This move used up all of his accumulate virtue gu. Shu clan elder was hit by this move, but he suffered no injuries. He started to cry as he knelt on the ground, slapping his own face as he cried, "I am not human. I am not human. I actually had such evil thoughts. I dare to attack someone as virtuous as you. I am a beast. I am not human. Please forgive me. Please give me a chance to redeem myself." Fang Yuan was dazed on the spot. He did not think this move would be so powerful. Henceforth, he subdued this Shu clan elder and gained a lot of crucial information about the Shu clan young master. Meanwhile, he worked hard to do good deeds as his reputation spread among the mortals. Even gu masters heard of his name. Several years later, the truth could no longer be concealed. Fang Yuan's gu master identity was exposed. But he used other gu worms to conceal his greatest secret. Xionyang's parents changed their opinion of him, but they did not want their daughter to marry someone as poor as Fang Yuan. Compared to Fang Yuan, the Shu clan young master was simply much superior. But Xionyang loved Fang Yuan alone. This made the Shu clan young master upset as he found trouble with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's life was filled with hurdles. He was constantly framed and accused. But as long as Xionyang was around, he looked forward to each day with hope. Eventually, when their conflict reached its max, Shu clan young master requested for Fang Yuan to fight him in a battle to the death. Fang Yuan agreed to his request. This matter escalated and the surrounding forces and gu masters heard about it. Right before the day of the fight, late at night, Fang Yuan was attacked by the joint assault of Shu clan's gu masters. Fang Yuan escaped to the mountains with heavy injuries. He was filled with rage and hatred. Because he knew that he was heavily injured, he could not be Shu clan young master's match. If he went to fight, he would die. But if he did not, he would lose the match and Xionyang would have no choice but to marry Shu clan's young master. How can I allow Xionyang to marry this scoundrel? Even if I die, I will. What sound is that? Fang Yuan was shocked. He turned around to see a huge beast tide approaching. Good. Heaven is not blind. Let this beast tide destroy the city. Shu clan would not be prepared for it. They would lose terribly. I would be avenged. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his smile faded instantly. He thought of his mother, he thought of Xionyang, he thought of his friends and neighbors. The cherished faces of these people surfaced in his mind and lingered. If he allowed the beast tide to reach the city, how many people would die? Even if he tried to save them with his strength, how many people could he save? Even if I save Xionyang and my mother, what about these people? Don't they have children? They have their own parents too. Not helping them when I know of this disaster, I am also an accomplice. Also, no matter how bad the Shu clan young master is, not everyone in Shu clan is like him. There are also admirable people among them. Why must I implicate them? Do they deserve to die? Furthermore, I have already lived in this city for 20 years. I am indebted to it. Without its protection, I would have been killed by wild beasts. Should I let the beast tide destroy the city? No, this is my home. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze firmed as he turned around, running to the city. Even though he knew that, in returning now, he would likely meet those Shu clan gu masters and get killed by them. But he had to go. Because having inherited virtue, true inheritance, these last few years virtues were ingrained in him, his own mindset was changed. He felt that he had the obligation and responsibility to do this. Fong Yuan returned to the city and informed everyone of the beast tide. It grew a lot of attention. The beast tide was too sudden and concealed, but thanks to Fong Yuan, the Gu masters in the city were prepared for it and managed to defend themselves. The city lord heard of Fong Yuan's circumstances. Knowing that he had taken a huge risk to inform them, he praised Fong Yuan greatly. With the city lord's backing, Fong Yuan no longer feared Shu clan. His battle with the Shu clan young master was also postponed indefinitely. Next, in the year-long defensive battle, Fong Yuan performed well and saved countless mortals and Gu masters. He loved to help people and did not seek rewards. His strength grew drastically as he refined countless accumulate virtue Gu. People also praised him greatly and his reputation soared. When the beast tide ended, Fong Yuan had undergone a qualitative transformation. He fought with Shu clan's young master fair and square. And in this life and death battle, Fong Yuan obtained absolute victory. But he spared the life of Shu clan's young master. O Shin-san, you repaid hatred with kindness. I am in deep admiration. From today onwards, I will follow your lead. Please accept my submission. Saying so, Shu clan's young master knelt down. The people in the city were in deep admiration towards Fong Yuan. 3 years later, the city lord felt old and passed his position to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was already a rank 5 Gu master. He was the new city lord. The day that he took over the role was also the day of his marriage with Xionyang. Auspicious red characters, lively guests, delicious food and wine, and a comfortable wedding room. Xionyang was dressed up and sat by the bed, looking at Fong Yuan with deep love. Darling San, we are finally married. I knew I did not love the wrong person. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Of course, but... He held his chest. Xionyang was worried. But what? Are you feeling unwell? Fong Yuan shook his head. I feel a little empty inside. Xionyang smiled. She smiled like a blooming flower, looking truly beautiful. Why do you feel empty? Darling San, do you know how many people admire you? Fong Yuan's expression turned stiff. They admire me? They merely admire my fortune, authority, strength, and love life. Saying this, his tone turned cold. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Xionyang's expression changed. Darling San, what's wrong? Your words are making me uneasy. Fong Yuan looked at her seriously. He looked at this face that he thought about day and night. He could not stop loving this beautiful woman. His gaze was so serious, but Xionyang felt more and more uneasy. Afterwards, Xionyang saw Fong Yuan shaking his head as he sighed. Everything that happened merely amounted to this. At the next moment, everything collapsed. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. You want to kill me, you will have to pay a price. A rank 7 Central Continent Gu Immortal shouted. He knew he could not escape. Facing the silver giant, he retaliated with a final struggle. The Immortal killer move was grand and powerful. The silver giant took several steps back. But that was it. Snap. The silver giant slapped with both palms as he turned into meat paste. Ha ha ha. The 3rd Central Continent Gu Immortal is dead. Langya land spirit laughed heartily. The silver giant turned around, looking at Feng Jogu as it taunted. Oh Feng Jogu, even if you have rank 8 battle strength, so what? Can you stop me from killing your companions? They dared to invade Langya blessed land. I will turn this into their final resting place. Feng Juji's gaze was spewing fire. He was furious. Within Langya blessed land, Langya land spirit had the territorial advantage. Heavenly Giant Solar had true rank 8 battle strength. Even if he used his signature killer moves, he could not stop the Silver Giant from killing other Central Continent Gu Immortals. In that case, I can only do this now. Feng Juji's gaze became eerie and profound. Langya land spirit had a bad feeling in his heart. What are you trying to do? Feng Jogu smiled. Nothing special. I am just imitating you. He flew down and rapidly went below Cloud Cover Continent, arriving at one of the 3 continents, Black Hair Continent. Below Feng Jogu, a hairy man city with countless hairy men living in it had no idea that disaster was about to strike. Stop! Lang Ye land spirit moved the silver giant and quickly approached Feng Jiugu. But Feng Jiugu used his immortal killer move forcefully. With a loud sound, this hairy man city instantly destroyed. Countless hairy men were buried. Tens of thousands of hairy men died instantly. Lang Ye land spirit's eyes turned red, screaming, "Feng Jiugu, you are a righteous path Gu immortal. How can you act so viciously?" Feng Jiugu smiled coldly. "My righteous path is the righteous path of humans, not variant humans. Since when did you variant humans consider yourselves equal to us humans?" Feng Jiugu said this as he flew to another city. Lang Ye land spirit tried to stop him, but like how Feng Jiugu could not stop him from killing Central Continent Gu immortals, he could not stop Feng Jiugu from killing these hairy men. Feng Jiugu did not care much about the lives of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They came from different sects, and the 10 great ancient sects were in constant conflict as well. But Lang Ye land spirit cared about his hairy men. He had a grand ambition for the hairy men. It was his weakness. Feng Jiugu's attacks were all met with Lang Ye land spirit's resistance. The other Central Continent Gu immortals became safe as a result. The situation turned bad for Lang Ye sect. Southern border, inside the battlefield killer move. Strange, very strange. Lu Wei-yin had a look of shock and uncertainty. My killer move mimics Reincarnation battlefield. It uses fetus Earth maze as the base to create a dream realm. There are many participants in this dream realm. They are all elites. The dream is so powerful I can only influence and not control it. This Feng Yuan had love and kinship in his heart. He also has desire towards fortune, authority, and strength. But why did the dream realm fail to restrain him in the end? This dream realm's virtue true inheritance was not fictional. It was a crucial setup by Lu Wei-yin. His main objective was to direct Feng Yuan to commit good deeds and muster the virtues and righteousness in his heart, turning him from a demonic to righteous path Gu immortal. The entire process was very successful from its start to the middle. But right when Lu Wei-yin thought that he was going to succeed, Feng Yuan suddenly broke free of the dream's route. This situation confused Lu Wei-yin greatly. He thought about it but could not understand why. Forget it. Even though one lifetime is over, there are 2 lives left. I will reform you once more. Lu Wei-yin breathed in deeply, his expression turning austere. During the second life's dream realm, Feng Yuan became a young master. His clan was a super force and dominated a territory. His grandpa was the first supreme elder and his parents were both Gu immortals. They had supreme authority. As the only child of his family, Feng Yuan was doted on from birth. He enjoyed great fortune and luxury since he was young. When he was a teenager, he unavoidably became a good-for-nothing young master. Even though he was very lazy and did not cultivate, with his family's support, they expended a huge amount of resources to raise his cultivation level. Thus, when Feng Yuan was 16 years old, even though all he did was play and fool around, he had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. Feng Yuan forgot himself. He forgot the previous dream's life. He lived happily and without worries. Just when he thought that his life could carry on like this forever, his family was attacked by a demonic overlord. This unparalleled demon had quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He had immense might and a vicious heart. Feng Yuan's clan was not his match. The clan expended a huge amount of resources. They hired a lot of help and joined up with many righteous path forces to attack the demon. In this battle, his grandpa and father died. The demon eventually lost and went missing. News that he died spread. However, Feng Yuan's life took a drastically downturn. His mother could not hold the fort. Soon, both of them were ostracized by other forces in the clan. But survival was not an issue. He had his mother to protect him. However, a few years later, the demon appeared again. The first thing he did was to approach Feng Yuan's clan and murder all of the clansmen in it. The scene was very pitiful. Their blessed land base that was safe from harm became ruins. Corpses were everywhere. Feng Yuan was lucky to be the sole surviving Gu master. Demon, I will kill you. He was resolved to die. He attacked that demon without hesitation. But the demon snickered and easily blew Feng Yuan to the ground with one breath. He stepped on Feng Yuan's head as he laughed. Little rascal, do you hate me? I can feel how much hatred you have. because your encounter today was the same as me back then. I was only a mortal living with my family back then. Even though life was hard, we lived in bliss. But a goo master from your clan killed my entire family over a tiny goo worm. I managed to survive and swore to take revenge. Thankfully, heaven was not blind. I had a fortuitous encounter and became a goo immortal. I could finally take revenge today. Ha ha ha. Fong Yuan struggled intensely, but the demon laughed happily. Eventually, he stepped on Fong Yuan's skull and burst it. 3 days later, in a secluded cave, Fong Yuan opened his eyes. Didn't I die? When he found that he was alive, he was extremely shocked. But soon, a scene of the past surfaced in his mind. His mother had used an immortal killer move on him with utmost secrecy. Nobody knew about it. Son, this killer move can protect your soul and let you revive once. In the future, if this move activates, I want you to live well. Do not take revenge for us. His mother instructed warmly. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan was filled with tears. He understood that he had revived because of his mother. He revived, but his mother did not. She had used her only chance of revival on Fong Yuan. This was the noble love of a mother. Fong Yuan sobbed in anguish. The hatred in his heart accumulated like the tidal waves raging in a vast sea. The amount of love he had for his clansmen and family was equal to how much he hated that demon. After crying for a while, Fong Yuan knelt on the ground. He swore to spend his life, regardless of what price he had to pay, to kill that demon and take revenge for his parents, clansmen, and for himself. Fong Yuan started to cultivate with great effort from this day on. He worked very hard. He only slept the minimum amount each day. He even ate food with a very strict timer. After reviving, even though his body had changed, his aptitude was still unparalleled. He could conceal his identity. He had his clan's inheritance and the full foundation of a super force. Even though there were no immortal goo left at this place where he revived, his mother had left him a lot of mortal goo. Just like this, he cultivated in the cave in seclusion. 8 years later, he successfully became a rank 6 goo immortal, obtaining a high-grade blessed land. But rank 6 was not enough against the demon. Fong Yuan's desire for revenge only grew firmer as time passed. He had already expended the cultivation resources that his mother left. Fong Yuan ventured out of the cave and roamed the world. At this time, almost the entire world had submitted to that demon's authority. In the absence of rank 9, he was the number 1 person in the world. Fong Yuan cultivated as he actively joined the forces that resisted the demon. But the demon was too powerful. No matter how many forces resisted, they vanished from his immense might. Gradually, the situation became worse. Many goo immortals submitted to the demon and became his lackeys. Fong Yuan's strength grew, but even at rank 7, he was not the demon's match. He still had to face the assault of those lackeys. His cultivation journey was getting tougher. He got injured so many times he could not remember anymore. In many situations, he relied on luck and managed to survive. He had gone through so much hardship and pain. All the suffering was buried in his heart. Hatred grew deeper in his heart. He became experienced. He started to talk less. I have little lifespan left. Fong Yuan looked at his old face in the water's reflection as he said anxiously, "Please sell your lifespan goo to me. I will pay you 3 rank 7 immortal goo." He found a goo immortal. This person has saved his life. He was also an enemy of the demon. But this goo immortal shook his head. Lifespan goo is hard to get. I have little lifespan too. No matter how many immortal goo you offer, how can I use them if I am dead? Please go back. I really need them. I have a reason to live. Fong Yuan shouted. He persevered. In this world, everyone has their own reason to live. Why must I die in order for you to live? This goo immortal smiled. Of course, I understand your reason. That demon is your mortal enemy and you want to take revenge. But he is also my enemy. I need to take revenge too. Why must I be sacrificed for you? Go find other lifespan goo. I need these for myself. Fong Yuan could not rebuke him. This goo immortal made great sense. His begging ended in failure. Fong Yuan had to go out and find lifespan goo. In fact, during his cultivation journey, He had been paying attention to getting lifespan goo. But his luck was bad. The demon scavenged for lifespan goo, and the number of lifespan goo in the outside world became very few. Fang Yuan had no alternatives. He knelt in front of his parents' grave for an entire night. He first wailed, before he sobbed, and by daybreak, he stood up with a dangerous gaze in his eyes. In order to get lifespan goo, he took a risk and killed his benefactor, taking the lifespan goo that he had. Using the lifespan goo, he lengthened his life and continued to cultivate, finding a chance for revenge. He started to lose his bottom line. He became unscrupulous. Thus, he started to be branded as a dangerous person. He became part of the demonic path. Even if I become a demon, so what? I will do anything for revenge. The demon exterminated all the forces that opposed him. He had supreme authority. Nobody could remove his status. Fang Yuan could not find any chance to kill the demon. He started to lose his patience. His hatred was like a monster in the darkness of his heart. If this monster's thirst for revenge could not be fulfilled, this monster would devour Fang Yuan himself. Thus, Fang Yuan shifted his attention to the people around the demon. The demon was human too, even though his family was murdered in the past. In recent years, he started a family. He had wives, subordinates, and many children. Among his children, a young girl was doted on the most. She was turned into a goo immortal at the age of 16 by the demon after paying a shocking price. Fang Yuan started a deep scheme. He intentionally created a coincidence to get close to this female immortal. You can call me Little Shang. Thank you for saving me. The female immortal was very innocent. Because Fang Yuan had saved her life, he soon gained her trust. Fang Yuan started to act. After such a long time, his acting had improved drastically. He was very familiar with the human heart. Initially, he got close to Little Shang to kill her and make the demon feel the pain of losing his family. But gradually, as he spent time with Little Shang, Fang Yuan's emotions started to awaken from the deep darkness of his heart. But when Little Shang confessed to him about her affection, Fang Yuan was panicked and quickly ran away. He vanished from Little Shang. He hid his traces and went back to his parents' graves, kneeling with a face overflowing with tears, because he had understood his own feelings from this shock. Unknowingly, he had fallen in love with Little Shang. How could he fall in love with the daughter of the enemy that killed his entire family? Fang Yuan was extremely anguished, while feeling deeply conflicted. Eventually, he let Little Shang off. He only went after the demon for revenge. He changed his appearance and did some robberies. After collecting enough cultivation resources, he cultivated by the grave and pushed to rank 8. He succeeded in reaching rank 8 but suffered heavy injuries too. When he was recuperating, Little Shang appeared. She had found him. She questioned him on why he ran away when she confessed. This was the first time she was confessing, but he acted like this. She was indignant. She needed to get an answer. Fang Yuan could not explain himself. He brought her to his parents' graves as he said, "This is the grave of my former lover." Little Shang's expression paled. She apologized to Fang Yuan, asking, "Why are there no words on this grave?" Of course there were no words. Fang Yuan was not going to leave this flaw that could expose his identity behind. Thus, he sighed, "Because I did not know her name from start to end." Next, he spoke of a pitiful but beautiful love story. Little Shang was crying profusely. She was deeply immersed in this story. She felt sympathy and sadness towards Fang Yuan. She decided to accompany Fang Yuan and live together to get out of this trauma. She was very firm on her reason. What's wrong with helping the person I love? Even though Fang Yuan loved Little Shang too, he did not want to stay with her. He was afraid. He was afraid that after his revenge succeeds, it would cause even greater harm to Little Shang. He was also afraid that if he stayed with her, his determination for revenge would be eroded. The night that Little Shang stayed with him, Fang Yuan saw the demon again. His eternal enemy. The demon used a method to make Little Shang fall asleep as he brought Fang Yuan over by force. Fang Yuan concealed himself deeply. The demon did not find out his true identity. The demon spoke with a forceful tone, but what surprised Fang Yuan was that he did not separate the two of them. From the demon's words, Fang Yuan could acutely sense the fatherly love that he had. He wanted them to live in happiness. You have rank 8 cultivation level, you are somewhat worthy of my daughter. Treat little Shang well. She really loves you, the demon said before leaving. Fang Yuan thought about it, continuing to ponder over the situation. He felt that the demon's actions had deeper reasons. Indeed, after some subtle probing, little Shang exposed a shocking secret. The demon wanted to charge to rank 9 realm, but he had little confidence in it. Fang Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood the demon more than he understood himself. The demon was definitely going to try advancing to rank 9, but he had little confidence. Once he failed, if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. By then, Fang Yuan would be able to exact revenge. At once, the thirst for revenge overwhelmed him. The unprecedented hope made Fang Yuan extremely logical and calm. He decided to stay close to little Shang to get closer to the demon. The demon failed in his advancement to rank 9 indeed. He hid in a valley to recuperate. Before Fang Yuan found out his location, the information was exposed by his most trusted aide. The demon had always ruled with an iron fist. He was very strict with his subordinates. It was understandable why his subordinates betrayed him. Most Gu Immortals had not truly submitted to the demon. When they heard news of this, the 5 regions stirred and a large number of Gu Immortals ganged up and surrounded the valley. The demon was in danger. Little Shang was worried about her father. She wanted to help him. Fang Yuan went with her during this trip. Little Shang was deeply moved. Fang Yuan managed to get close to the demon, and as battle started, the demon managed to kill many Gu Immortals even though it was evident that he was weakened. The Gu Immortals saw hope and refused to leave even in death. Fang Yuan schemed and plotted against the demon, exposing precious information and making him land in a dangerous situation. In the final battle, both sides exhausted their resources. Due to luck, Fang Yuan obtained control of the immortal formation that would decide victory. There was only one attack left in the immortal formation. It could decide the battle. The Gu Immortals shouted at Fang Yuan, "Quickly kill this demon, uphold justice, and save this world." Little Shang was in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan was her only hope. The demon said to Fang Yuan, "Quickly kill these Gu Immortals. I will let you become the second strongest person in this world. You will have an unlimited amount of riches and prosperity. My daughter will be yours for a lifetime." Fang Yuan hesitated and struggled. The images of his parents appeared in his mind. They screamed, "Kill him! Kill this demon! Take revenge for our clan." Countless eyes were staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled the immortal formation. Whichever side he hit would be exterminated. The other would win. If he attacked the righteous path Gu Immortals, the demon would win. Fang Yuan did not want this, but if he did not, little Shang would die. Or maybe he should save little Shang now. There would be another chance to kill the demon in the future. After this matter, Fang Yuan would gain the demon's trust. But that was not assured, and Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to kill the demon alone. The demon was too powerful. As long as he had time to recover, he would become more vigilant and stronger. Fang Yuan's hope of revenge would dwindle. If he attacked the demon, that was the safest option. He would definitely die. Fang Yuan would be able to take revenge. It was the most correct answer. But that would cause little Shang to die. Fang Yuan was unwilling to see that happen. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. He felt love and hatred conflicting in him. He was in immense pain and contradiction. Due to the time limit, he had to make up his mind now. Whichever decision he made, it would decide the fate of the world, and furthermore, it would enormously affect the rest of his life. This final hit, would he attack or not? If he attacked, where would he hit? All of the Gu Immortals stared at Fang Yuan. Many were cheering and urging Fang Yuan to make the most important decision. Under everyone's watch, the hesitation and struggle on Fang Yuan's face suddenly vanished. His lips curled up as he showed a mocking smile. Next, he started to laugh lightly. He sighed deeply as his body relaxed entirely. "Why are you laughing? Make up your mind," the demon shouted, rushing him. "I am laughing at myself. I am also laughing at all of you." Fang Yuan looked at them with a calm gaze. It swept around as his eyes drooped down. "Love and friendship? Killing and slaughtering? Don't you all find this very boring?" At the next moment, The dream realm collapsed once again. Boom! With a loud explosion, another city in Black Hair continent collapsed. Countless hairy men died or got injured. Feng Jiugu, you deserve death. Lang Yilan's spirit screamed manically. Intense pain could be heard from his voice. Feng Jiugu smiled coldly, flying away again. The silver giant continued to pursue him under the land spirit's control. Profound lights were scattered before it left. The hairy men that were still alive in the city quickly healed after being bathed in this light. Their lives were saved. But this was pointless for the overall fight. Both the silver giant and Feng Jiugu had rank 8 battle strength. Neither could stop the other party's assaults, unless their battle strength differed greatly. Feng Yuan has not responded yet? Lang Yilan's spirit's eyes were red. He shouted. The hairy man Gu immortals in charge of contacting him shook their heads. Damn it! Lang Yilan's spirit gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he growled. Uncontactable at the crucial moment. Is he trying to escape? No, he is not a person who lacks courage. As long as we join forces, these central continent Gu immortals will die here. This means he is being targeted by Heavenly Court now. Even though Lang Yilan's spirit was furious, he still had a clear head. First Supreme Elder, what do we do? We cannot chase after Feng Jiugu like this, Sixth Hair asked. The hairy man Gu immortals were not Lang Yilan's spirit. Even though they were born and lived here, after becoming immortal, their mindsets had changed. Mortals and immortals had different statuses. Even if all these mortal hairy men died, more could be nurtured as time passed. But if these central continent Gu immortals were allowed to complete their formation, the entire Lang Yi blessed land would be in trouble. The hairy man Gu immortals wanted to urge Lang Yilan's spirit, but they lacked courage. Only Sixth Hair, who was Spectral Soul's split soul, could stand up now at this critical moment. But out of their expectations, Lang Yilan's spirit listened to Sixth Hair's suggestion without rampaging or getting angry. He smiled sinisterly. Don't worry. How can I forget about the central continent Gu immortals? Even without Feng Yuan, we have reinforcements. Ha ha ha. This Feng Jiugu thinks his scheme succeeded. But it is a futile struggle. These people will die. They will all die. Don't tell me? Sixth Hair's eyes shone when he heard this. The other hairy man Gu immortals also reacted. That's right, we are not alone. Indeed, indeed. Our Langya sect is part of the Four Races Alliance. Central Continent's Gu immortals have reinforcements. But so do we. In the past, Feng Yuan played a role in setting up the Four Races Alliance. He had considered a situation like this. Feng Yuan knew the importance of Lang Yi blessed land. The alliance was a safety net for Lang Yi blessed land. Lang Yilan's spirit and the hairy man Gu immortals were all lured away by Feng Jiugu. Most of the blessed land's battle strength was inside the silver giant. The central continent Gu immortals thought that they were safe and sound, but in reality, Lang Yi sect had reinforcements. The truth was, the Inkman, Rockman, and Snowman reinforcements had already arrived. They were just hidden. Is it finally time for us to strike? Rank 7 Rule Path Rockman Gu Immortal Shixiong received Lang Yilan's spirit's transmission as he muttered. Let's strike. What are we waiting for? The Rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal Bingfeng could not wait any longer. It is a shame that I cannot fight in this battle. The other Rank 7 Close Combat Gu Immortal Bingzhua said regretfully. We have such a grand formation. Why would we need to fight? An Inkman Gu Immortal from Inkman City laughed. Other than having 4 Rank 7s here, there were also many Rank 6 Gu Immortals. Lang Yi sect was attacked. According to their alliance agreement, the other 3 races had to help them and unite as one to resist the enemy. If they violated it, the punishment would be severe. When Feng Yuan set the alliance agreement, he had emphasized on the speediness of reinforcements. He did not leave any loopholes behind. But these 3 races did not come forcefully, they willingly came. These variant humans naturally did not favor humans. Their only concern was the lives of their Gu immortals. But Lang Yi blessed land had a hidden immortal formation that completely alleviated their worries. Ever since the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect and had its core Immortal Gu taken, Lang Yi blessed land could only sustain an incomplete Refinement Cauldron. Lang Yi blessed land's defenses were greatly weakened. With Feng Yuan's wisdom, he had already noticed it. Thus, long ago, he exchanged a lot of inheritances with Langya Land Spirit. There were a lot of formations inside that could replace Refinement Cauldron to defend the Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land did not lack immortal goo. Feng Yuan, who had sufficient attainment level, modified some immortal formations, secretly setting up a super goo formation encompassing the entire Blessed Land. It was hidden normally, but when enemies attacked, the goo immortals could use it to unleash great power. Feng Yuan did this purposely. He had deeply considered the Hairy Man goo immortals' battle strength, as well as the reinforcements' mindsets. This immortal formation was the most suitable. And there was one more thing: this immortal formation could not be moved after it was created. Even though Langya Blessed Land was strong, if something happened in the future and the sect turned on Feng Yuan, this immortal formation would be useless. In fact, within the immortal formation, Feng Yuan had already set a few backdoors. After these variant human goo immortals arrived, Langya Land Spirit sent them into the immortal formation. After getting familiar with the formation, they worked together, instilling immortal essence as this super goo formation activated. What is going on? There is a hidden super goo formation? Impossible. How can Langya still have manpower? The immortal formation activated with tremendous force. It was unstoppable. The immortal formation that the central continent goo immortals created broke apart at once. Many of the immortals were heavily injured. Bing Zhua and the rest used the chance to target them without holding back. The formless force of the immortal formation was like a huge grindstone. Under its pressure, 2 central continent goo immortals died. Feng Juji's expression changed. Langya Land Spirit, I actually fell for your scheme. The cruel truth was like a slap on Feng Juji's face. This legendary person of the current era showed anger on his face. In this situation, Feng Zhuge could no longer continue his tactic. He had to return and save the rest of the central continent goo immortals. But the silver giant did not let him go. The entire Blessed Land still had another super goo formation that exerted pressure on him. Even though Feng Zhuge tried his best, he could only watch as the final central continent goo immortal died in vain. Our intel is severely lacking. Langya Blessed Land has such a huge force. This is unbelievable. Feng Zhuge had a grim expression. He was attacked by the silver giant and the super goo formation. Immortal killer move. Green Jade Song. In this situation, Feng Zhuge, who was left alone, finally went all out. He started to use his signature methods. Green Jade Song was clear and crisp, sounding like countless pearls landing on a jade plate. The music spread out as a layer of green color appeared on the silver giant, before rapidly turning into solid jade. As the music continued, wherever it spread, white clouds, yellow soil, and flowing water all turned into jade. As everything got converted, the surrounding 100 li became a frozen world made of jade. Even the silver giant was frozen into a jade statue. This green jade song is truly extraordinary. Within the jade statue, Langya Land Spirit spoke. Crack, crack. The jade statue started to surface with cracks all over. The silver giant broke free as the jade was flung away. It attacked Feng Zhuge again. Feng Zhuge was not surprised. This green jade song had rank 8 power, but against the silver giant, it could only temporarily obstruct it. But he had already obtained enough time for his second immortal killer move. Submission Song. This move encompassed wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. It affected the mind. It was created by Feng Zhuge using 5-finger fist heart sword as inspiration. It could temporarily cause desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to change sides, becoming subordinates of the singer. The song soon spread throughout Langya Blessed Land. However, it was in vain. Langya Land Spirit laughed. Feng Zhuge, do you think we would not prepare against it? Feng Yuan had already given me information of your submission song. In the battle earlier, I had already sent all our desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts into our immortals' immortal apertures. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Heavenly Court tried to obtain intel about Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit naturally did the same thing. Feng Yuan had warned Langya Land Spirit regarding Feng Zhuge. He was something to guard against. Feng Zhuge breathed in deeply. using Immortal Killer Move Heaven and Earth song. The song was loud and clear. It resonated with heaven and earth, drawing out its might and was able to exert pressure on people's minds. It could weaken enemy attacks. But this move was even weaker here. This was the heaven and earth of Lang Ya Blessed Land, the base of Feng Juji's enemy carrying deep animosity against him. How could Feng Jogu resonate and use its power? Immortal Killer Move. Separation Song. Feng Jogu dodged left and right and unleashed his trump card. This song was extraordinary. It was the best method to break apart immortal formations and immortal goo houses. Back then, against the rank 8 immortal goo house Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, it had greatly shocked Wu Yong by nearly dismantling it. The Silver Giant was an ancient battle formation. Bingjua and the rest were controlling an immortal goo formation now. They were also affected. Once it was dismantled, these variant human goo immortals would need to fight individually. How could they be Feng Juji's match? Originally, Feng Jogu could not move while using Separation Song. But after this period of time, he had improved greatly. He could move freely now while using Separation Song. Once this song started, it was very weak, like a low murmur or like soft sleep talking in a quiet night. Next, a sudden emotion emerged in all of the variant human goo immortals' hearts. The song gradually became louder. It was not an instant rise, but a gradual and gentle one, alternating between low and high pitch as it rose. The goo immortals felt sadness and pain in their hearts. The song suddenly dropped to a low pitch. An incomparable gloominess and sentimental feelings attacked the variant human goo immortals' hearts, making them have an urge to cry. The pain of separation, the sadness of separation, the gloominess of separation, and the reluctance of separation. Splitting up with your lover, never seeing your friends again, and the death of your loved ones. Separated, but the past remains the same. Separated as old friends bid farewell. Separated, like the setting of the sun. Separated, like falling flowers that convey deep sadness. I'll separate your mother. Suddenly, Lang Ya Land's spirit screamed in a thunderous tone, resounding in the entire blessed land. At this moment, his Immortal Killer Move was ready. Immortal Killer Move. Complete silence. The silver giant shone with boundless brilliance. The silver light was extremely glaring, like a fragment of the sun. Wherever it shone, the song faded into silence. Feng Juji's face finally expressed shock. This move had rank 8 power. It directly countered him. Feng Jogu, your death anniversary will be in exactly a year's time. Lang Ya Land's spirit roared smugly. The silver giant stomped on Feng Jogu. Feng Jogu rapidly retreated, but he could only dodge for now. His gaze flickered. The battle strength of Lang Ya's forces greatly shocked him multiple times. This complete silence killer move was extremely effective, but Lang Ya Land's spirit had kept it in reserve until the end. This move was too crucial. It threw Feng Jogu into an absolute disadvantage. This legendary figure of Central Continent finally felt the intense aura of death. Northern Plains. A boundless grassland extended into the horizons. The clear skies had no clouds. It looked empty, but 3 goo immortals were actually concealing themselves, floating in the air. According to Lady Fairy Z Wei's deductions, this place is the closest to Lang Ya Blessed Land. The leader, a male goo immortal, thought to himself. If Northern Plains goo immortals saw his appearance, they would gasp, Prince Feng Xian. Indeed, he was one of the 5 openly known rank 8 goo immortals in Northern Plains, Prince Feng Xian. As times changed, the number 1 rank 8 expert old ancestor Shui, who had gone missing with his wife after the destruction of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The first supreme elder of Yao tribe, Yao Huang, was chosen by Longevity Heaven and left his tribe, becoming the next generation South Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Lord Baizu was once a lone immortal, but he now occupied He tribe's territory and created the super force Baizu tribe, becoming a righteous path member. 5 Elements Grandmaster was still trapped within Longevity Heaven's immortal goo house, Calamity Luck Altar. Because of Heavenly Court's invasion, the reappearance of Longevity Heaven, the conversion of Heavenly Lord Baizu to the righteous path, and the disappearance of old ancestor Shui who, Almost the whole of Northern Plains had turned into the world of the righteous path. The demonic path Gu Immortals had to lay low and keep out of the spotlight. Out of the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals, only Prince Fengxian was still intact without any changes in his circumstances. This person had a special status. On the surface, he was an external rank 8 Supreme Elder of Gong Tribe and the husband of Gong Wanting, but he had a hidden identity. He was a spy sent into Northern Plains Gu Immortal world by Spirit Affinity House long ago, and was now the most influential spy that Central Continent had in Northern Plains. Fairy Ziwei had been planning for a long time. She sent Feng Jiugu and the rest to attack Langya Blessed Land. Other than Chen Yi, who was openly waiting to reinforce him, she also sent the hidden piece, Prince Fengxian, secretly. Lord, one of Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas, Loose Tail Ridge, is nearby. Langya Blessed Land is likely hiding here. Beside Prince Fengxian, a rank 6 female immortal spoke. Beside Prince Fengxian, there were 2 servants of high status. Because of his reputation, they also became famous in Northern Plains. They were Liao and Swordmaster Yulan. These 2 were Gu Immortals from Spirit Affinity House. It was Liao who spoke this time. She wore a yellow dress and was extremely beautiful. Swordmaster Yulan had stayed in the base this time. She did not follow Prince Fengxian. Prince Fengxian nodded slightly. He guessed the same. His gaze turned around and focused on the Gu Immortal beside him. There was a rank 6 hairy man Gu Immortal standing right beside him. This hairy man Gu Immortal was dazed and not moving. Like a statue, he was controlled by Prince Fengxian's supreme methods. If Langya Land Spirit or any Langya sect hairy man Gu Immortals saw this person, they would know of his identity. Because this hairy man Gu Immortal was from Langya Blessed Land. Back then, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, Langya Land Spirit helped Feng Yuan to relocate his assets from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan obtained the sovereign immortal body and wanted to return to Northern Plains, but he was chased down. In order to help Feng Yuan, Langya Land Spirit sent 2 hairy man Gu Immortals to receive him, but one of them died and the other went missing. It turned out that the missing hairy man Gu Immortal met with some other situation, but he was recently captured by Prince Fengxian alive. He obtained a lot of information from this hairy man Gu Immortal, and that led to the crucial clues for Fairy Ziwei to make her deduction on Langya Blessed Land. Because he knew of Langya Blessed Land's terrain, the Central Continent 10 great ancient sects could use the Immortal Killer move to directly teleport Feng Jiugu and the rest inside. Liao frowned slightly. She asked worriedly. Looking at the time, Feng Jiugu and the rest have gone inside for some time already. Why are they not sending out any information? Are they in trouble? Prince Fengxian pondered. There would be problems for sure, even if we have Langya Blessed Land's information and took the initiative. This is still the number 1 blessed land in the world, originating from long-hair ancestor. It had unfathomable foundations. They would definitely possess certain trump cards. Liao frowned even more deeply now. Central Continent only sent a number of rank 7 Gu Immortals into Langya Blessed Land. Isn't that too overconfident? Prince Fengxian laughed. That is because you are unfamiliar with Feng Jiugu. Oh, Liao was surprised. Prince Fengxian looked afar as he sighed deeply. I am a person considered to be enormously blessed with talent. I started cultivating when I was 13. I became rank 4 when I was 16. I reached rank 5 peak stage at 18. After accepting the sect mission, I went to Northern Plains to develop. After spending 3 years, I became a rank 6 Gu Immortal, and all my tribulations after that were successful. I roamed Northern Plains and joined Gong Tribe. After 100 years, I became rank 8. Even though I was treading on thin ice, who in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world could expose my true identity? I had once been extremely prideful and arrogant, because I did not depend on the sect's support. I worked hard and made use of opportunities and different forces to reach rank 8. Until one day, I met Feng Jiugu. I realized I was deeply inferior. Compared to me, he is the true supreme genius. His talent is so great it dominates this entire era. Liao was extremely astounded. Among the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House, there was the saying of Northern Feng and Central Feng. Both soar in the sky as Spirit Affinity's pride. They were talking about the rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince Fengxian and the rank 7 Gu Immortal Feng Jiugu. Spirit Affinity House knew about Prince Fengxian's supreme elder status. They felt that Spirit Affinity House would be in the hands of Feng Jiugu and Prince Fengxian in the future. They placed these two on the same level, but Prince Fengxian was a rank 8 with great strength, while Feng Jiugu was famous due to his potential. Placing a rank 7 Gu Immortal on the same level as their rank 8 master, Liao and Swordmaster Yulan were once indignant about it. Even Prince Fengxian was not happy. He sent a letter and questioned the top supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. But as time passed, Liao and Swordmaster Yulan gradually reached a new opinion regarding this matter. As for Prince Fengxian's change in mentality, it was because he had fought with Feng Jiugu. A number of years ago, when 88 Truyang Building had just collapsed, Feng Jiugu led the Central Continent Gu Immortals to find out the truth in Northern Plains. As the biggest card of Spirit Affinity House in Northern Plains, Prince Fengxian secretly met with Feng Jiugu. Because of this meeting, both of them sparred. The results were shocking. Even though Prince Fengxian did not use his full strength, he only ended with a draw against Feng Jiugu. Thinking about that scene where they fought, Prince Fengxian sighed deeply. Feng Jiugu having rank 8 battle strength isn't the thing that shocked me. What truly moved me was that immortal killer move that he used. This is an unprecedented creation. Nobody in history has ever achieved such a feat. What immortal killer move? Liao asked. Prince Fengxian had a solemn expression. He said slowly, Feng Jiugu named it Assimilation Wind Song. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jiugu took a deep breath. Separation Song was useless. At this point, he only had one method left. He would not use this move unless necessary. Because once activated, not only would the risks be huge, the process would be dangerous and cause immense damage. There would be reduced gains after battle. Feng Jiugu had always used it cautiously. But now he had to admit this. He was forced into a corner. He had obtained a lot of intel about Langya Blessed Land from Fairy Ziwei. But after fighting, he realized that Langya Blessed Land's strength greatly exceeded his expectations. Not just this Super Gu formation, but also those Gu Immortals hidden inside the Immortal formation, as well as the killer move Complete Silence. Feng Jiugu knew that Langya sect had an immortal killer move that countered Sound Path. It was called Silent World. But he did not know that Feng Yuan had specially modified this move into an even stronger version. Complete Silence. Feng Jiugu had defensive methods against Silent World, but against Complete Silence, which was many times stronger, he was left without options. Immortal killer move. Assimilation Wind Song. Feng Jiugu dodged left and right, fighting for an opportunity to use the strongest defensive method that he had ever created in his life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew. The world went through a transformation. This was not Golden Wind, Luopa Wind, Willow Wind, Immortal Wind, Profound Eerie Wind, Star Galaxy Wind, or Fandor Wind. Once this wind appeared, Langya Land Spirit's expression changed. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals were also deeply shocked, while the other variant human Gu Immortals were tongue-tied. These were the winds of assimilation. The number 1 wind in the world capable of assimilating everything. Few methods could counter it. When immortal apertures were destroyed, this wind would blow. How can this be the winds of assimilation? This is impossible. Some Hairy Man Gu Immortals lost their composure and screamed. Unbelievable. A person can actually control the winds of assimilation? Bing Zhua was so shocked his eyes were about to pop out. His cold demeanor had completely melted. In human historical records, nobody had ever been able to manipulate the winds of assimilation personally. But now, this record was broken. Feng Jiugu became the first person throughout history to do so. He could actually unleash the winds of assimilation. Feng Jiugu had 7 songs currently. Obtain Treasure Song and Towards Heaven Song were used to assist his cultivation. Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song, Submission Song, and Separation Song were his trump cards that he reserved for major fights. The final one was Assimilation Wind Song. He would not use it unless necessary. If he failed to activate this move, Feng Jiugu would be the first one to be destroyed by the winds of assimilation. It was extremely vicious. Many of his songs could be turned into clones through Song Warrior, but this Assimilation Wind Song could not. It was the most special one. This move was too powerful. It turned the battle around instantly. The variant human Gu Immortals were helpless. they were flustered. Because ordinary methods would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation and turned into fuel to make it even stronger and larger. Langya Blessed Land is the #1 blessed land in the world, but against this wind, it will likely be destroyed. Arakman Gu Immortal said in despair. It will not. Langya Land Spirit screamed. He knew he had to stabilize the morale of his side. He screamed, "These really are the winds of assimilation. Assimilation wind song. I did not believe it when Fong Yuan told me about it. But the truth is in front of me. I need to trust him. Everyone, don't worry. We have a way to deal with the wind." What? Fong Yuan could even have information about such a secret. The other Gu Immortals heard this and felt hopeful. At this moment, Fong Yuan, who also had rank 8 battle strength, played a crucial role despite being away. He stabilized the morale of Langya Land Spirit's forces. Fong Yuan had memories of the future. He knew about the ferocity of this move. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, Feng Zhuge had used this move to slaughter countless beings, and it was deeply feared. Thus he had already told Langya Land Spirit about it. Even when he fought against Feng Zhuge earlier, he was deeply cautious of this move. This move was very powerful, but it also had major flaws. For example, Feng Yuan could dodge it if he used it in the 5 regions world. But in this situation, the winds of assimilation had started blowing in Langya Blessed Land. The land spirit had to resolve it as soon as possible. What method could actually resist the winds of assimilation? Come. True Stability Branch Transformation. Against the winds of assimilation, Langya Land Spirit growled as he used an immortal killer move. Once this move was used, the silver giant underwent a huge transformation. The huge human-shaped body turned into a huge heavenly tree. Its trunk was silvery white. It had countless branches and leaves that resembled silver carvings. It was extremely dazzling as the leaves clashed with each other and created sharp sounds. The branches and leaves grew rapidly and faced the winds of assimilation. The winds of assimilation, which were rampaging everywhere, were obstructed by the huge tree. Their speed of growth shrunk by half. The winds of assimilation were actually stopped. Unbelievable. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Snowman, Inkman, and Rockman Gu Immortals saw this and felt overjoyed. Oh, this is true stability tree. The flash of red and white light that shot out of the winds of assimilation was Feng Zhuge. Even though he created assimilation wind song and could create the winds of assimilation, once it was used, Feng Zhuge would need to leave the center. Otherwise, when it spreads and fills up the space, Feng Zhuge would die. Feng Zhuge could only summon the winds of assimilation. He could not manipulate it. He had tried to control it, but any method used on the winds of assimilation would cause it to become stronger as they get assimilated. Feng Zhuge had Immortal Killer Move Song Warrior. He could turn Heaven and Earth Song, Separation Song, and the others into clones, but Assimilation Wind Song could not be turned into a clone. Feng Zhuge was far away from the battlefield. Langya Land Spirit and the rest were busy dealing with the winds of assimilation. They could not bother with him. This is indeed true stability tree, to think that they could really counter the winds of assimilation. Feng Zhuge watched from afar as bright light shone in his eyes. This true stability tree was a legendary immemorial desolate plant. It was famous in history. It had existed since before Renzu's birth, the immemorial antiquity era. It lived through the remote antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and died in the hands of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable during the medieval antiquity era. This tree had many wild immortal gu, among which were several rank 8 immortal gu. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was only rank 8 back then. When he was traveling in Eastern Sea, there was a huge tsunami that caused great harm to the world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's immortal gu could not stop this flood. He had to borrow 2 rank 8 immortal gu, Peaceful Wind and Silent Wave, from the true stability tree. But this legendary immemorial desolate plant had great status and strength. It refused to lend them to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. In Genesis Lotus Rage, he fought against the true stability tree and killed it, retrieving the gu to stop the flood and saving countless lives in the end. Even though Genesis Lotus killed the true stability tree, he praised it immensely. After becoming venerable, he sighed occasionally. It was a pity that he had to kill the tree back then. This tree was unique in the world. It had the latent ability to counter the winds of assimilation. Feng Yuan was reborn and knew of Feng Juji's assimilation wind song. This move was shocking in the Five Regions' chaotic war and killed countless Gu immortals. Thus, many Gu immortals tried to find ways to expose its weakness and stop it. There was no unstoppable move in this world. There were only unstoppable people. Even though assimilation wind song was powerful, it was just a move, it could be countered. Western Desert's rank 8 Gu Immortal 1000 Transformations ancestor tried to find its fundamental flaw and sought help from a rank 8 Time Path grade expert. They saw the power of the true stability tree in the River of Time. After returning, he created the Transformation Path Killer move, True Stability Transformation. This move could restrict the winds of assimilation. At that time, Feng Jugu was only rank 7, but he could make rank 8 Gu Immortals research on how to deal with his move. It showed how powerful assimilation wind song was. Feng Yuan remembered this matter. He prepared in advance, thinking about how Feng Jugu attacked Langya Blessed Land in his previous life. To deal with the strongest move, he used the Light of Wisdom and his Transformation Path attainment level to deduce True Stability Branch Transformation. This move was the simplified version of True Stability Transformation, but the current assimilation wind song that Feng Jugu had was not the complete version that he used during the Five Regions' chaotic war. Thus, after using this move, Langya Land Spirit turned the Silver Giant into a branch of the True Stability Tree. It managed to block the winds of assimilation. Go deal with Feng Jugu. Don't let him act freely. After I deal with the winds of assimilation, I will go and help you to kill him, Langya Land Spirit instructed, ordering the Gu Immortals of the 3 variant human races. The variant human Gu Immortals responded as they used the Super Gu formation to attack Feng Jugu. Langya Land Spirit was covered in sweat. He spent all his effort to sustain the killer move and deal with the winds of assimilation. He sighed bitterly to himself. Feng Yuan taught me this move, but I found it too troublesome and did not practice much. To think that Feng Jugu would really attack and use it against me. If I knew this, I would have practiced this move even more. Langya Land Spirit was completely restricted by the winds of assimilation. He was barely holding on. Countless branches were destroyed when they interacted with the wind, but at the same time new branches grew. This move that could stop the winds of assimilation had a huge price to use. It expended a lot of immortal essence and the mental energy of the Gu Immortals sustaining it. Soon, many hairy man Gu Immortals inside the giant silver tree became weak and mentally exhausted. Persevere, we must persevere. Langya Land Spirit shouted in encouragement. Lord, why can't we give up a piece of the blessed land? A hairy man Gu Immortal asked. Langya Land Spirit could naturally give up a portion of Langya Blessed Land. That would prevent the winds of assimilation from affecting them. Compared to the entire Langya Blessed Land, that small piece of land was really nothing. No! Langya Land Spirit rejected immediately. He thought of Feng Yuan's words as he explained. If we do that, we will fall into their trap. Cutting off a piece of the blessed land means we will have to connect to the outside world. We would need to open the blessed land's entrance. That would allow the enemies to find out our location. We cannot do that. This Langya Land Spirit would rather pay this huge price to deal with the winds of assimilation than give up a piece of the blessed land. Feng Jugu was surprised. If Langya Land Spirit did that, clues would be leaked. Prince Fengxian, who was outside, would be able to notice it. The situation would be stabilized then. With the rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince Fengxian's help, these hairy man Gu Immortals could not stop them. But Langya Land Spirit desperately held on and refused to do that. Feng Juji's plan could not succeed. Crack! An intense lightning appeared out of nowhere, landing on Feng Jugu. Feng Jugu moved like a trail of smoke. He vanished on the spot, evading the attack. He looked at the sky as he thought rapidly. Heavenly Giant Solar is restricted by the winds of assimilation. Only the Super Immortal formation is left. It is easier to deal with than the Silver Giant. Immortal Killer Move. Separation Song. Feng Jugu activated Separation Song as the Immortal formation started to break apart. Even though Separation Song had no offensive power, it had an incredible effect. It could break up any Gu formation. But thankfully, when Feng Yuan designed it, he had considered it and created many layers in the Immortal formation. Feng Juji's separation song only broke up the outermost layer of this super goo formation. The variant human goo immortals were at the center of the formation. They were safe. Feng Jogu had to use separation song again and broke up the second layer. But the third layer appeared after that. Oh? I want to see how many layers this immortal formation has. Bright light shone in Feng Joji's eyes. He activated separation song continuously. After breaking up 6 layers, he stopped. Even the powerful Feng Jogu wanted to vomit blood now. How many layers are there? Separation song expended a lot of immortal essence. After several uses, Feng Juji's immortal essence storage was less than 30%. Of course, his greatest expenditure was in Assimilation Wind Song. Assimilation Wind Song can match the effect of countless separation songs, but the risk is too high. Feng Jogu shook his head. He dispelled the notion of using this move again. Even though it was powerful, it was risky. Feng Jogu rarely used it. Back then, when he fought against Prince Fengxian, even though he used it, that was in a spar. Prince Fengxian had written to Spirit Affinity House that he was unhappy to be placed at the same level as Feng Jogu. It created huge political pressure on Feng Jogu. When Feng Jogu went to Northern Plains, he met with Prince Fengxian and suggested a single-move spar. In that battle, he had sufficient time to slowly activate his goo worms without any outside interference. The risk was very low. But right now, Feng Jogu was in the middle of battle. There were many interferences. He needed to use his killer moves rapidly. Earlier, he had taken the risk because there was no other choice. Against the super immortal formation now, he felt less pressure and necessity to use it. Feng Jogu did not use Assimilation Wind Song. He looked around. The giant silver tree was still dealing with the winds of assimilation. It had already been reduced by half its size. After some time, Lang Ya's side would be able to dispel the wind and find time to deal with Feng Jogu. There is little time. Feng Jogu's side. Heavenly Giant Solar had both offense and defense. Even the winds of assimilation could not affect it. If Feng Jogu attacked the giant tree now, it would be futile. Lang Ya Blessed Land had shown great strength in this battle, far out of Heavenly Court's expectations. Feng Jogu already had the intention to retreat. Before leaving, there is something I must do. He smiled as he activated an investigative immortal killer move, moving rapidly like light. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a huge distance, appearing in front of Gu Yufangzheng. Come with me. Before Gu Yufangzheng responded, Feng Jogu suppressed and sent him into his immortal aperture. And this place too. Feng Jogu flew in the air, seeing Danghun Mountain at a certain area of cloud cover continent. Come! He activated his immortal killer move that had been prepared. He kept this secluded domain of heaven and earth in his own immortal aperture. These cloud cities are all mortal goo houses, but there are many hairy man elites living in them. They are all goo immortal seeds of Lang Ya sect. Good. Good. They are all mine. Next, Feng Jogu struck and stored a lot of cloud cover continents cloud cities. While he was doing this, he was attacked by the super immortal formation, but this formation had lost many layers due to Feng Jogu. Its power was greatly reduced. As for Heavenly Giant Solar, it was restricted by the winds of assimilation. If it tried to leave, the winds of assimilation would grow stronger instantly. Lang Ya Land Spirit's hard work would be completely wasted. It could not stop him. What aura is this? While moving unhindered, Feng Jogu found the aura of Wisdom Gu as he felt immensely shocked. He soon arrived in front of Wisdom Gu. Feng Juji's pupils shrunk from shock. If I was not seeing this personally, I would not believe it. This is a rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Even Feng Jogu was dazed when he saw Wisdom Gu. This was Wisdom Gu. It was written in the Legends of Renzu. It was the vital immortal Gu of star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was known to nearly every living person. To think that in this time and place it would appear before Feng Jogu. Lang Ya Blessed Land actually has Wisdom Gu. Feng Jogu was deeply shocked. He could not control himself. But soon he forced himself to calm down. His eyes burst with bright light. He closely inspected the Wisdom Gu before him, finding out that this rank 9 Wisdom Gu was actually wild. A thought completely engulfed Feng Juji's mind. That was, take this rank 9 Wisdom Gu away. Immortal Killer Move Obtain Treasure Song. He activated this killer move with unprecedented force, erupting with rank 8 might. Obtain Treasure Song was able to help Feng Jiugu refine Wild Immortal Gu directly. The song was warm and kind, filled with a peaceful aura. As he sang, the wisdom Gu that was fluttering between the tree branches became still. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu? The variant human Gu immortals who were controlling the Super Gu formation were shocked. Wisdom Gu was originally hidden in this valley by Langya Land Spirit. The variant human Gu immortals of the three races were outsiders. They were not informed of it. But now, Feng Jiugu destroyed this area. Wisdom Gu was exposed. They noticed it. We cannot let him obtain Wisdom Gu. Quickly disrupt him. Langya Land Spirit screamed as he ordered in anxiety. Next, he added, but be careful. Don't destroy Wisdom Gu. Even without his reminder, the variant human Gu immortals from the three races knew how important this rank 9 immortal Gu was. But now, to disrupt Feng Jiugu while not affecting the Wisdom Gu close by, they needed intense control, and it was quite difficult for these variant human Gu immortals who had just started using this immortal formation. The variant human Gu immortals had to forcefully manipulate the immortal formation as they attacked Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiugu grunted as he used Song Warrior. The obtained treasure Song Warrior flew towards Wisdom Gu, while the other Song Warriors helped Feng Jiugu to block the attacks of the immortal formation. The variant human Gu immortals attacked with excessive force that implicated Wisdom Gu, but Feng Jiugu would block them and defend Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu sensed danger. Its survival instinct made it fly away. Obtained treasure Song Warrior followed behind it but could not produce any effects. Feng Jiugu saw this, his heart sank. Wisdom Gu was rank 9, even though obtained treasure song was good. It was only rank 8, it could not affect Wisdom Gu. If I cannot get it, should I destroy it? This thought emerged in Feng Jiuji's mind before he denied it. This was rank 9 Wisdom Gu, destroying it was a big waste. And this immortal Gu was formerly the vital Gu of star constellation Immortal Venerable. If he could get it, it would greatly benefit Feng Jiugu, the central continent 10 great ancient sects, as well as Heavenly Court. Feng Jiugu was unresigned. He did not want to give up. Don't go. Feng Jiugu pounced at Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu flew rapidly, but Feng Jiugu pursued it endlessly. Wisdom Gu felt the threat of Feng Jiugu as it buzzed, emitting a strong light. The light of wisdom. Feng Jiugu was unavoidably covered by this light of wisdom. Instantly, countless thoughts appeared in his mind and collided. His intelligence surged. His gaze became incredibly sharp. All of the questions and difficulties he had in cultivation were all resolving. Even though he did not get immediate answers, many crucial bottlenecks were easily broken through. Oh no! Feng Jiugu was a legendary figure after all. After several breaths of time in the light of wisdom, he sensed something amiss. He bit his tongue as he forced himself to snap out of it and retreated. After leaving the light of wisdom, he watched the escaping Wisdom Gu with lingering fear. What an amazing Wisdom Gu! After this short period, I already lost so much lifespan. A strand of Feng Jiuji's hair had turned white. My mission here is to capture Guyu Fangzhang and reclaim Danghun Mountain. These were all instructed by Fairy Ziwei. But to think that the rank 9 Wisdom Gu was hiding here. I already tried my best, but I cannot bring this Gu away. Langya Blessed Land is also incapable of refining this Wisdom Gu. Otherwise, they would have done that already. Feng Jiuji's thoughts moved rapidly. Immortal Gu were unique. A wild Immortal Gu had deep attraction to any Gu immortal. And it was a rank 9 wild Immortal Gu in front of Feng Jiugu. And most importantly, this Immortal Gu was actually Wisdom Gu. If they refined Wisdom Gu, I would not be able to snatch it. But now it is wild. I need to go back and inform Heavenly Court and the sect about this. The next time we attack Langya Blessed Land, we must get this Gu. Feng Jiugu breathed in deeply. He looked at Wisdom Gu, which was already at the edge of his vision, with lingering desire as he used an Immortal Killer move. This Immortal Killer move that used rank 7 fixed Immortal Travel as the core was called, Human Come Human Go. It was created by the Space Path Great Expert Liang Liang. Feng Jiugu was not familiar with this move, but it had an incredible effect. Once activated, not only could it transport people to anywhere in the world, they could also return the same way back. The first half was hard, but the second half was extremely easy. Liang Liang had already activated this successfully. Feng Zhougu was only completing the second half with ease. Swoosh! With a soft sound, Feng Zhougu vanished. After a few breaths of time, Lang Yalan's spirit mobilized the silver giant and arrived. Damn it, Feng Zhougu! You actually ran away. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. I won't let you off. Lang Yalan's spirit looked at the tattered Lang Ya blessed land as he shouted angrily, roaring. Southern border, inside the immortal battlefield killer move. Lu Wei-yin sighed deeply. 3 lifetimes were over, but Feng Yuan was not reformed. I was wrong. I thought that this Feng Yuan was a heartless person or was filled with hatred and rage. That was the reason for his evil actions. But the truth is, he has abundant emotions, he does not lack anything. Even though he pursues strength, he is not obsessed with it. What drives him to do this is his goal. This goal is deeply ingrained in his heart. Not only 3 lifetimes, even after 100 lifetimes, it cannot be eradicated. This person cannot be reformed. Master, Yifan muttered lightly. At this time, not just him, even Shang Xianci and the rest, including Tai Mianshen and the other Gu immortals had woken up. Everyone was in a daze after 3 lifetimes. They were savoring the mystical feeling behind it. Lu Wei-yin looked around as his gaze paused on Shang Xianci for a moment. Her eyes were red. She almost cried. Her sadness was evident. She had been emotionally connected to Feng Yuan during the 3 lifetimes. Lu Wei-yin nodded secretly, saying to everyone, I failed. This demon cannot be stopped. He is about to break out of the killer move and escape. Let's go. Yifan was shocked. Master, we have the clear advantage. Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly. I've already tried my best. Let's go. The mortal Gu masters were confused, but Tai Mianshen and the 2 E-clan Gu immortals had their suspicions. Tai Mianshen asked directly, Senior's surname is Lu, and you are skilled in Earth Path. Are you the inheritor of Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Lu Wei-yin nodded. That's me. So it was like that. E-clan's Gu immortals sighed. They paid their respects and greeted Lu Wei-yin. At the same time, they no longer had any suspicions towards Lu Wei-yin's words. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not have a single offensive method. His Paradise Earth true inheritance was the same. Lu Wei-yin was skilled at trapping and reforming enemies. This was the specialty of Paradise Earth true inheritance. Among the 10 venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the kindest and most merciful. He single-handedly healed the world and stopped the chaos after spectral soul demon venerables rule. But for some reason, this immortal venerable did not choose to go to Heavenly Court. He stayed in Southern Border and even left his Paradise Earth true inheritance here. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. In the silver sky, amidst countless buildings. Jade light shone. Feng Zhougu appeared in Ziwei's palace. Greetings to Lady Ziwei. Feng Zhougu instantly regained awareness of his surroundings. He cupped his fists. In the Grand Palace, Fairy Ziwei sat on her cloud bed as she turned to look at Feng Zhougu, slowly opening her eyes. At an instant, boundless starlight shot out of her pupils. Dazzling light filled the entire hall. Feng Zhougu did not speak. An information path Gu worm flew out as Fairy Ziwei received it. She understood what happened after looking into it. Feng Zhougu, you are indeed the Tao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. You did well. Fairy Ziwei praised. Feng Zhougu smiled. This is Gu Yu Fengzheng. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, taking out the captive. Gu Yu Fengzheng's eyes were shut. He was affected by Feng Zhouji's method and had fallen asleep. As for the will of Feng Yuan that was in him, Feng Zhougu suppressed it. Feng Zhougu placed Feng Zhang on the ground as he sighed. I already searched his soul. That Feng Yuan is a demon indeed. He is completely heartless and cruel. He wants to refine his own brother into blood deity. But I do not understand. He is only a mortal. Even though he is related to Feng Yuan. Why do you place so much importance in him? Fairy Ziwei said slowly. The way of heaven is to be balanced, yin and yang intertwine. The area around the cave of poisonous animals usually has plants that can act as antidotes to the poison. This Gu Yu Fangzhang was born together with Fang Yuan. He is an obstacle specially set by heaven against Fang Yuan. If he is nurtured well, he will be useful in dealing with Fang Yuan in the future. I see. Feng Jiugu nodded. It is a pity. Fairy Ziwei said as she searched Fang Zhang's soul. She sighed. Fang Yuan actually did not refine blood deity and continue his blood path cultivation. Otherwise, I would be able to use the Demon Judgment Board to find his location. In my opinion, Fang Yuan has not noticed that his blood path cultivation in his previous life was a trap by heaven's will. He did not cultivate blood path now, probably due to the protection of his luck. Fate Gu has not been repaired. The power of luck path is greatly amplified. It is very obvious. You were able to succeed and return this time because of your status as a Dao Guardian. Your luck is strong and is not suppressed by Fang Yuan. Feng Jiugu nodded. How will we deal with Danghun Mountain? What about the wisdom Gu inside Lang, ya blessed land? Take it out. Fairy Ziwei smiled. Feng Jiugu was dazed. He took out Danghun Mountain from his immortal aperture. This pink crystal mountain was originally huge, but after entering Ziwei Palace, it was suppressed into palm size and was tiny and delicate looking. Spectral soul demon Venerable rampaged in the world and slaughtered countless beings. He created Soul Path. Heavenly Court was the leader of the righteous path. Before Spectral Soul became Venerable, they sensed his threat and fought against him. They understood each other well. After Spectral Soul died, Soul Path continued developing. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed it, Heavenly Court still had an incredibly profound grasp of Soul Path methods. In fact, Heavenly Court had many Soul Path Gu Immortals. There were a vast number of Soul Path Dao marks on Danghun Mountain. It was the Soul Path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Since Fairy Ziwei could give Feng Jiugu the method to retrieve it, she naturally had an even more profound method to shrink it entirely. Fairy Ziwei stretched her arm out as Danghun Mountain floated towards her lightly. Amazing, amazing. Fairy Ziwei looked at it in amazement. She nodded happily. With this mountain, we will have an endless supply of guts Gu. Jin Huang will benefit from it. Her dream realm exploration will go very smoothly. Feng Jiugu smiled. He was very happy that he could help his daughter. As for wisdom Gu, Fairy Ziwei thought about it. I must obtain this Gu Jiugu. You can go and rest. I will need to plan this thoroughly. If they attacked Langya Blessed Land again, the other party would be very alert. They would prepare amply. Fang Yuan might even have returned already. Fairy Ziwei needed to plan. Yes. Feng Jiugu took his leave, getting out of Ziwei Palace and out of Heavenly Court, going back to Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Ziwei also left Ziwei Palace. She held on to Danghun Mountain as she moved all the way into a dark hall. 3 large words were carved on the plaque on the door of this hall, Soul Suppression Hall. It was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House that imprisoned Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fairy Ziwei smiled as she carried Danghun Mountain and went in front of Spectral Soul. Oh, Demon Venerable! Look what this is? Fairy Ziwei smiled lightly. She asked. Spectral Soul was completely silent. Fairy Ziwei nodded. Truly stubborn and incorrigible. However, I did not bring this mountain here to stir your determination. I know you have used this mountain before. You had cultivated on it in the past. I have this move that can stir your mind. As long as I have something closely related to you, I can draw out all your related memories. Spectral Soul was still silent. Fairy Ziwei's smile faded. Lightning flashed in her eyes. All along, she had been troubled by Spectral Soul's stubbornness. She wanted to excavate his precious memories, but there was little progress. Now that she had Danghun Mountain, Fairy Ziwei found a great opportunity. She wanted to use it on Spectral Soul now. At the next moment, the Immortal Killer move activated. The whole of Soul Suppression Hall buzzed as intense lights shone. The light shone on Danghun Mountain as they also shrouded over Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul resisted, but this move was very powerful. His memories related to Danghun Mountain were drawn out and shown before Fairy Ziwei. When young Spectral Soul found Danghun Mountain by chance, he was shocked and intensely happy. After many hurdles, he finally obtained Danghun Mountain he cultivated in secrecy. Spectral Soul thought about it hard and finally found a way to move Danghun Mountain. After some more hurdles, he stored this mountain for his own use. Spectral Soul created Soul Path and gradually found more use for Danghun Mountain. It was no longer used for Guts Goo creation solely. He created Danghun Formation. He could use the vast amount of Soul Path Dao marks on this mountain to give the Immortal Goo Formation incredible might. Oh, there is a Danghun Immortal Formation. Why didn't Feng Yuan set it up? Did he think it is safe inside Langya Blessed Land? Or did this formation require too many Immortal Goo? Fairy Ziwei saw this and felt suspicious. But soon, her suspicions were answered. It turned out that after using Danghun Mountain as part of the formation, it could no longer create Guts Goo. Fairy Ziwei continued to watch. Scenes concerning Danghun Mountain were shown, displaying Spectral Soul's cultivation journey. Even though most were useless, some contained important cultivation information. Even Heavenly Court could gain greatly from them. When Spectral Soul became venerable, he placed Danghun Mountain inside City Well and used an Immortal Killer move to modify Danghun Mountain. This memory made Fairy Ziwei's heart shake. This orderly well killer move is amazing. City Well is a rule path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Using it, he could actually remove the conflict between Danghun Mountain Soul Path Dao marks and external Time Path Dao marks. This must be the profundity that led to the origin of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Fairy Ziwei had already deduced some special effects of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. After all, Feng Yuan fought many times. He exposed many precious clues. She was not wrong. The reason why Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo could have non-conflicting Dao marks was because of City Well and the killer move Orderly Well. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable paid a huge price to modify Danghun Mountain, but it was worth it. After that, he could use Time Path Immortal Killer moves to restore the mountain easily. The following memories were the Immortal Killer moves that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable deduced using Danghun Mountain. These Immortal Killer moves were very terrifying and powerful, but they would damage the mountain itself. Once in a while, Spectral Soul would use Time Path methods to restore Danghun Mountain back to normal. These methods are truly amazing. Someone who was able to become a demon venerable truly had heaven-shaking talent. Fairy Ziwei's eyes were shining with bright light. She praised continuously. These Immortal Killer moves were precious cultivation information that could greatly help Heavenly Court. Especially when they had just obtained Danghun Mountain, these Immortal Killer moves were all usable. Among these killer moves, there was one move that Fairy Ziwei placed great attention on. This move can actually ignite Danghun Mountain and create a terrifying soul explosion. Any living being's soul can be ignited and create a soul explosion. The soul explosion of soul beasts usually have incredible might, but the soul explosion of Danghun Mountain would surpass limits. Using this mountain's soul path Dao marks to ignite the mountain is truly ingenious. Wait. Fairy Ziwei's pupils shrunk. She noticed something amiss. Boom! At the next moment, a shocking explosion occurred. The entirety of Danghun Mountain was blown to smithereens. Be it Fairy Ziwei or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they were both within range of this terrifying explosion. Southern border. Myriad dragon. Dragon roars reverberated throughout the air. The whole immortal battlefield was destroyed. Silver scales shone as Feng Yuan shot out like lightning. The moment he escaped, he received large numbers of messages requesting aid. What? Langya Blessed Land was attacked by Heavenly Court? It was led by Feng Zhouge. Feng Yuan was stunned. He was trapped by Lu Wei-yin temporarily, but at the same time, Langya Blessed Land was suddenly attacked by Heavenly Court. If one said that there was no connection between the two, even ghosts would not believe it. Oh, they have already been defeated? Many Central Continent Gu immortals died, while only Feng Zhouge returned alive. Feng Yuan looked at the message sent by Langya Land Spirit, then looked at Sixth Hair's message. Sixth Hair was a spy placed in Langya sect by Shadow Sect. He was on Feng Yuan's side and his message was the most trustworthy. From Sixth Hair's message, Feng Yuan quickly understood the whole matter. So Feng Zhouge saw the situation not going in his favor and retreated on his own initiative. Feng Yuan's eyes shined sharply, but this was not the place for him to ponder about this. Rank 8 Gu Immortals of Southern Borders righteous path forces might even be rushing towards here now. Fong Yuan immediately retreated, and on the way, he directly activated his prearranged methods and flagrantly detonated Danghun Mountain. Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. They clearly planned a long time for this. Methods like pulling mountain are not common, but Feng Zhuge could directly take away Danghun Mountain. This is a scheme to cripple my foundation. But unfortunately, how could my Danghun Mountain be seized so easily? Fong Yuan put Danghun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. On one hand, it was to show his sincerity in their collaboration and make Langya sect actively manage Guts Gu business, saving him time and effort. On the other hand, it was also because Fong Yuan had left behind preventive measures and was not afraid of Langya sect or any other Gu Immortals taking Danghun Mountain. While flying rapidly, Fong Yuan put his attention into his immortal aperture. Landscape as before. He activated the rank 6 Immortal Gu on a large piece of mountain rock. This mountain rock was a piece of Danghun Mountain. It was stored by Fong Yuan long ago. Right now, Danghun Mountain's main body had already self-detonated. This mountain rock was the only remaining piece of Danghun Mountain in the world. As Fong Yuan used landscape as before, this mountain rock started to slowly expand, beginning to grow towards the complete Danghun Mountain. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are like immortal Gu, unique in their existence. Danghun Mountain was modified by spectral soul demon Venerable in the past. Now, under the illumination of landscape as before, this Danghun Mountain rock can definitely restore the complete Danghun Mountain. Fong Yuan was extremely confident. Danghun Mountain might have been seized, but he had not lost it. In time, Danghun Mountain will be back in his hands. But this process was going to take a long time. Landscape as before was only rank 6 after all, while Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth that was akin to a rank 9 Immortal Gu. And the size of this mountain rock that Fong Yuan had left behind was countless times smaller than the whole of Danghun Mountain. Heavenly Court had plotted for a long time with Feng Zhuge personally leading the attack. Fong Yuan's overall losses were significant. First of all, he was not able to take back the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Secondly, Danghun Mountain was destroyed for the moment, and restoring it would take time and a huge amount of immortal essence. Finally, Guyu Fangzhang was captured, which means Fong Yuan's blood deity cultivation plan was halted. Fortunately, Wisdom Gu was neither captured nor destroyed. The situation was actually dangerous at that time. If Feng Zhuge was set on destroying Wisdom Gu, it had little hope of surviving on its own. But Feng Zhuge did not strike a fatal move the entire time. This made Fong Yuan feel a sense of joy, but at the same time, it also meant Heavenly Court's following attacks would be incessant. Feng Zhuge retreated on his own accord, which also signified Heavenly Court was definitely going to make another attack. But when were they going to attack? During the next attack, who would Heavenly Court send? What kind of method would they use? These were all issues to think about. Fong Yuan landed in an ordinary valley. He was already far away from the battlefield, and had been very careful on his way. He should be safe for now. Fong Yuan concealed his aura and hid himself. He then set up warning Gu formations before sitting cross-legged and shutting his eyes as he started making deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes. He was already aware of the whole matter, as if he had personally experienced the battle between Langya sect and Feng Zhuge. It is certain that fixed immortal travel is with Heavenly Court. It seems to have been raised to rank 7. It even has a set of immortal killer moves. Any changes in Langya Blessed Land could not escape Langya Land Spirit's observation. The scene of Feng Zhuge's group suddenly appearing was engraved in Langya Land Spirit's mind. This along with similar clues were all sent to Fong Yuan. With sufficient clues along with his wisdom path attainment, Fong Yuan immediately understood how Feng Zhuge suddenly attacked Langya Blessed Land. To prevent fixed immortal travel, I had already modified Danghun Mountain's appearance, but Feng Zhuge's group appeared above the 3 continents. This information leak is probably related to the missing hairy man Gu Immortal. It would take some effort in changing the terrain of the 3 continents. Even if this is done, it might not obstruct Heavenly Court's invasions. If I am not wrong, although the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals did not succeed in setting up an Immortal Gu formation, just seeing how Feng Zhuge escaped so easily, they definitely have some measures left behind in Langya Blessed Land. All kinds of thoughts flashed rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. Heavenly Court was inactive most of the time, but when they made a move, it was earth-shattering. If not for Fang Yuan arranging multiple precautionary methods against this, Langya blessed land, which had lost the complete refinement cauldron, might have already been subdued by Feng Jiugu. Fang Yuan had already made many preparations, but Heavenly Court's foundation was too abundant. Like this time, by relying on the method left by Spacepath great expert Liang Liang, Feng Juji's group was able to sneak in abruptly. An opponent like Heavenly Court was the most difficult to fight against, because nobody knew how many more trump cards they had. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh, contacting Langya Land Spirit. He informed Langya Land Spirit of his situation, also mentioning his guess that Lu Wei-yin was very likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor. Langya Land Spirit might still be discontented that Fang Yuan had not shown up to protect Langya Blessed Land, but what Fang Yuan said were all truths, so Langya Land Spirit could not easily pursue this matter. Heavenly Court did not succeed this time, but they have discovered Wisdom Gu. They will definitely return. Fang Yuan, you are a supreme elder of Langya sect. The sect needs your strength. You should return to guard the sect. Langya Land Spirit said. Fang Yuan smiled. That was impossible. Langya Blessed Land had indeed helped Fang Yuan a lot. It could also be considered as his base, but it was impossible to bind him because of this. The current Heavenly Court was powerful, and as long as they restored Fate Immortal Gu, they would become invincible. If Fang Yuan stayed to guard Langya Blessed Land, Heavenly Court side would definitely have a good laugh. This was what they wanted. Fang Yuan would not be able to advance further if he stayed in Langya Blessed Land. He had to go out and roam to search for cultivation resources to grow rapidly. Once he grew to a certain extent, Fang Yuan could then go take the Red Lotus True Inheritances. No matter how much help the True Inheritances provided, he had to destroy Heavenly Court's plan of restoring Fate Gu within 10 years. Only by doing this would he not die. This was also his only way out. Otherwise, if he waited for Fate Gu to be restored completely, almost all Gu immortals in the world would be subjected to Fate's arrangements. How many otherworldly demons like Fang Yuan were there? Heavenly Court would once again reach the summit. At that time, Fang Yuan would have no hope of being its opponent. Even if Langya Blessed Land is breached, even if Wisdom Gu is destroyed, they won't interrupt my cultivation plan. A ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Naturally, he would not say these words to Langya Land Spirit. Right now, his body was bound by alliance agreements. But he had been keeping the self-cleansing immortal formation activated. It was not just for show. We still need to talk about compensation, right? Fang Yuan continued with some useless banter before saying this to Langya Land Spirit. Ah! Langya Land Spirit's expression immediately sank. He had made an agreement with Fang Yuan back then. If Danghun Mountain or Wisdom Gu were lost or destroyed, he would have to compensate 10 times the value. Wisdom Gu was not destroyed. Langya Land Spirit let out a sigh of relief at this. But Danghun Mountain, at least for now, it was really lost. You also know that if Heavenly Court obtains Danghun Mountain, they will have an endless supply of Guts Gu. This is a huge boost to them. Fang Yuan added pressure as he saw Langya Land Spirit keeping silent. You no need to say this. I will compensate you, don't worry. Langya Land Spirit replied. I believe you. How could First Supreme Elder possibly go back on his words? Fang Yuan chuckled. What kind of compensation do you want? Langya Land Spirit asked. Fang Yuan's gaze moved. There was a lot he wanted. Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. There was only one in the 5 regions. Guts Gu produced by Danghun Mountain was a monopoly. As long as souls were supplied, it was an inexhaustible gold mine. As such, its value was enormous. Langya Land Spirit had to compensate Fang Yuan by 10 times this value. If this was an ordinary blessed land or even a grotto heaven, it probably would not be able to pay such compensation even if the entire blessed land was added in. But Langya Blessed Land had enough ability to pay this. Back when Fang Yuan had set this compensation agreement with Langya Land Spirit, how could he not have considered this point? Langya Blessed Land was the #1 blessed land in 5 regions, especially after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. It had an extremely abundant foundation. Fang Yuan had no doubt that it was fully capable of bearing the compensation. Putting everything aside, Fang Yuan first mentioned Wisdom Goo to Lang Yilan's spirit. I need to move Wisdom Goo to my immortal aperture, so I want the method to move Wisdom Goo as my first compensation. This method was the core of Lang Yisek's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had all along tried to obtain it, but even when both sides exchanged true inheritances, he was not able to get it. Lang Yilan's spirit firmly kept this method to himself. He was not an idiot. If he exchanged this method with Fang Yuan, would it not mean Fang Yuan could take away Wisdom Goo himself? Although Wisdom Goo was untamed and did not belong to Lang Yi's sect, Lang Yi Blessed Land's Hairy Man Goo Immortals had been able to take it out from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Lang Yilan's spirit's expression immediately changed. Fang Yuan directly mentioned this request. It was like a sharp sword that pierced Lang Yilan's spirit's heart. Lang Yilan's spirit had no choice but to agree. What Lang Yilan's spirit had been plotting all along was to attempt to control Wisdom Goo by feeding it continuously with Lifespan Goo. So he had been willing to part with Lifespan Goo and help Fang Yuan raise Wisdom Goo. Unfortunately, even until now, Lang Yilan's spirit was not able to get his wish. His plan showed no results. Fang Yuan mentioning this request was the same as claiming back Wisdom Goo. As such, all the investments Lang Yilan's spirit made previously were in vain, and it instead seemed like he had slaved away for Fang Yuan. He was of course not willing to, but he was not able to explicitly retort. After all, Wisdom Goo might be a wild immortal goo, but it was taken out of Fang Yuan's blessed land by Hairy Man Goo Immortals. Lang Yilan's spirit spoke hesitantly. Is that okay? Actually, if we can control Wisdom Goo, we can use it as the core to construct Immortal Goo House secluded residence. Not only can we defend ourselves, but also prevent deductions from almost everyone in the world. Fang Yuan smiled. First Supreme Elder, your plan is good, but it is extremely difficult to materialize. Do you have confidence in implementing it as quickly as possible? Lang Yilan's spirit was reduced to silence. Fang Yuan continued. The current situation is dangerous. It is not favorable for you to protect Wisdom Goo. Feng Jiugu has discovered Wisdom Goo, which means Heavenly Court is also aware of it. They absolutely won't be willing to let it go and will attack Lang Yi Blessed Land again. At that time, what do we do if they seize Wisdom Goo? Lang Yilan's spirit heaved a deep sigh. What Fang Yuan said was the truth. Secluded residence was only a fantasy right now, while Heavenly Court's attack was right in front of them. In fact, Lang Yilan's spirit had already hidden Wisdom Goo to the best of his abilities. But what could he do when Feng Juji's investigative method was so innovative and powerful? Wisdom Goo had once been star constellation Immortal Venerable's Goo. Now that it was discovered, it was clear Heavenly Court would place great importance on this. Their next attack was definitely going to be much more fierce and dangerous. Fang Yuan was right, but Lang Yilan's spirit was not resigned to give up his plans. At this time, Fang Yuan added, First Supreme Elder, secluded residence is a good idea, but it has its disadvantages. If we truly make Lang Yi Blessed Land into a place of absolute refuge and peace, would the Hairy Man Goo Immortals still have motivation to actively cultivate? We want to create the rule of Hairy Men, but if we make these Hairy Man Goo Immortals live under the protection of secluded residence, wouldn't they start returning to their previous lifestyle over time? Lang Yilan's spirit was stumped. Fang Yuan's words made sense. Hairy Man Goo Immortals lacked a sense of danger. The previous Lang Yilan's spirit was too protective of the Hairy Man Goo Immortals, causing these Goo Immortals to have almost no battle strength. When Shadow Sect had invaded, they were almost subdued. They could not go back to the previous lifestyle. Lang Yilan's spirit took a deep breath, nodding heavily. Fang Yuan, I will agree to your request. I will give you the complete method. Out of the 10 Dang Hun Mountain compensation, this method is worth half a Dang Hun Mountain. Okay. Fang Yuan did not doubt Lang Yilan's spirit's words. Lang Yilan's spirit would not lie. It was extremely beneficial for Fang Yuan to transact with him. Next, I need some lifespan goo. Fang Yuan mentioned his second request. If he took Wisdom Goo into his sovereign immortal aperture, he would have to shoulder its feeding issue. Fang Yuan had lifespan goo on him, but it was not safe to rely on these stocks. Okay. Langya land spirit agreed happily to this request. He was a land spirit, he could live as long as Langya blessed land existed, so he had no use for lifespan goo. Naturally, the Harryman goo immortals in Langya sect would need lifespan goo to prolong their lives. However, hairy men were variant humans, they had much longer lifespan than humans. Secondly, feeding wisdom goo was clearly much more important than extending the hairy man goo immortals' lives. Thereupon, Fang Yuan used 1.5 Dang Hun mountain compensation to exchange for a large amount of lifespan goo. Long hair ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago. Langya blessed land had an extremely long history of 300,000 years. It had plundered an enormous amount of lifespan goo. Although Fang Yuan had taken away most of the stock of lifespan goo, Langya blessed land still had a lot left. Fang Yuan calculated that if he used all the lifespan goo he had on himself, he could prolong his life by over 4,000 years. Even Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only lived for over 3,000 years. This meant if Fang Yuan used these lifespan goo, he could live longer than Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Naturally, the precondition was he was not killed by someone in this period of time. These lifespan goo could clearly solve wisdom goo's feeding issue for a long period of time. Among the venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had the shortest lifespan. Limitless Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable lived for over 6,000 years. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable lived for over 7,000 years, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable for over 8,000 years. The longest-lived three had all joined Heavenly Court. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable lived for over 12,000 years, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for over 19,000 years, and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's age surpassed 25,000 years. He was the first Immortal Venerable in human history, and also was the longest-lived Venerable. All Immortal and Demon Venerables lived for a long time, but in history many rank 8 and rank 7 goo immortals have also lived a long life, some even living for thousands of years. There is not a lack of people who have lived longer than some immortal or demon venerables. But with the 5 regions chaotic war incoming, the great era is about to open its curtains. Lifespan goo will become increasingly scarce. Especially, when Great Dream Immortal Venerable reaches rank 9, lifespan goo will be extremely rare, heaven and earth will no longer produce it, until there is no stock of lifespan goo left. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered. These lifespan goo had extremely huge value, and this value would continue to increase with the passing of time. According to the historical records, many great experts and old monsters would pay any price to extend their life by even a few days. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo, but there were many examples in history where lifespan goo was exchanged with immortal goo. Fang Yuan's current compensation was calculated by Langya land spirit according to the current value of lifespan goo. This no doubt allowed Fang Yuan to get a much cheaper deal. Of course, if he developed Danghun Mountain well, his prospects would also be extremely remarkable. After settling the lifespan goo compensation, Fang Yuan used 1 Danghun Mountain compensation to exchange for a huge amount of Langya sect contribution points as well as beast enslavement immortal goo. Fang Yuan had borrowed beast enslavement immortal goo a few times before. It was extremely useful. As for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, it was a no-brainer. Fang Yuan knew Langya land spirit would absolutely not part with this immortal goo. As such, out of the 10 Danghun Mountain compensation, 7 remained. Now, Fang Yuan was going for a big one. I want to use 7 Danghun Mountain compensation to exchange for something in the sect, Fang Yuan said to Langya land spirit. Langya land spirit was immediately tensed as he quickly asked, "Ah? What do you want to exchange with?" "Exchange with what?" Fang Yuan smiled and continued, "Naturally, I want refinement path true meaning." "Ah, you actually know there is refinement path true meaning in the sect." Langya land spirit almost jumped from shock. This was the greatest secret of Langya sect, and also the most valuable treasure in the sect's storage. What was true meaning? True meaning was considered a type of will. Wisdom path has the 3 elements of thoughts, wills, and emotions. True meaning was the most valuable and enchanting thing sought after by everyone, whether they were goo masters or goo venerables. Northern Plains Icy Plain was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It contained Reckless Savage true meaning. Thus, When a Gu master underwent immortal ascension in the northern icy plain, they would evoke reckless savage true meaning. When a Gu immortal obtained this true meaning, they could gain a huge boost in their transformation path or strength path attainment levels. Dream realms also contain true meaning. Fang Yuan had explored several dream realms and was able to increase his attainment in all kinds of paths because he had absorbed the true meaning contained within them. So true meaning usually signified a rise in attainment level. Why was the 5 regions' chaotic war an unprecedentedly magnificent era? The fundamental reason was the dream realms appearing everywhere in the world. Many who explored these dream realms successfully obtained the true meaning contained inside, raising their attainment levels. Accumulating attainment level normally took a long period of time, but true meaning greatly shrunk this process. This caused geniuses and elites to endlessly appear from every corner of the world, fighting and killing each other, giving birth to an unprecedented chaotic era. The importance of true meaning went without saying, and the true meaning stored in the depths of Lang Ye sect had an even greater origin. This true meaning originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. Who was Long-Hair Ancestor? A refinement path rank 8 great expert, known as the number 1 refinement path immortal of all times. The long history of humanity spanned innumerable years, and throughout this time, there existed 3 most outstanding peak refinement path experts: Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, and Long-Hair Ancestor. Even thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to concede to Long-Hair Ancestor in terms of refinement path ability. The 2 venerables had requested Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. In the statistics made by later generations, Long-Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. This was only the conclusive summary. It did not account for his many legends and rumors. If the rumors were noted, then this number would surpass 100. Even more terrifying was that most of these immortal Gu were not rank 6. Instead, they were of high levels like rank 7 and rank 8. The refinement path true meaning in Lang Ye sect was the true meaning of Long-Hair Ancestor. It was extremely comprehensive. If Fang Yuan obtained it and absorbed it completely, his refinement path attainment level could immediately soar to quasi-supreme grandmaster. This was akin to reaching heaven in one step, an ant instantly becoming an unprecedented giant beast, or a starving beggar suddenly becoming the richest in the whole country. It was exactly this concept. The reason why it was quasi was because Supreme Grandmaster required surpassing the foundation of the whole world, creating something out of nothing, achieving a new innovation. Fang Yuan could not do this now. If he obtained the refinement path true meaning, he was only completely inheriting Long-Hair Ancestor's attainment level. He was not going further from this foundation and surpassing the whole world's refinement path foundation. Fang Yuan did not have any extravagant hope towards Supreme Grandmaster. As far as he was concerned, this title was just a kind of supreme glory. Quasi-supreme was already enough for him to look down proudly at all refinement path Gu immortals in the whole 5 regions. As long as he obtained this true meaning, he would transform from a small dune to the highest peak in one go. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. There were no strongest Gu worm in the world, only strongest Gu immortal. And how could a Gu immortal be the strongest? Attainment level was one of the most important judging criteria. Having quasi-supreme refinement path attainment was akin to reaching a peak height and having the most abundant foundation. The rest would come along later. Using 7 Dang Hun mountain compensation to exchange for a will? Would Fang Yuan not suffer a loss? Of course not. Even if he had several Dang Hun mountains, they only represented a huge amount of cultivation resources. And what resource was the most precious? Most would definitely answer attainment level. You want the refinement path true meaning left behind by my main body? That is impossible. Lang Ye Land Spirit refused. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for Lang Ye Land Spirit's attitude. He smiled. First Supreme Elder. Our Lang Ye sect has held on to this will for 300,000 years. If it is only preserved indefinitely, how different is it from a rock? Or maybe, do you want to leave this refinement path true meaning to the other hairy man Gu immortals? Lang Ye Land Spirit shook his head. Ever since the establishment of Lang Ye Blessed Land, the previous land spirit had been considering this issue. But these hairy man goo immortals still don't have enough qualifications. Then, give it to me. Fang Yuan immediately said. You? You are even more unqualified, Lang Ye Land Spirit said, firmly. Fang Yuan gave a soundless laughter. The current Lang Ye Land Spirit had the doctrine of hairy man supremacy, all along firmly believing hairy men were superior to humans, and hairy men should rule the world while humans should depend on them for survival. Lang Ye Land Spirit did not even look upon those hairy man goo immortals. He would even more so not consider Fang Yuan, who was a human. Long hair true meaning is the supreme treasure of my hairy men. Even at worst, even if it goes to hairy man goo masters, it won't be for you, a human, to enjoy. Lang Ye Land Spirit's inner thoughts were roughly like this. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. His next persuasion was going to be crucial. He had already thought properly at this moment, he said in a serious tone. First Supreme Elder, you are also aware of the current situation. It is extremely precarious. Heavenly Court's first attempt failed, but there will be a second attack, a third attack. They absolutely won't give up until they completely succeed or completely fail. I understand this. Lang Ye Land Spirit's tone was solemn. If I have this refinement path true meaning, my strength will soar rapidly and I will have even more assurance in helping Lang Ye sect resist Heavenly Court. Lang Ye sect has helped me so much. This is my home. I won't stand by and watch Heavenly Court destroy it. If I become a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster, I can refine immortal goo and improve the current super goo formation of Lang Ye Blessed Land. You also know I have inherited Shadow Sect's legacy. It contains a lot of information concerning Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Previously, we only exchanged true inheritances. Now I am going to share this information with you. I have already deduced that Feng Jiuji's group used a killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core to invade Lang Ye Blessed Land. After we have resolved the compensation matter, I will use Wisdom Goo to think of methods to guard against fixed immortal travel. Besides these, don't forget I have some subordinates. You also know that they are all elites in fighting. Lang Ye Land Spirit was silent. Fang Yuan's words were extremely reasonable. It did not matter during the peaceful times. But in this situation, Heavenly Court was gazing at them covetously. They did not even know when the next attack was going to arrive. Lang Ye Land Spirit was not ignorant. He knew a lot about Heavenly Court and so felt even greater pressure. Lang Ye sect might have Heavenly Giant Solar which was comparable to a rank 8 Goo Immortal, but in the earlier battle with Feng Jiu Goo, its various flaws had been exposed. Lang Ye sect urgently required even more assistance. The Snowmen, Inkmen, and Rockmen could barely mobilize a rank 8 battle strength. The strongest battle strength was still Fang Yuan. Lang Ye Land Spirit already knew that Fang Yuan, who possessed Reverse Flow Protection Seal, was the strongest battle strength among them. Lang Ye Land Spirit and Lang Ye Blessed Land would need a source of strength like Fang Yuan in the future. Fang Yuan, if you need to refine Goo, I will personally take the task. Don't forget there are still other Supreme Elders. Everyone will help you. Lang Ye Land Spirit remained silent for a while, before saying. Fang Yuan smiled. Everyone's strength cannot be underestimated. I already have a deep impression of this when I requested everyone to refine Goo. But can our refinement path ability be on par with a quasi-supreme grandmaster? Of course it could not. Moreover, there is a huge difference in asking others to refine Goo and personally refining Goo. Isn't that so? Lang Ye Land Spirit was silent once again. These were all genuine reasons. Lang Ye Land Spirit wanted to refute but could not. But reason alone could not persuade Lang Ye Land Spirit. Fang Yuan knew he needed to use feelings as well. First Supreme Elder, our interactions have always been heart to heart. Are you still not aware of my current situation? Do you still not understand my current feelings? After I escaped the trap and heard Lang Ye Blessed Land was attacked, I was really anxious. It was like a fire burned in my heart. I really hate myself for not being able to immediately return. Lang Ye sect is my home. In such a huge world, only here can I feel at home. Although I am a human, I want to be a hairy man. But it is a pity that fate toys with people. I was born as a human, and not a noble hairy man. But I am willing to permanently transform into a hairy man in the future. I am willing to eternally live in Lang Ye Blessed Land. marry Shui Air, unite the other variant human races, and assist you in your wish of making Hairy Man dominate the world. Fang Yuan spoke with such emotions that even he himself was filled with goosebumps. Lang Yilan's spirit heaved a long sigh. "Oh, Fang Yuan, I understand your feelings. I already knew it. But this is a huge matter. I need to think and consider it properly. Right now, I cannot make this decision." A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. He could not give Lang Yilan's spirit time to think. The more he thought, the smaller Fang Yuan's hope would become. As such, Fang Yuan said, "First Supreme Elder, you are right in wanting to consider it properly. No matter how long you take, I will wait for your reply. In this period, I will keep an eye on Heavenly Court and try my best to probe information. I will immediately report to you when they make any suspicious movement." These words immediately made Lang Yilan's spirit come to a decision. He bitterly sighed. "The situation is perilous. If I still persist in preserving the true meaning, even Lang Yi blessed land might not be safe. Fang Yuan, you are one of us. I trust you. Honestly, if you were a hairy man, I might have already entrusted the whole Lang Yi blessed land to you. This refinement path true meaning, I will give it to you. I will not let down First Supreme Elder's expectations. Central Continent, Heavenly Court." Huff, huff, huff. Fairy Ziwei was panting roughly, her pupils shrunk to pin size. Her expression was still filled with fear. It had yet to dissipate. All around her was emptiness. The Grand Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Soul Suppression Hall was already completely gone. Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, and with its uncountable number of Dao marks, it could rival Rank 9 Immortal Gu. The power of its self-detonation was unimaginably terrifying. Soul Suppression Hall did not even have time to respond, and with the explosion occurring from inside, it became a victim of Danghun Mountain's explosion. Fairy Ziwei, however, was completely unharmed. Dazzling starlight surrounded her. It was like she was covered in a thin veil made with stardust. This was Immortal Gu House Star Constellation Chessboard. The Immortal Gu House, personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If Star Constellation Chessboard did not take the initiative to protect me, even if I didn't die, I would have been heavily injured. Fairy Ziwei barely maintained her calm as her eyes narrowed to slits. Her expression was extremely heavy. Danghun Mountain was actually tampered with. I did not find anything even though I inspected it several times earlier. This was probably Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's doing. To deal with Shadow Sect, I have roughly gone through all the Soul Path inheritances in Heavenly Court. But I was still played by Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court's Soul Path Foundation still cannot compare to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Furthermore, Star Constellation Chessboard also suffered a lot of damage. Fairy Ziwei was not injured, but she felt like spewing blood when she thought of the danger and the losses she suffered. Her gaze moved towards the front. Ahead of her was a lump of dense black shadow. It was extremely deep, like a dark pool. It stayed there as black light continuously shone around it. "Spectral Soul," Fairy Ziwei said hatefully while gritting her teeth. Danghun Mountain's soul explosion actually did not injure Spectral Soul. Instead, he benefited from it, hiding and nourishing himself within the countless soul path Dao marks. Danghun Mountain's soul explosion method was originally created by him. After the soul explosion, Soul Suppression Hall was destroyed, while Spectral Soul obtained temporary freedom. He did not try to make a blind escape, instead using this huge opportunity to hide himself within the countless soul path Dao marks. Like this, who knew how long it would take before Heavenly Court could soul search him again? Soul Suppression Hall had the ability to soul search, but now it was gone, completely destroyed. And Spectral Soul was using this temporary territorial advantage to recover. "Humph. Keep dragging it out until your end," Fairy Ziwei sneered. As long as he was in Heavenly Court, Spectral Soul was like a fish in a jar, unable to escape. Spectral Soul's outcome would not change. But it was rather troublesome for Heavenly Court to get rid of these soul path Dao marks. They would need to spend a long period of time at least. The abyss deep dark whirlpool did not emit any sound. Spectral Soul still maintained silence. Fairy Ziwei's fury rose even more. Right at this time, a thunder-like rumbling sound was heard. Then flashes of lightning illuminated heavenly court. A thunderstorm brewed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. There is an abnormal reaction from the immortal graveyard. Back then, when Duke Long woke up, the whole of heavenly court shook. I wonder which senior woke up this time. Fairy Ziwei raised her head and looked at the scene, feeling stunned at first before turning joyous. Rumble! A huge burst of thunder echoed. Tens of lightning bolts flashed in the sky before converging into a lump. The dark blue lightning suddenly exploded, and a human figure jumped out of the lightning sphere. This figure was extremely fast, appearing in front of Fairy Ziwei almost in an instant. So I did not sense wrongly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you were truly caught. Ha ha ha. This Gu Immortal, who had just woken up, began laughing loudly. Fairy Ziwei carefully observed the person. She had a young girl's appearance. She was clad in a pitch-black suit of armor. The armor was ferocious and flamboyant, having sharp curved spikes and lightning flashing above it. The chest portion of the armor had a dark blue open mouth like that of a giant ghost, and her helmet looked like a monster's head, forming a stark contrast with the girl's delicate and cute appearance. The immortal graveyard was unfathomable. Even Fairy Ziwei did not know how many great experts were hibernating in there. As for this person, she knew her origin. Immediately, Fairy Ziwei bowed in greeting. Junior Ziwei pays respect to Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch. What era is this? There is still someone who knows my Jinglan's honorific title. The black-armored girl gave a slight exclamation of surprise, her gaze moving from the dark whirlpool to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's spirits rose. This Jinglan was a great expert selected from Black Heaven Temple. She mainly cultivated two major paths, Lightning Path and Soul Path. Her two paths did not conflict with each other. This non-conflicting method was her own creation, and she could only do this with Lightning Path and Soul Path. She was an extremely lively Gu Immortal born in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's time. She was extremely proficient in fighting and had been one of Heavenly Court's most valuable experts in resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She had once given huge trouble to Spectral Soul, but after Spectral Soul became a Venerable, he slaughtered countless beings and was unstoppable. She had to gloomily give up and hibernate in the immortal graveyard. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the most murderous nature among the Venerables, but Jinglan was actually able to stay alive. She definitely had powerful methods. Senior is experienced in dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I, Ziwei, ask for guidance in dealing with this situation. After conversing a while, Fairy Ziwei bowed again and asked. Jinglan narrowed her eyes, snorting. If I had all my immortal goo, I could break this tortoise shell in 33 days. When Gu Immortals went to hibernation, almost all would hand over all their immortal goo, aside from some exceptions. After all, these immortal goo needed to be taken care of and fed. Fairy Ziwei closed her eyes and looked at the information path goo worms in her phantom aperture, after which she looked embarrassed. What's wrong? Jinglan asked. Some immortal goo which Senior left behind were destroyed because of various reasons. Fairy Ziwei answered. They were of use to Heavenly Court, so be it if they are destroyed. They served their purpose. Jinglan smiled, not minding at all as she asked, How many are left? Fairy Ziwei gave a detailed account. Jinglan slightly frowned. 3 core immortal goo are gone. Many methods can't be used then. If I have to deal with Spectral Soul now, I will need at least 3 months. Fairy Ziwei was slightly disappointed. With her methods and the help of Star Constellation Chessboard, she would only need over 2 months to resolve this issue and recapture Spectral Soul. How about this? Spectral Soul is captured, but his inheritor has been extremely active. Dang Hun Mountain's explosion was also his inheritor's work. Fairy Ziwei informed. Demonic scoundrels. They should all be killed. So you want me to get rid of Spectral Soul's inheritor? Tell me, where is this inheritor? I will flay his skin, pull out his tendons, and bring his head in front of Spectral Soul to let him enjoy the spectacle. Ha ha ha. Jinglan laughed as her battle intent soared. With Senior making a move, that Fang Yuan will have no hope left. As for his location, Fairy Ziwei smiled confidently. As long as Senior can wait a while, Junior will deduce it for you. Connecting Heaven Goo. Lang Yalan Spirit connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and quickly completed the Immortal Goo transaction with Fang Yuan. The exchange was extremely fast. In several blinks of an eye, they had both disconnected from Treasure Yellow Heaven. This is perceivable Dao Immortal Goo? Lang Yalan Spirit sized up the Immortal Goo in his hands. This Immortal Goo had a round head and a black body. It had many segments in its body. When Lang Yalan Spirit activated it, it started to shine in starlight. After a while, Lang Yalan Spirit's expression turned unsightly. They had made secret arrangements indeed. Using perceivable Dao Immortal Goo, Lang Yalan Spirit discovered many new Dao marks in the Blessed Land. These Dao marks interweaved together to form a mystical effect. This was a hidden arrangement done by Feng Juji's group when they invaded Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had once been struck by Fairy Ziwei's inextinguishable star target. He had learned from this setback. Adding on that Feng Zhougu had retreated so straightforwardly, with just a little deduction, Fang Yuan knew they had definitely left behind some secret measures to make the next invasion more convenient. Fang Yuan guessed right, we need to clean these Dao marks completely. When he returns, we will immediately relocate Lang Ya Blessed Land. Lang Ya Land Spirit mumbled. Although Feng Juji's group arrived at Lang Ya Blessed Land with fixed Immortal Travel's help, Lang Ya Blessed Land was now no longer safe in its current location. This decision was safe and also wise. Prince Fengxian had yet to leave. If Lang Ya Land Spirit rashly moved the Blessed Land, there would definitely be a huge commotion and it would expose its true location. Wind blew at his face. Fang Yuan was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the sky, throwing the endless clouds behind him. He had wanted to recapture the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but his plan failed after running into Lu Wei-yin. But it was not that he had no gains, he had to thank Heavenly Court for this. If not for this external pressure, Lang Yalan Spirit absolutely would not have agreed to give him the refinement path true meaning. Even so, Fang Yuan had to use up all his breath on talking before he was barely able to persuade Lang Yalan Spirit. After the communication was completed, Fang Yuan immediately set off towards Lang Ya Blessed Land, preparing to take back Wisdom Goo and the refinement path true meaning. It was best for Wisdom Goo to not be transferred through Treasure Yellow Heaven. This famous rank 9 Goo would incite an extremely huge response. Although Heavenly Court knew about Wisdom Goo currently, them knowing of it and the whole world knowing of it were two completely different concepts. As for the refinement path true meaning, although Lang Yalan Spirit agreed to give it Fang Yuan, he insisted on handing it to Fang Yuan in Lang Ya Blessed Land and not through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Lang Yalan Spirit also knew the danger of rashly moving Lang Ya Blessed Land, and he was facing Heavenly Court on top of that, so he was facing huge mental pressure. Not only did he ask Fang Yuan to return, he also discussed with the Rockman tribe to borrow their rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon to guard Lang Ya Blessed Land. After returning, I am not only taking Wisdom Goo and obtaining refinement path true meaning, I will also have to use Light of Wisdom to decipher the immortal killer move Feng Zhougu used to invade Lang Ya Blessed Land, and also repair the Super Goo formation. Furthermore, I was trapped by Lu Wei-yin, but I also gained some insights, especially at the third illusory dream. Maybe I can use the Light of Wisdom to completely comprehend these insights. Thinking of Lu Wei-yin, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. He was almost certain Lu Wei-yin was an inheritor of Paradise Earth. Fang Yuan's current ability was not enough to deal with him. In fact, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation, and he mostly relied on reverse flow protection seal to deal with rank 8 Goo immortals. His other methods were not up to par for this task. What? Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed as he sensed Ghost official garment shrinking rapidly and shaking like a candlelight in the wind. Not good. Someone is deducing my location. And such a powerful wisdom path method. This is definitely the work of a wisdom path rank 8 great expert. Fang Yuan quickly activated Immortal Killer move Yama. At the next moment, his whole body began to transform, Ghost Official Garment and Ghostly Concealment began to link together. Ghost Official Garment was only a rank 7 Immortal Killer move, but after linking with the rank 9 Ghostly Concealment, It was able to use a slight amount of rank 9's power. It was Fairy Ziwei's turn to be surprised. She had been fully confident, but who could have thought her deduction of Fang Yuan's location to suddenly become countless times more difficult? How could this be? Fairy Ziwei frowned. What's wrong? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, who was at the side, asked. It is a bit complicated. I have Fang Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal Gu and also Gu Yu Fang Zhang. These are both crucial clues, but I actually still can't deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fairy Ziwei smiled. A pity if it were before, I could only admit my defeat. But he caused Danghun Mountain to explode, although the origin is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also participated in it and caused damage to Star Constellation chessboard. I will definitely be able to deduce him. Saying so, Fairy Ziwei pinched her fingers. A translucent ripple suddenly appeared beside her from which a rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out. Lady Ziwei, what can I do for you? This person was Chun Yi. He was originally meant to reinforce Feng Jiuji's group, but with Feng Jiugu returning, his task also ended and was called back to Heavenly Court by Fairy Ziwei. Come, use your Karma Divine Tree. I want to use your strength to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fairy Ziwei commanded. Chun Yi bowed and accepted the order, immediately activating Karma Divine Tree. With the power of this legendary killer move, along with Star Constellation chessboard, Fairy Ziwei finally made a breakthrough and deduced Fang Yuan's specific location. Damn it! The moment Fang Yuan's location was deduced, Yama suddenly detonated, exposing his true body. The link between ghostly concealment and ghost official garment completely collapsed. Ghostly concealment was safe and sound, but ghost official garment was almost destroyed. My location is exposed. Being able to forcibly break my Yama killer move, and also after Langya Blessed Land was invaded, this is most likely Heavenly Court's doing. At that instant, countless thoughts moved in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Zhang was captured. He is blood related to my rank 6-time path clone, but my clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. They should not be able to use this clue. My Dark Limit Immortal Gu is in Heavenly Court's hands. This is an extremely significant clue, but it is not enough to destroy Yama with just this. So what method did Heavenly Court use? What crucial clues do they have on me? Fang Yuan flew rapidly while thinking. His location was exposed. Staying at the same spot was definitely a bad decision. The important thing now was to constantly be on the move, while also restoring Ghost Official Garment and thinking of ways to resolve this issue. Crack! Fang Yuan flew straight for many hours, when suddenly a thunderbolt flashed in the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly cleaved towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was already on guard, quickly evading. The thunderbolt crashed on the ground. The lightning concentrated into a human figure. The human figure was soon revealed. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan in her pitch-black malevolent armor was half-crouching on the ground. BZZ, BZZ, BZZ. Countless small sparks were tangled around her armor. Her crash had formed a deep pit and the bottom of the pit was already scorched black by the heat, with tufts of white smoke rising from it. Jinglan slowly stood up. Her petite body was over 10 feet tall after wearing the armor, looking tall and bulky. Boom! Majestic rank 8 aura, firm as a mountain, flowed out of her. She slowly raised her head to look at Fang Yuan, saying frostily, "You are Fang Yuan? Where are you thinking of running to?" Central Continent rank 8 Gu Immortal. Moreover, looking at her attitude, she is likely from Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly as he raised his alertness to maximum vigilance. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self. A bright light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes as he valiantly made the first move against this unknown enemy. In an instant, countless Fang Yuan clones filled the sky. Jinglan had only blinked when the cloudless clear sky was filled with countless Fang Yuan strength path phantoms. The large army shouted and charged towards Jinglan like a tsunami. Jinglan closed her eyes, then opened it again. Her black pupils turned azure and inexhaustible lightning seemed to circulate in them like a whirlpool. She looked all around her but did not discover Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph. Jinglan gave a displeased grunt. She suddenly opened her mouth. Or! With her roar, there were rumbles of thunder. With her as the center, the sound wave containing waves of blue lightning spread in all directions. Wherever they went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms would be destroyed within a breath of time. In just one move, the sky was clear once again. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed. Only his true body remained. Rank 8 lightning path? Why do I still sense soul path aura from her body? Fang Yuan slightly frowned. He was not startled at the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was only a probe. When facing a rank 8 Gu Immortal, no matter how many Myriad Self phantoms there were, they would not do anything. Immortal Killer Move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. Fang Yuan pushed his palms forward. Countless meteorites that had long blazing tails immediately smashed towards Jinglan. After finishing this move, he clenched his right hand and suddenly waved it. Instantly, innumerable bright purple starlight specks flew down. Jinglan's lightning eyes showed disdain when she saw Ignited Thought Flying Rock. But when she saw Purple Thought Perception Starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This is an extraordinary killer move. I must evade it. Jinglan immediately turned into lightning, shooting straight towards Fang Yuan. Fast. She was so fast that even Fang Yuan showed a trace of astonishment. Moreover, this lightning was extremely flexible and did not blindly rampage around. When it came across the Ignited Thought Flying Rocks, it charged straight through them, but when it encountered specks of Purple Thought Perception Starlight, it dodged and detoured around them. Fang Yuan's attacks were endless, but Jinglan was unstoppable. After turning around several times in the air, she arrived before Fang Yuan. Come! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he transformed into Ancient Sword Dragon and ferociously clawed at Jinglan. Jinglan was covered in a thick and huge armor, but when compared to Fang Yuan's Sword Dragon, she looked tiny, but she was extremely fierce. With a deep shout, she did not dodge and instead used the horn on her helmet to stab at the dragon's claws. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were forced back. Fang Yuan's claws turned weak and numb from the recoil force. And as for Jinglan, the horn on her helmet was completely broken and the whole helmet was filled with cracks. She even felt slight dizziness. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Jinglan was aware of it. She had set off from Heavenly Court and had obtained detailed information about Fang Yuan from Fairy Ziwei. As such, she was not surprised at this scene. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed as she once again charged forward. The lightning surrounding her bombarded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought her with no fear. Both sides exchanged moves. They fought intensely without any rest. Even the sky turned colorless from their combat. The world was desolate. Fang Yuan relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal to fight evenly with Jinglan, but he had to constantly retreat while fighting. This person clearly knows about Reverse Flow Protection Seal. She is using just enough power that I have to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to block it, but it is not so high for the Reverse Flow Protection Seal to reflect it. That's what makes this person dangerous. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart. Although Jinglan was unable to deal with Fang Yuan, this was only temporary. She definitely had a Wisdom Path great expert behind her who was closely observing this battle and continuously analyzing Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was being constantly analyzed and deduced. Once this reached a certain degree, they would be able to deduce a killer move that targeted Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Once this killer move broke Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it would be Fang Yuan's end. This person is constantly changing her methods, probing my Reverse Flow Protection Seal from every aspect. Her intention is clear. She dual cultivates Lightning Path and Soul Path. Her Lightning Path attacks are incomparably swift and powerful, while her Soul Path methods are condensed into that armor which has powerful defense and rapid recovery. Retreat! Fang Yuan activated Myriad Dragon, disguising himself as one of them with familiar face. The Myriad Dragon did not attack Jinglan, but scattered in all directions. Where are you running? Jinglan shouted. Thunder rumbled in the sky as countless lightning bolts fell down and destroyed the dragons. Myriad Dragon's power was much higher than Myriad Self, but it was nothing when compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fang Yuan's true body was quickly discovered. Jinglan gave chase, continuing to send attacks. Fang Yuan began to constantly flee, rarely attacking back. This is truly a tortoise shell. Jinglan was rather vexed. Fang Yuan clearly had rank 7 cultivation, but with reverse flow protection seal, it was like he was covered with reflective thorns that prevented others from using their full power. Still not done. Jinglan transmitted her voice to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei was far away in Heavenly Court but was closely paying attention to the battle here, and was using Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path formation to decipher reverse flow protection seal with all her strength. As for Star Constellation chessboard, it had suffered huge damage and would not be of much use for some time. There are some results. Please listen, Senior. Fairy Ziwei taught a killer move to Jinglan. Jinglan immediately attempted the killer move. After a few failures, she was finally able to activate it, which resulted in a mysterious light. The gray profound light struck Fang Yuan. His reverse flow protection seal immediately started to ripple and shake. They have already deduced a method? Fang Yuan's heart tensed, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6 and was unable to damage reverse flow protection seal. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with starlight, firmly memorizing the effect of the gray profound light. This was both a success and also a further probe against reverse flow protection seal. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan, it was not easy for you to create such a killer move. A pity that you are going to die today. Jinglan laughed heartily. Her speed was terrifyingly fast, way faster than Fang Yuan. If this situation continued to go on, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be deciphered sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Are you not going to use it? Jinglan laughed. With a rumbling sound, she threw a lightning bolt at Fang Yuan's back once again. Fang Yuan did not utter a sound. He concentrated fully on escaping. Boom! Thunder rumbled as a 10 feet thick bolt of blue lightning fell down from the sky and cleaved at Fang Yuan's back like an axe. Fang Yuan was transformed into an ancient sword dragon and had reverse flow protection seal. When this lightning struck him, an unstoppable force rushed in, knocking him down from the sky. The lightning was reflected back at Thunder Ghost true monarch Jinglan. But Jinglan just sneered as the whirlpool in her pupils spiraled and actually absorbed the reflected lightning. Fang Yuan almost crashed into the ground, but he raised his head with all his might and swung his dragon body. After narrowly brushing past a tall mountain, he soared into the sky again. Little earthworm, Jinglan sneered, pouncing towards Fang Yuan once again. She was extremely fast. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation, even with sword escape immortal goo, could not match her speed. Fang Yuan's speed was actually already extremely fast. It was at the peak level among rank 7 goo immortals. Only Hui Fengzi and a few other rank 7s could contest Fang Yuan in this aspect. Jinglan, however, was a genuine rank 8 goo immortal who was highly proficient in movement. Her speed was at the peak of rank 8 goo immortals. Compared to her, Fang Yuan, who had peak rank 7 speed, was simply too slow. Try this move. Jinglan easily flew to Fang Yuan's back and aimed her palm at Fang Yuan's dragon head. A pale, mysterious light shooting out of her palm. The power of this mysterious light simply could not compare to the earlier lightning axe. But when it struck reverse flow protection seal, it immediately incited a huge change. Water splashed out of reverse flow protection seal. Reverse flow protection seal's thickness was reducing at a visible rate. Fang Yuan's expression changed intensely. He shook his tail rapidly, fleeing with all his strength. Jinglan laughed loudly while thinking, "This junior Ziwei is amazing. In just a short while, she has already deduced a rank 7 immortal killer move that is specially used to break this Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. It is a pity that this move can only be used once in a while. There is a time restriction. Otherwise, I would have already decapitated this little demon." Just as she was thinking this, Jinglan's expression suddenly changed. Far away in the horizon, an enormous wall, seemingly supporting the sky, was gradually being revealed. This enormous wall was actually a regional wall. The 5 regions were all covered with layers of membrane that formed each region's heaven and earth, while also separating each other. These were the regional walls. The regional wall before Jinglan was purple-black. It was misty and chaotic, and gave rise to a feeling of oppression. Southern borders miasma regional wall. So this little demon wanted to escape into the regional wall. Jinglan immediately realized. It was extremely difficult for Gu immortals to cross regional walls. Often, the higher their cultivation, the higher the difficulty in crossing the regional wall. After entering a regional wall, Gu immortals would not only be met with rejection force, they would also face backlash when using any method. It was already not easy for rank 6 Gu immortals to cross a regional wall. It was highly dangerous for rank 7. And for rank 8. The difficulty was extremely great. There were basically no rank 8 Gu immortals who would ask for trouble by walking into a regional wall. They were more willing to take a detour by going through Black Heaven or White Heaven. This little demon is only rank 7. He will have the territorial advantage in the regional wall. I can't let it happen. At this thought, Jinglan's brows stood up. Her eyes shone with sharp light as she flew in front of Fang Yuan and blocked him. Fang Yuan fell into a bitter battle. He had been fleeing all along before to get close to the regional wall. He had a huge advantage in the regional wall. The sovereign immortal body could freely move about in the regional wall. That meant he would be safe if he entered the regional wall. But Jinglan simply did not give him this opportunity. Her attacks were like waves, making Fang Yuan constantly change directions. However, Jinglan's speed completely outstripped his and would always obstruct him from ahead. Right now, Fang Yuan was not far from the regional wall, but because of Jinglan, it felt like the regional wall was far away in the horizon. Immortal killer move. Myriad dragon. Immortal killer move. Familiar face. With no choice, Fang Yuan could only use these two moves together. He disguised his identity, lunging forward amidst the scattered dragons. This! Jinglan's eyes opened wide in anger. She had no good way to deal with this. She had already tried before. Her investigative killer move simply could not detect Fang Yuan's disguise. But she had a huge arsenal of moves, and soon slaughtered all the myriad dragons, forcing Fang Yuan's true body out. However, Fang Yuan's true body had already taken the chance to move ahead by several li, and was much more closer to the regional wall. Jinglan turned into lightning and flashed by, appearing before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gave a bitter sigh, once again activating the two killer moves. Myriad Dragon might be powerful, but in front of Jinglan, it was reduced to a veil to disguise his body. Against the power of the domineering lightning, it looked increasingly fragile. Like this, Fang Yuan continued to lunge forward, while Jinglan continued to obstruct him. There was not much distance from the regional wall, but both sides were constantly engaged in fierce battle. Fang Yuan had to use a lot of effort to move forward each time. Found you! Jinglan smiled malevolently as she destroyed all the dragons once again, exposing Fang Yuan's true body. She pushed forward her palm, from which shot out a pale, mysterious light. The mysterious light immediately cut off a large portion of reverse flow protection seal. There was only a thin layer of reverse flow protection seal left. Good. There is much more improvement this time. Jinglan laughed, transmitting her voice of admiration to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei smiled. We have already been probing reverse flow protection seal long ago. The previous results, along with the information from Senior's fight, have already become a key to qualitative change. This kind of deduction is always difficult at first but easy later on. Now I will deduce a rank 8 killer move, making use of Senior's Immortal Goo to restrain reverse flow protection seal. Good. I am waiting. Jinglan responded to Fairy Ziwei while looking at Fang Yuan entering the regional wall. There was nothing that could be done about it. Jinglan could not detect Fang Yuan's true body. His two killer moves were also greatly effective. Although she obstructed him many times, she could only let him enter the regional wall in the end. But, you think you are safe in the regional wall? A mere regional wall. How could it block me, Thunder Ghost True Monarch? Humph! Black chi gushed out of Jinglan's nose. The black chi rapidly expanded and spread throughout her whole body, covering her in a thick black cloud ball. Countless ghosts of the dead roared inside the black cloud and fought each other. Every time they fought, they would produce firm blue lightning. Jinglan controlled the black cloud ball and entered straight into the regional wall, still chasing after Fang Yuan. She actually entered here. Fang Yuan got a huge shock. Kid, your trick might have been effective against others. But against me, you are simply playing tricks in front of an expert. Back then, I used regional walls to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Other rank 8s don't have methods to enter deep into regional walls, but I have. It is your bad luck to have run into me. Jinglan shouted non-stop while the black cloud ball let out countless lightning bolts that landed on Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation. Fang Yuan cried out in pain. Reverse flow protection seal was already broken pretty badly and could no longer reflect all the damage. But Jinglan was also not any better off. Blood flooded out from the corners of her lips as she felt bouts of dizziness. Using killer moves in regional wall would result in backlash. Fortunately, she had a phantom aperture which only had immortal goo and immortal essence, unlike normal immortal apertures containing large amount of resources. If there were other resources, they would have definitely suffered greatly at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning bolts smashed at Fang Yuan's body. Mixed in among them was pale, mysterious light that constantly broke down reverse flow protection seal. Even in the regional wall, Fang Yuan was unable to escape from Jinglan and was being chased closely. Fang Yuan's injuries became increasingly severe. His sparkling silver scales had already lost their luster by now. Blood stained half of his body. His horn was broken, and his dragon claws were fractured at many areas. The black cloud ball around Jinglan had also mostly dissipated, exposing her armor. Her face was pale, but her spirits were lively as she fixed her gaze on Fang Yuan, vowing to kill this demon. Okay, the rank 8 killer move to break reverse flow protection seal has finally been deduced. At this moment, Fairy Ziwei's voice came. Jinglan was joyous. Fairy Ziwei reminded her, "This move is very powerful. I have to ask Senior to use it cautiously. The backlash won't be small if the activation fails." "Don't worry." Jinglan was doing multiple things at once, immediately beginning to attempt activating this killer move. She activated it 3 times, but every time resulted in a failure. Fortunately, she had plenty of experience, timely stopping whenever she felt something wrong. The backlash was indeed powerful. Her armor was mostly destroyed, revealing her body inside. At the 4th attempt, she finally succeeded. "Fang Yuan, go and die!" Jinglan flew above Fang Yuan's head. A vast beam of light shot down towards Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan simply did not have time to dodge it. He could only watch as this pillar descended. "Die!" Jinglan gave a loud shout, her eyes shining with joy as she watched the beam of light bombard Fang Yuan. She was a rank 8 Gu Immortal with extremely high battle strength, but she had to live under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's shadow her whole life. She had woken up because of Danghun Mountain's self-detonation, and when she saw Spectral Soul captured and resisting futilely, the feelings which she had hidden in the depths of her heart surged out. Shock, anger, pity, joy, and also a fear. "Spectral Soul, you were once so tough, but now you have become a prisoner. I am going to kill your inheritor now. I awakened at a really good time. By killing your inheritor, I shall eliminate the fear towards you that is rooted in the depths of my heart. Then I will bring Fang Yuan's head before you, and you will also be killed by me. Ha ha ha, there will be a day when you will die by my hands. This is unbelievable. It is like a dream. Ha ha ha." Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was laughing madly inside her mind. Something is wrong. Quickly stop now. Right at this time, Jinglan suddenly heard a voice. "It is too late." Jinglan's eyes were filled with bloodthirst and killing intent, but soon she was slightly stunned. This voice is somewhat familiar, right? It is that Junior Ziwei. So it was not Fang Yuan's backup. Wait a moment, what did she mean? This thought crossed Jinglan's mind. The bloodthirsty intent in Jinglan's eyes immediately dissipated by a large degree, revealing clarity. She quickly retreated. Too late. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. His previously panicking and fearful look instantly disappeared, replaced by certainty of success and fighting spirit that soared to the skies. He shook his dragon body. Instead of dodging, he moved towards the sky, directly crashing towards Jinglan's fatal killer move. The beam violently struck Fang Yuan's body, But Fong Yuan's dragon body was covered in a layer of reverse flow protection seal, which had a completely different appearance at this moment. It had not only recovered its original state, it was also flowing with traces of mysterious light. Reverse flow protection seal had a completely new transformation at this crucial moment. Variation move. The beam of light could not break this reverse flow protection seal and was reflected back smoothly. What? Jing Lan's pupils shrunk. Even though she had a lot of battle experience, her expression revealed a frightened look at this moment. Earlier in the battle, she had fought Fong Yuan while holding back. Even if the abilities bounced back, she could absorb them or endure the damage. But this attack was completely different. She had used this move with all her strength, and this move by itself was a rank 8 immortal killer move. If she had succeeded in this move, it was certain to not only break reverse flow protection seal, but also kill Fong Yuan. But now, her full-strength killer move was actually completely reflected. Jing Lan wanted to give Fong Yuan no time to dodge, so the distance between the two were extremely close. Right now, Jing Lan wanted to dodge but did not have enough time. Her mood was also intensely fluctuating because of the shadow of spectral soul demon Venerable rooted deep in her heart. And there was also another important reason. Her state was far from perfect. She had rank 8 cultivation, although she had the ability to enter deep into the regional wall. Her body was not the sovereign immortal body after all. She would suffer damage from the backlash. While chasing Fong Yuan and gaining the upper hand, she was filled with satisfaction and hatred, so she did not sense it. But now that she was trying to dodge, she shockingly discovered her state was poor. With all these reasons piled up, Jing Lan had no time to dodge and could only face the beam of light head-on. Boom! The light bombarded Jing Lan's body, erupting with glaring radiance like the sun had descended on the battlefield. Even Fong Yuan, who had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, had to firmly close his eyes. But at the next moment, the radiance dimmed a little. Fong Yuan endured the pain to forcibly open his eyes. Kill! He barely managed to distinguish Jing Lan's extremely tiny and fragile body within the endless white radiance. Her ferocious and thick whole-body armor had completely disintegrated, revealing her physical immortal body. Being hit by her own full-strength attack, Jing Lan's eyes rolled back into her head as she fell unconscious, blood flowing out from all the pores in her body. Fong Yuan opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, as he moved his dragon body and charged at Jing Lan. With his limbs expanding to an exaggerated degree, Fong Yuan slashed down with his claws. Damn it! Damn it! I actually fell for his scheme. In Heavenly Court, Fairy Zi-Wei's eyes were wide open in anger and self-blame. He had actually modified reverse flow protection seal to this degree, creating a new variation move. The previous reverse flow protection seal was a trap to deal with me. Once I deduced it, he would use the variation move to form a completely different reverse flow protection seal. Fong Yuan, inconceivable. How could his wisdom path attainment be so deep? Fairy Zi-Wei had all along thought of Fong Yuan highly, but this fact in front of her was a huge slap to her face. She had thought she held the upper hand. Since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, she had begun gathering information and put great efforts in deducing reverse flow protection seal. In the later event when Feng Jiugu chased after and fought Fong Yuan, she had been deducing with all her strength from behind the scenes, until Thunder Ghost True Monarch set off this time. She felt she had accumulated enough and it was finally time to reap the gains. But she had never expected it all to be Fong Yuan's trap and scheme. The wisdom path attainment Fong Yuan showed far surpassed Fairy Zi-Wei's expectations. But how is this possible? Wait, did he borrow the power of Wisdom Goo? But Wisdom Goo is clearly wild. Only rank 9 venerables can refine this goo and use it. Fong Yuan is only rank 7, and there is also no one with such capability in the whole of Langya sect. Even if they had rank 9 immortal essence, it would require a venerable's will to battle Wisdom Goo's will. In the records in Heavenly Court, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became rank 9, she had spent close to 100 years to subdue and refine rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fairy Zi-Wei was baffled. Thin beads of sweat covered her forehead, and in just a few moments, she was actually perspiring. Senior Jing Lan definitely suffered severe damage from this attack, She must hold on. Fairy Ziwei had deduced this rank 8 killer move and was of course aware of its power. The investigative killer move she had put on Jinglan was also destroyed by this attack. Fairy Ziwei had already lost her surveillance of the battle situation. She immediately sent Chen Yi and others to the regional wall battlefield to reinforce Thunder Ghost True Monarch. She herself, however, stayed in Heavenly Court. Duke Long was completely focused on nurturing Feng Jinhuang. He was not here. Spectral Soul was putting up stiff resistance and needed to be monitored at all times. Heavenly Court also needed Fairy Ziwei to oversee the whole situation. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds resounded from Jing Lan's body. Fang Yuan's sharp dragon claws fiercely stabbed Jing Lan's chest. But at the crucial moment, armor interwoven with dense amounts of lightning appeared in front of Jing Lan's chest. When the dragon claws landed on this armor, it was like striking the hardest steel. This was a rank 8 passive defensive killer move. Even if the Gu Immortal was unconscious, it could activate by itself if there was an attack. If it were before, Fang Yuan would be like a rat fighting a bull. But now, this lightning armor already looked badly damaged from one attack. It was not in its complete form. Thus, Fang Yuan used all his strength and tore down at it. The dragon claws steadily slashed down, cutting down Jinglan's flesh from her left shoulder to the right side of her waist. Wherever the claws passed by, lightning flashed as the lightning armor was torn apart. 3 of Jinglan's hard rib bones were also severed by Fang Yuan's claws. The dragon claws were completely intact. Immortal essence was rapidly expended to maintain the reverse flow protection seal that steadfastly protected Fang Yuan. Without this layer of protection, the dragon claws might have fractured into countless pieces just from cutting down half the way. The intense pain woke up Jinglan. She was indeed a highly experienced fighter, a rank 8 great expert who had resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In that instant, she realized her situation and let out a shrill scream. This scream was not a random scream, but an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan only frowned. He was completely safe. On the contrary, this attack was completely reflected back to Jinglan by reverse flow protection seal. Jinglan's eardrums immediately burst. Her mind fell into chaos as a huge amount of blood surged internally in her head. Blood surged out of even her eyeballs, dyeing her vision red. Jinglan had extraordinary battle accomplishments, but maybe because she had immediately set off to fight Fang Yuan after waking up from her hibernation without loosening up and retraining her skills. Or maybe because she was startled awake from the pain and after seeing her severe injuries, she subconsciously reacted to protect herself too quickly, forgetting Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal had already underwent a complete change, which led to her making this mistake and inflicting severe damage on herself, taking advantage of her situation to kill her. Fang Yuan's dragon eyes shone with a cruel and sinister light. He swung his tail, ruthlessly knocking down Jinglan from the air. Boom! The ground shook. Jinglan was smashed to the ground like a flesh ball, creating a 10 feet wide deep crater. Damn it! Jinglan gritted her teeth, struggling to get up. Her injuries were extremely severe. Her armor was gone and 3 of her rib bones were split. Her beating heart and the constantly expanding and shrinking lungs could be seen from outside. Roar! At the next moment, Fang Yuan opened his mouth as wide as possible and let out his dragon breath. Sword light dragon breath. Dragon breath with unparalleled sharpness gushed out. The silver-white dragon breath fell down heavily upon Jinglan's body like a waterfall. Jinglan had just stood up and the thoughts in her mind had mostly settled when the dragon breath bombarded her. With a plop, she was forced to kneel down on one knee. I was actually forced to kneel down by a rank 7 Gu Immortal? A strong sensation of humiliation filled Jinglan's heart, anger and hatred surging within her mind. Ah! Jinglan roared towards the sky, and along with her furious roar, blue lightning erupted out of her countless pores. Lightning interwove together before fiercely expanding. Rumble! Endless lightning formed into a hemispherical light barrier that repelled everything in the surroundings. Within its area, be it Fang Yuan's dragon breath or the surrounding miasma, they were all burnt to a crisp by the lightning. Rank 8 might is indeed not ordinary, but this attack should be your last burst of strength, right? You are already a spent force. Myriad Dragon, Fang Yuan roared. Fang Yuan activated his strongest offensive method. Dragons roared and countless silver scales filled the sky. Myriad dragons flew and besieged Jinglan, who was at the center of the deep crater. Damn it! Jinglan clenched her teeth, fury burning in her eyes. After the attack just now, her aura fell to the bottom. Myriad dragons pounced at her, but she easily killed them. These little worms can't do anything. Fang Yuan, you coward. Come, let's have a real fight. Jinglan roared. Fang Yuan sneered, his true body deeply concealed in a corner. Myriad dragon, myriad dragon, myriad dragon, myriad dragon. Disregarding the expenditure of immortal essence, Fang Yuan activated Myriad Dragon Killer move in a frenzy. Jinglan's aura weakened rapidly. She kept on roaring and provoking Fang Yuan, but he did not move his true body. Myriad Dragon was a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was indeed not much for Jinglan. Because Jinglan still had abundant immortal essence and her immortal goo were also intact. But every time Jinglan used a killer move, she would suffer backlash from the regional wall. She had methods to weaken this backlash, but with her current severe injuries, any backlash could be fatal. And also, she still had to use her healing methods, but how could her injuries be so easy to heal? A Goo Immortal's injuries were difficult to treat. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the only exception in the world. After failing to lure out Fang Yuan's true body, Jinglan could only choose to break through. Myriad dragons could not stop her even when she was heavily injured. This was the Thunder Ghost True Monarch who had such astonishing battle strength that she had once stood up to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan sighed, knowing that he was stronger in defense. Although his battle strength had barely reached into rank 8 level, it was not enough to take the life of an expert like Jinglan. Goo Immortals of this level could not die so easily. Unless they were ambushed and trapped in Immortal Battlefield Killer move. Moreover, they had to be killed before the Battlefield Killer move was broken. Naturally, from another angle, Fang Yuan was unable to kill Jinglan, but Jinglan was also unable to kill Fang Yuan. Even if she was faster, she could not stop Fang Yuan from entering the regional wall. But even so, Fang Yuan was clearly aware that even if he could not kill Jinglan, he still had to hunt her down. I must weaken this person's battle strength as much as possible, so that I can gain as much time as possible later. At this thought, Fang Yuan pointed his finger. Immortal Killer Move. Directional Confusion Fog. Originally, the fog was purple and was not big, although it could confuse even rank 8 Goo Immortals. After Fang Yuan modified it, this move had no effect on rank 8 Goo Immortals, but it had an amplified effect on rank 7 and below Goo Immortals. Not only did the color change, the range was greatly expanded, but the duration shortened drastically. After the battle in Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan had once again modified this move with his high Theft Path attainment level, adding in many Theft Path Mortal Goo and even adding Great Thief Immortal Goo as its core to steal the enemy's perception ability. Thus, its might had soared and could affect rank 8 Goo Immortals once again. In an instant, large amounts of fog spread around Jinglan, messing up her sense of direction. Fang Yuan took this chance to send out the myriad dragons once again to surround and attack her. Oh no! I lack many of my immortal goo. I cannot even break a killer move of this level now. Jinglan tried many methods, but shockingly found she could not deal with this killer move properly. What's going on? Fang Yuan was observing the whole situation, and was surprised when he saw Jinglan unable to break through. After this killer move was modified by Fang Yuan, its activation was slightly more convenient, but it was still only a rank 7 move. Fang Yuan did not even have the thought of obstructing Jinglan with this move. His real thought had been to delay Jinglan for some time, but he was surprised to see that Jinglan actually could not break out of the fog. From outside the fog, Fang Yuan could clearly sense waves of immortal goo aura. This was Jinglan constantly trying various methods to break the fog. Her moves were not completely ineffective, but they had little effect, only thinning the directional confusion fog by a small degree. Sharp light erupted in Fang Yuan's eyes, as he immediately continued to activate directional confusion fog. The fog continued to pile up layer upon layers. firmly trapping Jinglan inside. She really can't break out. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile. If he had known this before, he would have already used this move and did not need to flee so miserably. However, any killer move's effect would decrease if they were used multiple times. Not only would it make others be on guard, it would also reveal traces that could be deduced and deciphered. So Fang Yuan leaving this killer move until now was a wise choice. It was just that he had not expected it to actually be able to trap Jinglan. This was a pleasant surprise. This is problematic. Jinglan also realized this as she truly started to feel the aura of death approaching. Kill! Countless sword dragons pierced into directional confusion fog and attacked Jinglan from all directions. Jinglan could not break out the fog, instantly falling in a bitter fight. The regional wall was still rejecting her. Every time she used a killer move, she would suffer a backlash. Am I, Jinglan, the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch, going to die here? As time passed, Jinglan's heart started to sink as the situation turned increasingly unfavorable for her. No, I need to hold on, I can still fight. Even if I die, I will bring down Fang Yuan with me. Jinglan looked at her chest. Her chest wounds were the largest and exposed her heart. Her heart was extremely unusual. Every time it beat, it let out threads of purple lightning. This was her final trump card. Such valiant battle strength. Even after being so heavily injured, she can still persevere, and it even looks like she has enough strength left. Moreover, her will is unbreakable, even though I secretly used so many wisdom path methods. After attacking for a good while, Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and gave up. Time was extremely important now. Fang Yuan needed to deduce and modify Ghost Official Garment as soon as possible. Although the situation was completely advantageous to Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court would not just watch by. Once their reinforcements arrived, it would be Fang Yuan's calamity then. There was even the possibility that Thunder Ghost True Monarch came with other Gu Immortals, but that her speed was too fast and left her companions far behind. Immediately making the decision, Fang Yuan left, but he did not forget to add in many uses of Myriad Dragon and Directional Confusion Fog before leaving. Retreat. Fang Yuan immediately moved deeper into the regional wall. The 5 regions' regional walls were rather safe areas for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan moved while deducing the modifications of Ghost Official Garment. But soon, he found that no matter how he modified Ghost Official Garment, its limit was still rank 7. Instead, it was better to deepen the connection between it and Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment is a rank 9 killer move. Although it belongs to Theft Path, it has Ghost in its name and is closely related to Soul Path as well, since it blocks the perception of souls. Yama is the correct way to go. I can raise Ghost Official Garment to a much higher level by borrowing the strength from Ghostly Concealment. After finding the correct direction, Fang Yuan immediately began to deduce. He had plenty of Wisdom Path methods, and his attainment level was also high enough, and his Theft Path attainment level was the one which gave him the most crucial support. Like this, after several days and several nights, Fang Yuan finally finished his deductions, activating Yama once again. This completely new Yama killer move made the connection between Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment much more close. Previously, these two killer moves rejected each other, but now they were beginning to merge together, and the rejection between them was completely gone. Success! Fang Yuan carefully felt the effects, and clenched his fists in joy. He was once again shielded from Heavenly Court's deductions, making his situation turn from dangerous to safe. But if he cancelled Yama, he would once again be exposed to Heavenly Court's deductions. Fang Yuan quickly moved towards Northern Plains. Maintaining the new Yama took a lot of Immortal Essence, and he had already spent an enormous amount of Immortal Essence in the fight with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. His Immortal Essence reserves were almost empty now. In this battle, Fang Yuan had activated Myriad Dragon multiple times and also used Directional Confusion Fog an unprecedentedly high amount of times. These Immortal killer moves expended Immortal Essence. Furthermore, he had also spent a lot of Immortal Essence to deduce the new Yama. Altogether, Fang Yuan had suffered huge losses in this battle, but it was not that he had no gains. Preserving his life was the greatest gain. Besides this, there was the new Yama and 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch. These 3 rib bones were cut off by my dragon claws. Every one of them is a rare immortal material. But they originate from Thunder Ghost True Monarch. I don't dare to use them. It is better to put them in treasure yellow heaven, heavenly court. In a vast hall, Fairy Z-Wei slowly opened her eyes, stopping her deductions as she heaved a sigh. Fong Yuan's wisdom path attainment is remarkable. He is protected from my methods once again. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chun-Yi was standing to the side, maintaining the killer move Karma Divine Tree to help Fairy Z-Wei in her deductions. At this time, he had a complex expression as he said, "Lady Z-Wei, there is something I need to report to you." "What is it?" Chan-Yi was only helping from the side, while Fairy Z-Wei was fully focused in deducing Fong Yuan. So Chun-Yi was the first to discover Fong Yuan's action. He immediately reported, 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch are being put for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. What? Fairy Z-Wei's expression immediately changed. She immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and sure enough, saw the 3 rib bones being put for sale. It had already gathered the attention of many Gu immortal wills. Unimaginable. This demon Fong Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh. His growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of this generation. Fong Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and has used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He naturally has an enormous advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Who could have thought she would actually be suppressed by Fong Yuan? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan. This is an old senior. She is still alive. So much for Central Continent's Heavenly Court being regarded as the #1 human force. They have all along been trying to capture Fong Yuan, and even sent a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But look at this. Fong Yuan actually beat her so miserably. Gu Immortal wills were endlessly conversing with each other. Fairy Z-Wei's body began to tremble from anger. Fong Yuan had not only put the rib bones for sale, he had also used some methods to continuously display his battle with Jinglan on loop. Naturally, he only chose to play the part where he had successfully counterattacked and pummeled Jinglan. Do we report this to Thunder Ghost True Monarch? Chun-Yi inquired. Jinglan had beaten back the myriad dragons and got rid of the directional confusion fog with much difficulty. But when she came out, Fong Yuan had already long since left without even leaving behind a trace. Although Fairy Z-Wei could still deduce Fong Yuan's location at that time, Jinglan's battle strength had weakened extremely. Her state was not optimal and she needed to recuperate urgently. When the reinforcements arrived later and joined with her, she once again began to chase after Fong Yuan. Unfortunately, the distance between her and Fong Yuan was already greatly enlarged. Fong Yuan was deep within the depths of the regional wall. Jinglan continued to give chase, but her reinforcements did not have methods to enter deep into the regional wall and could only stay at the boundary. Jinglan was not resigned to this defeat. Filled with anger and humiliation, she continued to chase without rest. But right at that time, Fairy Z-Wei was unable to deduce Fong Yuan anymore. Jinglan also thus lost her target. Z-Wei, where the hell is that demon Fong Yuan? Jinglan transmitted her voice. She was burning with rage, so her tone was very blunt. What should have been easy prey actually caused her to land in such an extremely miserable situation with serious injuries. How could the proud Jinglan accept this fact? She gritted her teeth, desperately wanting to kill Fong Yuan and erase her shame. Fairy Z-Wei was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jinglan. What? Even you lost him? Jinglan was furious and discontented. Fong Yuan's wisdom path attainment is already no longer the same as before, but he will go to Langya Blessed Land no matter what. We have already made some arrangements there. Although we failed to capture this scoundrel, we have also made huge gains. Not only did we waste a large amount of his immortal essence, we also forced him to reveal many trump cards. How could a Gu immortal like him be dealt with in one battle? Fairy Z-Wei gently persuaded Jinglan. Jinglan was silent, standing on the spot. After a while, she heaved a long sigh, her anger already gone. I underestimated him. This person is astonishingly talented. He is indeed worthy of being the person chosen by Heaven's will and Shadow Sect. Next time we fight, I won't make the same mistake. Jinglan was not a reckless person. After being reminded by Fairy Ziwei, she immediately regained her calm and the demeanor of a heavenly court expert, frankly admitting her mistake. Compared to Fang Yuan, there is an even more troublesome matter. Fairy Ziwei tactfully informed Jinglan of the matter in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The calm mind that Jinglan just regained immediately surged with waves of anger. What? This guy actually dared to sell my rib bones? Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Jinglan immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and sure enough saw her own rib bones being put for sale. Anger surged to her head, and her eyes turned bloodshot. Soon after, when Jinglan saw the projection of the scenes where Fang Yuan pummeled her, she almost crushed her teeth. Damn that guy, when he ends up in my hands later. I will tear off his skin, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones till they turn to dust. But this kid Fang Yuan actually put them for sale. He is indeed very cautious. Also displaying only that small portion of the battle. This guy has no shame. Jinglan breathed roughly, and with some effort, calmed down and began to think. He definitely expended a lot of resources in this battle. Did his foundation get damaged, so he is selling these 3 bones to replenish it? Then let me fulfill your wish and buy them. On one hand, Jinglan wanted to buy the rib bones to connect them back. They would have an extremely remarkable effect on the healing. On the other hand, letting this scene and the rib bones stay in Treasure Yellow Heaven for even a day would have a deep impact on Heavenly Court. Since ancient times, Heavenly Court had all along been publicly acknowledged as the #1 force. Now, Fang Yuan selling Jinglan's 3 rib bones was like a huge slap to Heavenly Court's face. It was not good for Fairy Ziwei to make a move since Jinglan was the one involved. Jinglan also realized Fairy Ziwei's intent. She swallowed this humiliation as she activated a will and concealed her identity before inquiring Fang Yuan's will. What are you selling these rib bones for? Who might you be? I am from Eastern Sea. Jinglan clenched her teeth. Never having thought the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch would have to be secretive like this. I am very interested in these 3 rib bones. Fang Yuan's will laughed. There are many interested parties. Jinglan's will clenched her teeth. But there are few who will be bidding a high price like me. Fang Yuan's will did not act according to her expectations and inquire about the bid, instead shaking his head. No matter how high a price you bid, I am not selling. Not selling? If you are not selling, what are you putting these here for? Jinglan immediately had a bad feeling. Fang Yuan's will sneered. For fun. You have a problem. Guh. Jinglan could not endure it, immediately spitting out blood. Fang Yuan, I, Jinglan, will do whatever it takes to kill you. More than 10 days later, Langya Blessed Land's immortal formation shone with radiance that soared to the skies. The radiance gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan leisurely walked out of the immortal formation. After defeating Jinglan, Fang Yuan had maintained the immortal killer move Yama throughout the way, moving without resting towards Langya Blessed Land. Because Fang Yuan still did not know Langya Blessed Land's true location, he had to rely on the immortal formation to directly teleport inside. Finally, I don't need to maintain Yama. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief as he cancelled the killer move Yama. Elder Fang Yuan, you have finally returned. Langya Land Spirit was already standing outside of the immortal formation. As Fang Yuan cancelled Yama and showed his true appearance, Langya Land Spirit immediately came to welcome him with a smile. Langya Land Spirit was invaded and Fang Yuan had not contributed anything. Why was Langya Land Spirit's attitude so cordial then? Fang Yuan was clear of it. It was completely because he had put the 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch on display in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan did not sell them. On one hand, it was to strike Heavenly Court's prestige. On the other hand, it was for Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was invaded by Feng Juji's group and was beaten miserably, as well as provoking Heavenly Court. Over these last days, the higher-ups of the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance higher-ups were in a constant state of anxiety and pressure. After all, these variant humans had once dominated the world and suppressed humans. It was Heavenly Court who led the human race to defeat these variant human races, creating the current human dominance. So these 4 variant human races were afraid of the human race. They survived by hiding in some corners of the world. Now that they had provoked Heavenly Court, it could be imagined how much pressure they were facing. In such a situation, Feng Yuan had pummeled Thunder Ghost's true monarch mercilessly and put the battle scene on display in treasure yellow heaven for everyone to see. Jing Lan was a famous rank 8 expert in the history. Such a person was also beaten back by Feng Yuan. To variant human Gu immortals, this was tremendously good news. As the news spread, it was like sunlight shone on them, removing the gloominess in their hearts. Elder Feng Yuan, you did a good job this time. Previously, I had been trying to borrow the immemorial rock dragon from the Rockman race, but they had been acting ambiguous. But when the news of your battle spread, their attitude clearly changed. Lang Yalan's spirit gave an eye signal to Feng Yuan, transmitting his voice. Now that you are back, we can intimidate the Rockman race to lend their immemorial rock dragon. At that time, we will have 3 great rank 8 battle strengths, and moving Lang Ya blessed land would not be an issue. Lang Ya land spirit was in high spirits. Feng Yuan glanced at land spirit. He was not as optimistic as the latter. Heavenly Court definitely had made a lot of arrangements. It wouldn't be an easy matter to relocate Lang Ya blessed land. However, it was not urgent right now to explain this to Lang Ya land spirit. Feng Yuan then looked at a group of variant humans behind Lang Ya land spirit. These people were Gu immortals of the 4 races. To promote Lang Ya blessed land, Feng Yuan returned grandly. They came to welcome him. They all had smiles on their faces at this moment. Snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan praised. Elder Feng Yuan is indeed a heavenly genius. Even that grand Thunder Ghost true monarch is not your match. This battle has already set your throne as the number 1 rank 7. Bing Yuan was all smiles. Feng Yuan was engaged to a woman of the snowman race. He was considered half a snowman. She was the one who had initiated this. The stronger Feng Yuan was, the more happy she would be. Previously, Feng Yuan and Feng Jiugu held this throne collectively. After all, both had rank 7 cultivation but were able to fight rank 8s. But now, after Feng Yuan displayed the battle scene where he beat Thunder Ghost true monarch so miserably, the whole world was shocked and in a clamor. Feng Jiugu had invaded Lang Ya blessed land, but he naturally could not publicize it. As such, Feng Yuan's reputation suppressed Feng Jiugu, officially recognized as currently the number 1 rank 7 expert in the world. The fight depended on who the opponent was. If Feng Yuan had won against rank 6 or rank 7 Gu immortals, no one would be so surprised. But when the opponent was the famous rank 8 expert Thunder Ghost true monarch, it became a completely different thing. Truthfully, Feng Yuan did not have an easy time in this battle, but it was sufficient to establish his reputation as the number 1 rank 7 in the world, bringing down Feng Jiugu. After this battle, Feng Yuan's name became truly renowned in the world. After this battle, even those rank 8 Gu immortals would start paying heavy attention to this rank 7 monster, Feng Yuan. Naturally, this was all Feng Yuan's scheme. Although it was Feng Yuan's defeat, as he took the initiative to retreat, he was not without any gains. Victory and loss in a battle was not too important. Only the losses and benefits derived from the battle mattered. Although Feng Yuan was defeated in this battle, he had made a lot of gains. The 3 rib bones value did not lie in themselves, but in their significance. Feng Yuan used this battle spoil to the limit, shaking the entire Gu immortal world. This included Chu Du's complicated feelings, Wu Yong's displeased expression, and Lu Wei Yin's sigh. And when Feng Yuan returned to Lang Ya blessed land, he immediately felt a huge difference. These variant human Gu immortals, including Lang Ya land spirit, had a completely different attitude towards him. They held him in genuine awe. Especially in this situation when Heavenly Court was waiting to attack them. Feng Yuan had become their pillar of support. After all, the immemorial rock dragon was only an immemorial desolate beast. Even though ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength, it still could not compare to a genuine rank 8 Gu immortal. And now, Feng Yuan had pummeled a rank 8 Gu immortal, and this rank 8 Gu immortal was Thunder Ghost true monarch who was an expert even among rank 8s. Right now, who would even care about Feng Yuan's rank 7 cultivation? His battle accomplishment was displayed right in front of everyone. Because of this, when Fong Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land, these people eagerly came to welcome him. Fong Yuan's attitude, however, was slightly cold. He only talked a little with Langya Land Spirit, Bing Yuan and others, while nodding towards Shui Er. Shui Er immediately lowered her head bashfully. The other snowman Gu Immortals beamed with pleasure at this. The variant human Gu Immortals proposed holding a feast to welcome Fong Yuan, but Fong Yuan declined without hesitation. The current situation is quite dangerous. The important thing right now is to make the best use of time to get through this danger. Fong Yuan said this indifferently, but the variant human Gu Immortals nodded and exclaimed in agreement. Fong Yuan's status had truly changed. These variant human Gu Immortals truly treated him as a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Compared to their similar status with Fong Yuan before, they were now slightly lowering their heads and had a humble attitude. On one hand, it was because of Fong Yuan's powerful battle strength that could pummel Thunder Ghost's true monarch. On the other hand, a great enemy was in front of them. They needed Fong Yuan's help. Everyone can leave now. I need to talk with First Supreme Elder in private. Fong Yuan waved the immortals to leave without any politeness. Fong Yuan then transmitted his voice to Langya Land Spirit. I am first a Supreme Elder of Langya Sect. Only after that am I a member of the Alliance. These words were spoken with sincerity, which immediately made Langya Land Spirit feel good, thinking Fong Yuan had not forgotten his origin and was still their member. The gloominess he felt from Fong Yuan persuading him to hand over Refinement Path True Meaning had also decreased by a lot. The group of immortals was tactful, taking their leave. Langya Land Spirit grabbed Fong Yuan's arm, vanishing from the spot and appearing in the first cloud city. With your perceivable Dao Immortal Gu, we found that they had really made some arrangements in the Blessed Land. We need to get rid of these harmful Dao marks first if we want to move Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit was worried. Fong Yuan felt slightly strange. First Supreme Elder, with your refinement path attainment, isn't refining these Dao marks your specialty? Langya Land Spirit said in a distressed tone. Heavenly Court is indeed Heavenly Court. Their methods are extremely unusual. I have used almost all methods, but am unable to do anything to these Dao marks. A sharp light flashed across Fong Yuan's eyes. Heavenly Court had indeed made ample preparations with their extremely profound foundation. Since they made arrangements, they were not worried of it being discovered, and even more unafraid of it being broken. Perhaps Fairy Ziwei had already taken Langya Land Spirit skills into her consideration. I wonder if my self-cleansing killer move will have any effect? Fong Yuan was rather confident in this method. After all, he had gotten rid of inextinguishable star target by using this move. But at this moment, Fong Yuan did not want to immediately make an attempt. He said to Langya Land Spirit, since that is the case, then let me be direct. First Supreme Elder, please take out the Refinement Path True Meaning. After I become a Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, I will surely be able to resolve this problem. Langya Land Spirit's expression immediately changed. This Refinement Path True Meaning was his ultimate treasure. He was going to take it out now and give to Fong Yuan, a human Gu Immortal. He naturally did not feel well, and was reluctant to part with it. However, since he had already agreed to Fong Yuan before, and with the grave situation in front of them, even if he was reluctant, he could only nod at this moment. After a while, Fong Yuan finally saw the Refinement Path True Meaning of Long-Hair Ancestor. True Meaning was an extremely special form of will. This was the first time Fong Yuan was personally seeing a lump of True Meaning. This True Meaning had the appearance of Long-Hair Ancestor sitting cross-legged. Its whole body was shining and crystal clear. It did not have a physical body and looked like it was purely made from diamonds. The absolute majority of wills could move about themselves, continuously expending themselves to think and move. But the True Meaning was completely still, like a statue. However, it was because of this characteristic that this True Meaning could exist for so long. If it was able to move around and think, it would have already been expended completely. You, take it. Langya Land Spirit had an extremely complicated expression as he looked at the long-hair True Meaning for a good while before sighing and saying to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan nodded and stepped forward. His eyes widened as an attractive force appeared that absorbed this long hair true meaning into his mind. Long hair true meaning entered Fang Yuan's mind, immediately letting out brilliant radiance. The diamond-like radiance shone upon Fang Yuan's mind, forming an area of imposing light. Fang Yuan immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, his expression firm. He began to use many wisdom path methods. Immediately, shocking waves rose in his mind as countless thoughts and all kinds of wills charged at the long hair true meaning, constantly colliding, constantly absorbing, learning and comprehending. Everything progressed smoothly. Fang Yuan completely absorbed this long hair true meaning in several hours, turning it into his own foundation. This was the complete understanding of long hair ancestor towards refinement path. Now it completely turned into Fang Yuan's cultivation resource. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level, which had been relatively unspectacular the entire time, now soared to quasi-supreme grandmaster in one step. This is truly ascending to heaven in one step. Even if it were the time of 5 regions chaotic war where dream realms manifested, I would not have such an accomplishment from exploring dream realms. Even Fang Yuan felt extremely moved. His gain was truly enormous. Although he had completely absorbed the refinement path true meaning, Fang Yuan still remained seated without budging, wholeheartedly savoring his advancement. Refinement path. This was a very special path. Gu immortals who cultivated this path were most proficient in refining Gu. The way of Gu cultivation had 3 elements: nurture, use, and refinement. Now, in terms of refining Gu, Fang Yuan had become extraordinarily skilled. Among all the Gu immortals in the entire 5 regions, there was almost no one who could match the current Fang Yuan in his understanding towards refinement path. But just attainment level is still not enough. What I currently lack are experiences of refining Gu, refinement path immortal Gu, and refinement path killer moves. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of himself. But as long as I practice these things, my progress will be extremely rapid, to the point of simply skyrocketing. After all, I am now a quasi-supreme grandmaster. Who could have thought that after raising my theft path attainment level to great grandmaster, my refinement path would become quasi-supreme grandmaster in just a short time? Fang Yuan pondered with closed eyes, carefully comprehending the changes brought by refinement path attainment level. He casually flipped through a Gu recipe. With just one glance, the mortal Gu recipe completely revealed its profundities to Fang Yuan. And with another thought, Fang Yuan could raise this Gu recipe to its most optimal level. He looked at an immortal Gu recipe. It naturally had much more contents than the mortal Gu recipe, and its difficulty also rose sharply. But this did not beat Fang Yuan. He discovered he only needed to concentrate on the contents, and some problems would immediately become clear with just some thinking. For some more complex rank 8 immortal Gu recipes, Fang Yuan needed to use wisdom path methods to constantly ponder. But because of quasi-supreme refinement path attainment, his thoughts would not have errors. Sometimes, he did not even need to deduce. He could just refine an immortal Gu based on intuition or determine if an immortal Gu recipe was usable. Looking at an immortal Gu recipe which he understood completely before, he was now able to instantly think of a large number of improvements. The more he thought, the more modification plans he discovered. And regarding incomplete recipes, unlike before when he had to deduce with the help of the light of wisdom, the difficulty had decreased by countless times now. Naturally, he was not all-knowing, and would still need the respective path's attainment level to deduce many incomplete recipes. In the history of refinement path, there were only 3 supreme grandmasters. I now have quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level not just in the current era, even throughout history. Based on refinement path attainment level, I should be in the top 10. Fang Yuan's battle strength might not have changed, but his view was no longer the same. It had almost been elevated to the highest point of Gu cultivation. Standing at this height, Fang Yuan could simply look down upon the entire Gu cultivation process. Countless insights emerged in his mind. The way of Gu contains nurturing, using, and refinement. They are actually one to begin with. The nurturing of Gu worms has the element of refinement. The element of refinement contains the element of use, and the element of use also contains both nurturing and refinement. The current Fang Yuan could look at a complete Gu recipe and tell how this Gu worm should be nurtured and what its effects were. With his comprehension, he could also reverse deduce how the goo worm should be refined from the way it was nurtured and used. Wait a moment, I understand now. Actually, any killer move, be it mortal or immortal killer move, can be considered as an incomplete goo recipe. Feng Yuan's body suddenly shook as he comprehended this maxim of refinement path.